Chapter 1385. Shameless Xian Qi squinted his eyes and looked at Moyan Wushang and the others. Zhuowen had a good relationship with Moyan Wushang and the others. He knew that if Lu Hantian was Zhuowen's friend, they wouldn't just sit by and watch. Xian Qi's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Moyan Wushang and the others. The two disciples of the Martial Saint Tower looked fearful when they noticed that Moyan Wushang and the others recognized Lu Hantian. They didn't expect that Lu Hantian would be related to the people of the Divine Academy. They started to hesitate. You two are disciples of the Martial Saint Tower, right? You two have guts. Senior Hantian is our friend. How dare you injure him like this? Jia Nen took a step forward and glared at them. He pounced towards the man with the golden spear. The muscles on his body started to swell and emit a metallic luster. The man with the golden spear squinted his eyes and swung the spear in his right hand. The golden light was like the sun as it shot towards Jia Nan. First transformation of the divine demon. Jia Nan roared. The metallic luster on his body became even more dazzling as a terrifying power surged out from his body. Boom! Jia Nan's method of attack was simple and crude. He directly used his bare hands to smash onto the surface of the golden spear, causing numerous golden ripples to shoot out from it. Jia Nan's forward-charging momentum had been completely stopped by this spear. Lu Hantian has committed a heinous crime in the Martial Saint Tower. We are here under the orders of the Martial Saint to capture him. You're only a 5th-level emperor. You're no match for me. The man with the golden spear glanced at Jia Nen indifferently. Jia Nen was a disciple of the Divine Academy after all. He didn't dare to kill him. Get lost. Second transformation of the divine demon. Jia Nen said coldly. His body grew a few feet taller and looked sturdier as he pounced forward. The man with the golden spear frowned and snorted. He didn't say anything as he held the spear in his right hand. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them instantly clashed. The spear-wielding man was a 7th-level martial emperor after all, so he was able to deal with Jia Nan with ease. Third transformation. 4th transformation. 5th transformation. Jia Nan was like a man who risked his life as he smashed out punch after punch. His fists tore through space, and the sound of cloth being torn apart was extremely ear-piercing. Especially after he executed the 5th transformation, Jia Nan's body had practically grown to 10 tall. Even his clothes had been torn apart, revealing his robust muscles. After the 5th transformation, Kanan's strength had increased by a lot. He threw out a punch, and a ring of chi wave formed around his arm, spreading out in all directions. His fist instantly enlarged and smashed onto the golden spear. Thud, thud, thud. The spear-wielding man's expression changed slightly. Under this punch, he was forced back dozens of steps. His right hand that was holding the spear was trembling. This fellow, how did his strength suddenly become so terrifying? Especially this monstrous strength. The spear-wielding man's face turned pale, and his gaze became somewhat cautious. Put down Senior Hantian. While the spear-wielding man was still in shock, Jia Nan's voice rang out. Unknowingly, Jia Nan had appeared in front of the spear-wielding man, and his huge fist rapidly enlarged in the spear-wielding man's eyes. Bang! However, when Jia Nan's fist was about to land in front of the spear-wielding man's eyes, a figure stood in front of the spear-wielding man and grabbed Jia Nan's fist. Jia Nan's pupils shrank, and he raised his head slightly. He saw Xian Qi, who had unknowingly stood in front of the spear-wielding man. Xian Qi looked down at Jia Nan from above, and his right hand suddenly exerted strength. Instantly, the crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, and his palm smashed onto Jia Nan's chest. Boom! Jia Nen was like a catkin in the wind, and he fell downwards, smashing onto the ground and forming a huge pit. Dust filled the air. Jia Nen! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Moyan Wushang and the others' faces changed drastically, and they all executed their movement techniques, descending towards the huge pit below. Mo Lingtian helped Jia Nen up from the pit, and his gaze was filled with worry. At this moment, Jia Nen's condition was not too good. His right hand was dislocated, and his face was pale, without any blood. "Brother, are you all right?" Gatha asked worriedly. Jia Nen shook his head, and his left hand pinched his right hand, and he straightened it. The undying armor soul on his body started to work, and his dislocated right arm instantly recovered. After recovering, Jia Nan's gaze was fixed on Xianqi, and he coldly said, as expected of the Xianming Peak's first direct disciple, to be able to bully the weak so calmly. Hearing that, Xianqi's eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, "To bully the weak, it's clearly you guys who are distorting the truth." This Lu Hantian took advantage of the first miss of the Martial Saint Tower, and you guys actually dare to protect such a shameless person. You guys are really embarrassing our academy. Bullshit. Senior Hantian is not that kind of person. The one who is the most like that should be you. Jia Nen coldly replied. Xianqi's face was slightly gloomy, and he said, "You dare to insult me and offend your superior? Looks like, as your senior brother, I will have to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Xianqi spread his wings like a great rock, and he suddenly descended. His target was Jia Nan. "Xianqi, you've gone too far." Moyan Wushang was both shocked and furious. He immediately took out his zither, and Qingyin, who was standing beside him, also took out her zither. Their slender hands plucked the zither strings, and the power of sound waves spread out. As for Mo Lingtian, he directly took out his armor soul, which was a huge black sword. He used the Sky Burial Sword scripture, and immediately the earth-shattering power spread out from the surface of the huge sword. Gatha also took out her Heaven's Wrath armor soul. Countless snowstorms spread out, and within the snowstorm, a majestic figure was faintly discernible. Jia Nen followed closely behind and faced the attack with his bare hands. Xianqi's eyes were indifferent. His right hand formed into a claw, and he pressed down. A mountain-like pressure filled the entire space. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the two collided, and an ear-piercing explosion erupted. Then, the two figures froze in the air. Xianqi frowned, clearly not satisfied with the result. His right hand suddenly took out the huge weapon on his back, and he violently smashed it down, smashing it against the combined attack of Moyan Wushang and the other four. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out, and a gust of cold air swept out from the huge weapon, like a dragon swimming in the air. Then Moyan Wushang and the other four's faces changed drastically. They felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, and they groaned as they retreated. "The two of you, take him away. I will help you block these guys." Xianqi said to the two disciples of the Martial Saint Tower behind him. The two disciples of the Martial Saint Tower looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with gratitude. The spear-wielding man smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Xianqi. If you have time in the future, you can come to the Martial Saint Tower as a guest. Our senior brother misses you very much." "Of course. The two of you can go first," Xianqi said indifferently. He held the huge ruler in his right hand, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Moyan Wushang and the other four. "Thank you." After the two disciples of the Martial Saint Tower finished speaking, they did not hesitate to pick up the half-dead Lu Hantian and turned into two golden lights and disappeared in the air. "Bastard!" Jia Nan cursed in a low voice and took a step forward, intending to chase after the two disciples of the Martial Saint Tower. Boom! However, Jia Nan did not rush out for long. A terrifying cold aura swept over like a poisonous snake and hit Jia Nan at a tricky angle. Thud! 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 Jia Nan was caught off guard, and under the cold aura, he was forced to retreat. He stared at Xianqi, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Xianqi, you son of a b****, TCH. As a disciple of the Fine Gods Academy, you actually helped other factions. Do you have any sense of shame? Jia Nan was anxious and could not help but curse. Xianqi's face was a little pale, and he said coldly that Lu Hantian took advantage of a girl, and she's the miss of the Martial Saint Tower. If we protect such a shameless person, what kind of place do you think our Fine Gods Academy is? After he finished speaking, Xianqi did not waste any more words. He held the huge ruler in his right hand, and cold aura lingered around his body. He suddenly dropped down like a meteor, and his speed was extremely fast. The air even emitted a rumbling sound. In the air, Xianqi raised the huge ruler above his head and violently smashed it down. Terrifying cold aura exploded, forming an ice mountain, and fell down, wrapping Jia Nan and the other four within it. Jia Nan and the other four's faces changed drastically, and they all used their own techniques, trying to block Xianqi's attack. However, the five of them were barely able to block it. After all, Xianqi was a genuine 9th-level emperor, and he was also the senior direct disciple of the profound Ming Peak. His strength was extremely terrifying. Boom! The five of them groaned, and under the terrifying pressure, they knelt on the ground with one knee. The ground they were standing on collapsed, and a vacuum was formed around them. The five of them could only barely hold on. Pretty tenacious. Xianqi said, faintly. He raised the huge ruler again and smashed it down. Immediately, Jia Nan and the other four swayed, and they could not stand steadily. Boom, boom, boom. Xianqi did not show any mercy and smashed down again and again. Moreover, its speed was getting faster and faster, and the power that it formed was getting more and more terrifying. Jia Nan and the other four involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. When the two guards at the mountain gate saw this scene, their eyes flickered, and they felt a little strange. However, Jia Nan and the other four were geniuses of the Divine Academy, and Xianqi was actually so ruthless. Of course, Xianqi was after all the senior direct disciple of the profound Ming Peak. Regardless of whether it was his background or his strength, he was extremely powerful, and the two of them did not dare to intervene. Xianqi, you're shameless. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she could not help but shout at Xianqi, shameless? I'm just teaching my junior brothers and sisters a lesson. How is that shameless? You should be thanking me. Xianqi chuckled and raised the huge ruler with his right hand again. The cold aura around him became violent, and a huge snowstorm was formed. This is the last time. Let's see if you can withstand it. Having said that, Xianqi raised the huge ruler, and the snowstorm became even more violent, crushing down. Bang! Chapter 1386. Berserk, the beautiful figure gently stretched out a snow-white hand. Following that, a fire lotus that was dozens of feet wide bloomed, blocking in front of her like a shield. The snowstorm was like a giant dragon as it swooped down, heavily slamming into the fire lotus. Following that, an ear-piercing explosion sound rang out. The cold energy and the flames intertwined and exploded, creating a terrifying energy ripple. The two energies only intertwined for 5 breaths of time before they were completely annihilated. Muchenshue. Xianqi narrowed his eyes as he stared at the beautiful figure below, and coldly snorted. The beautiful figure was slender and elegant, like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain. She had a unique aura, like a lotus that could not be profaned. Elder sister Chen Shui. Mu Qinshue's action made Moyan Wushang and the other four feel much more relaxed. The five of them stood up and looked at the beautiful figure in front of them with grateful eyes. The one who spoke was Moyan Wushang. Mu Qinshue tilted her head and nodded at the five people behind her. Her beautiful eyes fell onto Xianqi in the sky as she coldly said, "Xianqi, have you forgotten the rules of the academy? Students of the same academy are not allowed to kill each other. Are you not going against the rules by doing this?" Xianqi licked his lips and said with a cold smile, "Killing each other? You're thinking too much." It was clearly these fellows who offended their superiors. Who do they think they are? They actually dared to insult me in public. So what if I kill them? Of course, I'm a very kind person. I won't really kill them. I'll just teach them a lesson. When these words came out, Moyan Wushang and the other four revealed angry looks. The first one to cause trouble was Xianqi, but now Xianqi was pushing the blame onto them. It was a little shameless. What happened? Mu Qinshuo revealed a puzzled look. She turned to look at Moyan Wushang and the other four and asked, "Elder sister Chen Shui, it's actually like this." Moyan Wushang came to Mu Chen Shui's side and whispered to her about what had happened earlier. Lu Hantian was taken away by the Marshal Saint Tower. Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her face gradually turned cold. She naturally understood the relationship between Zhuowen and Lu Hantian. Zhuowen had also told her some things about Lu Hantian. In the Qing Xian Empire, Lu Hantian had given Zhuowen a lot of help. Zhuowen was not an ungrateful person. If he knew that Lu Hantian had been captured by the Marshal Saint Tower, Zhuowen would definitely charge into the Marshal Saint Tower and demand for him. "Xianqi, you're abusing your position to avenge a personal grudge." Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes fell on Xianqi. The coldness in her eyes had reached its peak. Xianqi's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, "I heard that Lu Hantian took advantage of the young miss of the Marshal Saint Tower, and this Lu Hantian is Zhuowen's best friend. One is marked by the company one keeps. What kind of person makes what kind of friends? Looks like that Zhuowen isn't a good person. You are the shameless one. What right do you have to talk about Zhuowen?" Mu Qinshuo said in a deep voice. She took a step forward, and her delicate body was like a graceful butterfly as she suddenly appeared in front of Xianqi. She stretched out her slender hand, and countless fire lotuses bloomed. Among the countless fire lotuses, a huge fire dragon was exposed. The dragon scales on the surface of the dragon were flames, and it looked extremely strange. Xianqi's eyes narrowed. His right hand held the handle of the giant ruler, and he exerted strength in his palm. He then threw it out, and several snowstorms burst out from the giant ruler. Rumble! The snowstorms and the fire dragon collided. Following that, the surrounding space, which was dozens of feet wide, trembled violently under the energy ripples from the collision. It was as if the space was about to collapse. 5 breaths later, the two terrifying energies were completely annihilated. The annihilation energy even created countless spatial cracks in the surrounding space. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Qinshuo and Xianqi both took a few steps back. Xianqi's eyes were filled with seriousness. He looked directly at Mu Qinshuo and said in a deep voice, "Your cultivation has already broken through to the 9th level Emperor realm." Mu Qinshuo's lips curled into a mocking smile. She said, "In 2 years, as long as you are not a pig, you will have improved." Hearing that, Xianqi's face turned pale. Mu Qinshue's words were extremely sarcastic. She was saying that he was a pig. Xianqi was also at the 9th level Emperor realm, and he was only half a step away from the invincible Emperor realm. Although it was only half a step, it was like a heavenly moat to Xianqi that was difficult to cross. Although Xianqi also comprehended the law of mysterious underworld and had Xianzhong's personal guidance, his comprehension was much weaker than Jianmu's. This was also the reason why he had not comprehended it yet. "You are courting death." Xianqi roared angrily. The cold air around his body became thicker and thicker, and the cold air became more and more vigorous. In the end, it turned into a snow giant that was the size of a small mountain. It was Xianqi's armor soul. As soon as the snow giant appeared, it roared and rushed towards Mu Qinshu. At the same time, Xianqi fell like a meteor. He held the giant ruler and smashed it down without mercy. Mu Qinshue's eyes were solemn. She had just broken through to the 9th level Emperor realm, and there was still a gap between her and Xianqi. Therefore, she had to be careful when facing Xianqi's full attack. However, just as Mu Qinshu was about to use her full strength to deal with the attack, a tall figure appeared in front of Mu Qinshu. The figure clenched his right hand, and the formless law energy condensed into a sharp longsword. Then the longsword swept out, and the sword light burst out like the moonlight. Crack! The sound of glass shattering was heard. The sword light landed on the snow giant, and the latter roared and shattered into pieces. The moment the snow giant shattered, the figure's eyes were emotionless. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Xianqi. He swung his right hand, and the emotionless longsword hit the giant ruler. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Then Xianqi's eyes narrowed as he realized that the giant ruler was emitting an irresistible force. Then the giant ruler in his hand began to crumble. Puff! Xianqi spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. He crashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Jianmu! Xianqi propped himself up with his right hand and looked up at the tall figure that suddenly appeared. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Jianmu looked down from above, holding the giant, emotionless longsword in his hand. He looked down at Xianqi indifferently without saying a word. This made Xianqi's hair stand on end. Before Jianmu had become an invincible emperor lord, his strength was at most on par with him. Now that Jianmu had become an invincible emperor lord, his strength had soared tremendously. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jianmu. Mu Qinshu stared at Jianmu in front of her, and her beautiful eyes flickered. She also fell silent and didn't say a word. "You know why I took action?" Jianmu said coldly. Xianqi's eyes flickered, and he snorted. Just as he was about to speak, a violent vibration came. The vibration became more and more violent, and it instantly attracted the attention of the entire inner courtyard. "What's going on? What's going on?" Mo and Wushang and the others raised their heads and asked curiously. Mu Qinshu, Jianmu, and Xianqi raised their heads at the same time. Their gazes pierced through the clouds and landed on the giant palace in the middle of the 9 peaks. Their eyes were filled with different emotions. They saw that the ice and fire dual polarity palace, which stood in the middle of the 9 peaks, was emitting a terrifying and powerful ice and fire energy. Every beam of ice and fire energy was like a giant dragon. Is the ice and fire energy starting to go berserk again? Many disciples of the 9 peaks were attracted by the unusual situation of the ice and fire dual polarity palace. They raised their heads and looked over. However, their eyes were filled with fear. Back then, when the ice and fire dual polarity palace went berserk, it left a deep impression on them. In the deepest part of the 18th level of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, there was an extremely dense and terrifying ice and fire energy. In this level of space, a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged, motionless. When the ice and fire energy in this level of space became extremely berserk, the figure suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had become extremely strange. His right eye was ice blue, and it was filled with cold air. His left eye was fiery red, and it was scorching hot. When the figure completely opened his eyes, the ice and fire energy in the 18th level became even more berserk. It almost set off a hurricane. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure for long in such a terrifying ice and fire hurricane. He would be torn into pieces. However, the figure seemed to be unaffected. The ice and fire sacred symbol has finally been completely refined. From now on, I am not only the symbol spirit of the ice and fire sacred symbol, but I am also the owner of the ice and fire sacred symbol. Zhuowen slowly stood up and stretched his back. His blue and red eyes gave off an even more bewitching light, making him look extremely strange. A Xiaohe dog quietly hovered near the figure. Its small black eyes were filled with admiration, as it said, "This kid is actually able to think of such a method to completely control the ice and fire sacred symbol in just over 2 years. He really isn't simple." In the past 2 years, Zhuowen had tried countless methods to control the sacred symbol, but none of them were successful. Later on, Zhuowen thought of the symbol spirit suppressed in the Ice and Fire Palace. He used the symbol spirit's affinity with the sacred symbol to forcefully fuse his sea of consciousness with the symbol spirit. This attempt was very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could be devoured by the symbol spirit. Fortunately, Zhuowen had inherited the Baifeng's Sea of Consciousness, which was comparable to an arcane Saint Master's. Although the symbol spirit was powerful, it couldn't be compared to an arcane Saint Master's Sea of Consciousness. In the end, it was assimilated by Zhuowen's Sea of Consciousness. This was also why Zhuowen's eyes were blue and red, the same as the symbol spirit's. The ice and fire sacred symbol, it's time to test its power. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as an unprecedented light erupted from his eyes. Soon after, the ice and fire sacred symbol trapped in the cage let out an ear-piercing screech. Boom, boom, boom. The energy of ice and fire surged like a tsunami, wreaking havoc. Under the terrifying energy, the cage was also on the verge of collapse. The surface of the cage almost cracked. Crack. Chapter 1387. Leaving the hall, Ice Flame Holy Talisman. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He extended his right hand and held the Ice Flame Holy Talisman in his palm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Ice Flame Holy Talisman buzzed the moment Zhuowen extended his hand. Subsequently, a terrifying suction force appeared and sucked away all the ice and fire energy on the 18th level. In less than a moment, the ice and fire energy on the 18th level completely disappeared. The surroundings appeared empty and pitch black. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the suction force on the Ice Flame Holy Talisman did not disappear the moment the ice and fire energy on the 18th level disappeared. Instead, it became even stronger. It is absorbing the ice and fire energy on the other 17 levels of the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall. Zhuowen, you have to stop it. Xiaohe suddenly reminded. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk. With a thought, 2 different colors, ice and fire, erupted from his eyes. Immediately, the suction force on the Ice Flame Holy Talisman weakened and finally disappeared. Xiaohe, why do you want me to stop the Ice Flame Holy Talisman from absorbing the ice and fire energy in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Xiaohe said indifferently, if the Ice Flame Holy Talisman absorbs all the ice and fire energy in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall, it will be very easy for the 3 old fellows in the inner academy to sense it at that time. Those 3 old fellows will not let you off so easily." Zhuowen nodded in understanding upon hearing this. Xiao He was right. If the ice and fire energy was completely absorbed, it was likely that the entire inner academy would be shaken. At that time, he would become the greatest suspect if he came out. If I take away the Ice Flame Holy Talisman, I'm afraid that the ice and fire energy in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall will eventually dry up with the passage of time, right? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said, "Of course. Therefore, I suggest that you leave half of the essence of the Ice Flame Holy Talisman in the Ice and Fire Dual Extreme Hall, while you take the main body of the Ice Flame Holy Talisman with you. Once you are strong enough, you can take back the remaining essence. At that time, the Inner Academy will not make things difficult for you." Zhuowen revealed a hesitant expression upon hearing this. If half of the essence was extracted, the power of the Ice Flame Holy Talisman would definitely decrease. Zhuowen was somewhat unwilling in his heart. "Why are you hesitating? You're only in the Sovereign Realm, so you can't unleash the full power of the Saint Talisman. Only when you reach the Saint Realm can you unleash its full power. Half of the origin is enough for you." Xiao He glared at him and continued, "Moreover, your strength will undergo another transformation once you become a saint. At that time, those 3 old fellows from the inner court won't be able to stop you. Looks like that's the only way." Zhuowen sighed softly. According to Xiao He's instructions, he used his mind to control and extract the ice and fire energy from the holy symbol of ice and fire. Instantly, the entire 18th floor was filled with extremely terrifying ice and fire energy. The surface of the Ice Fire Saint Talisman also dimmed. Although half of the Ice Fire Saint symbol has been extracted, the Ice Fire Saint symbol is in your hands. You can take it back at any time in the future. Moreover, if you use the ice and fire laws to condense the Ice Fire Palace, its power will be extremely terrifying. Even though you're only at the 7th level of the Monarch realm now, you're strong enough to fight against an invincible Monarch Lord. Not just an ordinary invincible Monarch Lord, but one who has comprehended a powerful law. Xiao He floated quietly in front of Zhuowen. Her small eyes were extremely lively. Zhuowen nodded. In the past 2 years in the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Palace, Zhuowen had put all his effort into controlling the Ice Fire Saint symbol. Even if he didn't deliberately cultivate, the ice and fire energy had been refining his meridians at every moment, allowing his cultivation to naturally increase from the 5th level of the Emperor Realm to the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, according to the division of strength, Zhuowen already had the strength of an invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuowen held the Ice Fire Saint symbol in his right hand. Then he saw that the symbol floating in his palm began to emit 2 extremely powerful law energies. One was the law of fire, and the other was the law of ice. The 2 law energies turned into 2 long lines, and with a whoosh, they drilled into Zhuowen's eyes. Immediately, Zhuowen's icy blue right eye was filled with the cold and biting laws of ice, while his fiery red left eye was filled with the blazing laws of fire. As your sea of consciousness has merged with the Ice Fire Saint symbol's spirit, your eyes can bear the 2 law energies of the Ice Fire Saint symbol. You can name your right eye the Ice Eye, and your left the Fire Eye. However, it's best if you don't reveal these 2 eyes that contain the law energies. After all, there are still people in the 9 Nether Realm who can recognize the Ice Fire Saint symbol in your eyes. Xiao He floated in front of Zhuowen. Her voice became extremely solemn. Zhuowen's bewitching eyes stared straight at Xiao He. Then the blue and red in his eyes slowly converged as he said in a deep voice, "Unless it's absolutely necessary, I naturally won't reveal it. Let's go." "You can leave now," Xiao He said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and took a step forward. His eyes began to fill with blue and red colors. Then the violent ice and fire energies in the surroundings began to condense crazily, turning into a giant ice and fire dragon. The giant ice and fire dragon lowered its body, lying in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen stepped on the dragon's body and said indifferently, "Let's go." Roar. The giant ice and fire dragon roared angrily and rushed out, disappearing from the 18th floor in an instant. At this moment, the ice and fire energies on the surface of the ice and fire twin extremes palace became extremely violent. The disciples of the Nine Peaks were all shocked and frightened. They were all discussing what had happened in the ice and fire twin extremes palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 figures flew out from the 9 peaks and floated around the ice and fire twin extremes palace. Their eyes all became extremely solemn. What's going on? What's wrong with the ice and fire twin extremes palace? Lu Yuanhua was an impatient person, so he asked casually, "We need to ask Marshal Uncle Yanji and the others to take a look." "Old man Tian," Du said with a serious face. Then the other 8 turned to look at Xiao Yu. After all, Yanji and the other 2 were frequent guests of the mysterious Origin Peak. The 3 of them often comprehended the void law in the void stone steel. Although they hadn't comprehended it, for many years the 3 of them persevered. They were 3 stubborn old men. Xiao Yu curled his lips and said, "I wonder where those 3 old men have gone." "I don't know either." "They might have gone into seclusion. What should we do?" "Old man Tian," Du said with a worried face. However, as soon as his voice fell, the ice and fire twin extremes palace shook even more violently. Then, with a dragon roar, a giant ice and fire dragon flew out from the void above the ice and fire twin extremes palace. A figure stood proudly on the giant dragon's head. "That's Zhuowen?" Xiao Yu stared at the figure. His indifferent eyes were suddenly filled with excitement. He didn't expect Zhuowen to come out of the ice and fire twin extremes palace alive. "Zhuowen, brother Zhuo?" The huge commotion in the ice and fire twin extremes palace naturally attracted the attention of Mu Qinxue and the others. Among them, Mu Qinxue, Moyan Wushang, and the others were pleasantly surprised. Jian Mu narrowed his eyes. The ruthless look on his face became more intense. As for Xian Qi, his face was gloomy. He licked his lips and revealed a cruel smile. He said in a low voice, "Looks like he's really lucky. He's still alive after staying in there for so long. Moreover, his cultivation base has reached the 7th level Emperor realm." Whoosh, whoosh, Mu Qinxue, Mo Yan Wushang, and the rest of the 6 immediately rushed towards the mountain gate. Jian Mu frowned slightly and quietly followed behind. "Just in time. We'll settle the old and new grudges together." "Zhuowen!" Xian Qi snorted and also rushed towards the mountain gate. The giant ice and fire dragon merely paused in the void for a moment before returning to the ice and fire dual extreme hall. Zhuowen, on the other hand, surveyed his surroundings and stared at the 9 great peak masters with a strange expression in his eyes. It seemed like he had caused a huge commotion when he came out. It actually attracted the attention of the 9 peak masters. Moreover, all the disciples on the 9 peaks were pointing at him. "Zhuowen, that's great. You're still alive. That's great." Before Zhuowen could react, a figure rushed in front of him. Xiao Yu grabbed Zhuowen's shoulders tightly, and his face was filled with excitement. Xiao Yu's strength was a little strong, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. However, Zhuowen didn't move away. He just looked at Xiao Yu quietly. Seeing how excited Xiao Yu was, he knew that Xiao Yu was very concerned about him. Zhuowen also felt a warm current in his heart. Zhuowen What happened to you on the 18th floor of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace? The Ice and Fire Holy Talisman should be trapped there, right? How did you come back safely? Old man Tiandu asked with a face full of disbelief. Zhuowen said with a puzzled face, I'm not too sure about this. After I entered the 18th floor, I couldn't withstand the ice and fire energy inside and fainted. When I woke up, I was lying on the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Dragon. And the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Dragon naturally carried me out. In fact, I'm not too sure about what happened. Zhuowen naturally couldn't say anything about refining the Ice and Fire Holy Talisman. Otherwise, he would be killed by the 9 Peak Masters. Zhuowen didn't think that his life was too long. After listening to Zhuowen's explanation, except for Xiao Yu, the other 8 Peak Masters looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were full of doubts. Obviously, they weren't convinced by Zhuowen's explanation. However, even if they had doubts, they wouldn't have thought that Zhuowen could completely refine and control the Ice and Fire Holy Talisman. At most, they guessed that Zhuowen had obtained some kind of benefit from it, which was why he had delayed coming out for so long. Swoosh, swoosh, Mu Qinxue, Moyan Wushang, and the others came to the surroundings of the Ice and Fire Twin Extremes Palace. Among them, Mu Qinxue rushed in front of Zhuowen and fiercely threw herself into Zhuowen's arms. Zhuowen was startled. He hugged her tightly in his arms and said softly, Sorry, I came out a little late. It's okay, as long as you can come out. It doesn't matter if you're late or not. Mu Qinxue smiled sweetly. Moyan Wushang stood behind Mu Qinxue and forced a smile. However, he still smiled and said, Zhuowen, it's good that you can come out. Wushang, thank you. Zhuowen nodded to Moyan Wushang. At the same time, Zhuowen also nodded to Qingyin, Emo, Lingtian, Canaan, and Gatha, who were beside Moyan Wushang. Whoosh. Chapter 1388. Until death swoosh. Another figure flew over. Xian Qi arrived beside Xian Zhong in a slightly wretched state. Xian Zhong frowned when he noticed Xian Qi's wretched state. He asked, Xian Qi, what happened to you? Why are you in such a wretched state? Xian Qi's expression was slightly ugly. He said in a deep voice, Nothing. Xian Qi's gaze fell on Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue as he spoke. His eyes were filled with hatred as he continued, Master, didn't you say that you can let me try with Zhuowen? I think it's time now, right? The corners of Xian Zhong's mouth curled up when he heard this, and he said, Of course. At that time, I'll create a good opportunity for you to teach this little bastard a lesson. Xian Zhong had wanted to teach Zhuowen a lesson since a long time ago. However, he couldn't do it due to Zhuowen's status as an elder. Xian Qi was the direct disciple of the profound underworld peak, and Zhuowen was the direct disciple of the profound origin peak. Naturally, Xian Qi was the most suitable person to do it. In addition, Zhuowen was only at the 7th level martial emperor realm, which was 2 levels lower than Xian Qi. Xian Zhong believed that Xian Qi would be able to teach Zhuowen a lesson. Zhuowen, Senior Han Tian is in trouble. Mu Qinxue blushed as she left Zhuowen's embrace and suddenly said to Zhuowen, Trouble? What happened to brother Han Tian? Zhuowen asked anxiously. It's that bastard Xian Qi's fault. That guy, Jia Nan's character was similar to Lu Yuanhua's. He told Xian Zhong everything that had happened. The more Zhuowen listened, the gloomier his face became. Murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. He stared at Xian Qi and said coldly, You helped the disciples of the Martial Saint Tower to capture brother Han Tian? Xian Qi, who was communicating with Xian Zhong, was stunned as he did not expect Zhuowen to suddenly target him. You mean that shameless bastard? Hee, I heard that guy molested the young miss of the Martial Saint Tower. I'm already being merciful, by not killing such a shameless bastard. Save him? What a joke. Of course, your scoundrel friends aren't good people. I think you're the same. Xianqi said in a neutral tone. Shut up, Mu Qinxue said angrily. However, Mu Qinxue was stopped by Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Xianqi. He nonchalantly said, Your mouth stinks. If you slap yourself, I might spare your life. Xianqi was stunned when these words were spoken. It was not only Xianqi, the others were also stunned. They did not expect Zhuowen to say such arrogant words the moment he stepped out of the Ice and Fire Duel Extreme Hall. Xianqi was the first direct disciple of the profound underworld peak. He was very talented. Although his cultivation was only at the 9th Heaven Emperor realm, his strength was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Although Zhuowen was also talented, he was only at the 7th Heaven Emperor realm. There was still a gap between the two of them. However, Zhuowen's arrogant words caused many people to be confused. Of course, this included Xianqi. Slap yourself? Spare my life? Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words? Xianqi sneered. If that's the case, Zhuowen, will challenge you today. Life and death will be decided by the heavens. The living will win, and the dead will lose. We won't stop until death. Zhuowen said indifferently. Xianqi's smile disappeared as soon as these words were spoken. He squinted his eyes and said coldly, Life and death battle? What? You don't dare? Zhuowen said provocatively. Life and death battle? Zhuowen's voice was very loud, and all the surrounding disciples of the 9 Peaks heard it clearly. Every one of them revealed a surprised expression. In the academy, disciples were not allowed to kill each other. Of course, there was an exception, and that was a life and death battle. However, this kind of battle was usually proposed because the conflict between the two parties had reached an irreconcilable stage, and they would not stop until death. Although there were life and death battles in the academy, they were very rare. After all, this kind of battle was too extreme. Once the battle started, one party had to die. Zhuowen, don't be impulsive. There's no need to propose a life and death battle. Xiaoyu was anxious. Xianqi was not a simple person. He was really afraid that Zhuowen would get into trouble because of his impulsiveness. Mu Qinxue also looked at Zhuowen worriedly. However, she did not say anything because she believed in Zhuowen and supported Zhuowen's decision. Martial Uncle Xiaoyu is right. Zhuowen, you don't have to be so impulsive. Moyan Wushang, Jianan, and the others also advised. Zhuowen shook his head and said, You guys don't have to say anything. I must kill Xianqi. Zhuowen was really angry this time. Lu Hantian, and he had a good relationship. Lu Hantian had helped him a lot in the past, and they could be considered as friends. After hearing that Lu Hantian had been betrayed by Xianqi to the Martial Saint Tower, how could Zhuowen not be angry? Do you agree or not? Zhuowen raised his head and stared at Xianqi as he asked coldly. Xianqi's face froze, and he sneered. Since you don't know what's good for you, why wouldn't I agree? Xianzhong, who was standing behind Xianqi, frowned. He felt that something was wrong. However, when he thought about how Zhuowen was only a 7th rank emperor realm, he was not very worried. Seeing that the two of them had agreed, Xiaoyu opened his mouth and sighed. He did not expect that the two of them would really have a life and death battle. However, since the two of them had already decided, he could not say anything. He could only pray that Zhuowen would not lose. Martial Uncle Tiandu, you preside over the life and death battle. I'm afraid that after I kill Xianqi, the old man behind him will jump up and down and cause trouble for me. Zhuowen glanced at Xianzhong and said indifferently, Who are you calling an old man? Xianzhong's eyes were gloomy. The law of mysterious underworld was like a snake swimming around his body as he stared at Zhuowen with hostility. What do you think? Zhuowen could not be bothered to be polite to Xianzhong. Back then, Xianzhong had wanted to kill him. The two of them had already fallen out, and Zhuowen could not be bothered to be polite. All right, stop arguing. I'll preside over the life and death battle. Old man Tiandu quickly mediated. Xianzhong snorted and said, "You don't know what's good for you. You'll regret it when you die." Zhuowen shrugged and did not say anything. Instead, he said indifferently, "Let's begin. I'm in a hurry." Old man Tiandu nodded and said, "The two of you go to the top of the Hall of Ice and Fire. That can be your main battlefield." Hearing that, Xianqi flew to the top of the Hall of Ice and Fire. He clenched his right hand in the air, and immediately rolling cold air condensed into a giant ruler. He stared at Zhuowen provocatively and said, "Why aren't you coming to die?" Xianqi's voice was very loud, like rolling thunder, and it attracted the attention of many disciples of the Nine Peaks. Xianqi and Zhuowen are going to have a life and death battle. Is there some kind of grudge between them? They're going to have a life and death battle. The disciples of the Nine Peaks all looked up in confusion. At the same time, there was a heated uproar around them. "The one who's courting death is not me, but you." Zhuowen did not bother to talk nonsense. With Xianqi, he jumped up and reached out with his right hand. Suddenly, the tiger-head clear golden spear appeared in his palm. His celestial force surged out and gathered on the tiger-head clear golden spear, turning into a dazzling white light. At the same time, Zhuowen used the 7 emotions treasured seal. The 4 great treasured seals of sorrow, fear, evil, and desire were like 4 mountains that crushed down and pressed down on Xianqi's body, causing its movements to slightly stagnate. The happiness, anger, and love treasured seals were used on Zhuowen, increasing his strength and increasing Zhuowen's strength by a lot. Xiaoyu had given him the complete version of the 7 emotions treasured seal. Zhuowen had spent some time in the Hall of Ice and Fire to successfully cultivate it. Damn it, it's the 7 emotions treasured seal. Xianqi felt his body become heavier, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He roared furiously and grabbed the giant ruler with both hands. He slammed it down hard. Instantly, a terrifying force spread out from his center and spread in all directions. The weakening power of the sorrow, fear, evil, and desire treasured seals was greatly reduced. Xianqi bounced his legs and shot out like a cannonball, charging toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen was not afraid. He swung the tiger-head clear golden spear, causing a deafening tiger's roar to spread across the sky. Clang! The giant ruler and the long spear clashed. Instantly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, piercing through the clouds. Xianqi was then pushed back a few steps, while Zhuowen was pushed back a few steps. What? Xianqi is at a disadvantage in this exchange. Xianzhong's eyes widened as he exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaoyu's eyes glittered. It was obvious that Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. How is this possible? Xianqi roared unwillingly. He immediately summoned the soul-armored snow giant. He stepped on the giant's shoulder and continued to charge forward. He planned to kill Zhuowen with this attack. Heavenly Dragon Lock Seal. Zhuowen shouted in an indifferent voice. The dragon seal on his right palm lit up. Soon after, thick black chains shot out from all directions, completely binding the ice giant. Even Xianqi, who was standing on the giant's shoulder, was bound by the chains. He could not move at all. What are these chains? Damn it! Xianqi's eyes were filled with shock and anger. These strange black chains were extremely tough. He could not break free from them at all. Die! Zhuowen was like a flowing light, instantly arriving before Xian Qi. The tiger-head clear golden spear was like a venomous snake, aiming at Xian Qi's vitals, wanting to pierce through him. However, just as Zhuowen's spear was about to pierce through Xian Qi's vitals, a mysterious underworld law descended from the sky and blasted towards Zhuowen. Xianzhong, you bastard! No one had expected this to happen. They were all stunned. When Xiaoyu came back to his senses, he cursed, he took a step forward, and charged towards Zhuowen. It was unknown when Xianzhong had appeared above Zhuo Wen's head. The law of the underworld transformed into countless black pythons that coiled around Zhuo Wen and restrained him tightly. Zhuo Wen's killing intent was extremely dense. His left eye suddenly turned fiery red. Violent fire law swept out, and a sea of fire covered the sky. It blocked the mysterious underworld law that descended from the sky. Chapter 1389. Marshal St. Tower Pucci. The sound of a spear piercing through flesh resounded throughout the entire void. It was exceptionally ear-piercing. Xian Qi spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared blankly at the tiger, head-deep golden spear that pierced through his chest. How can you be so strong? You're only a 7th-level martial emperor. Xian Qi spat out the words with difficulty. Zhuowen looked indifferent as he said, "You can go down and ask King Yama." With that, Zhuowen twisted his right hand, and the spear spun at high speed. Xian Qi's body instantly crumbled, turning into a bloody mist. The nascent soul in his body was grasped by Zhuowen. Hiss! Hiss! Gasps rang out one after another. Everyone from the 9 peaks stared blankly at this scene. The head direct disciple of the profound underworld peak, Xian Qi, had been killed just like that. This was too fast. It was practically an instant kill. Bastard! Xianzhong's eyes turned crimson red. The Xianming law was extremely terrifying. It instantly extinguished the sea of fire in front of him, and he continued to attack Zhuowen. Xian Qi was raised by him. Now that Zhuowen had killed Xian Qi in front of him, it was like slapping his face. He even wanted to kill Zhuowen now. However, before Xianzhong could reach Zhuowen, he was stopped by Xiaoyu. The terrifying law of fire was emitted from Xiaoyu's body, forming a huge fire dragon that prevented Xianzhong from getting close to Zhuowen. Xianzhong, you even interfered in the life and death battle. Do you have any shame? Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. Xianzhong's eyes turned red as he said coldly, "He killed Xian Qi, my disciple." The life and death battle was decided by both parties. Since Xian Qi lost, it's normal for him to die. Xiaoyu sneered. Xiaoyu is right. Xianzhong, the life and death battle was decided by Zhuowen and Xian Qi. Since Xian Qi was killed because he was inferior, it's not Zhuowen's fault. Old Man Tindu came to Xiaoyu's side and shook his head at Xianzhong. You, Xianzhong pointed at Old Man Tiandu and Xiaoyu with a gloomy face. Then he looked at Zhuowen and said, "Xian Qi's nascent soul is still in your hands. Now that you've won, hand it over." Zhuowen sneered. "Hand it over? Do you take me for a fool?" With that, Zhuowen ignored Xianzhong and put Xian Qi's nascent soul into his spirit ring. Xianzhong's face froze. His eyes were spitting fire as he roared, "Little bastard, you're good. You're good." After he finished speaking, Xianzhong flicked his sleeve and left. Looking at the back of Xianzhong, Zhuowen squinted his eyes and became alert. Zhuowen did not expect Xianzhong to leave so easily. He did not know what this old man was planning. Zhuowen started to be wary of Xianzhong. "Zhuowen, be careful of Xianzhong in the future. I'm afraid he won't let this go." Xiaoyu said to Zhuowen in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. "I know. By the way, old man Xiao, do you have any information about the Marshal Saint Tower? I need to go there. Marshal Saint Tower? Why are you going there? Xiao Yu asked curiously. I have a friend who was captured by the Marshal Saint Tower. I need to save him. Zhuowen smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed. Since he's your friend, then I'll go with you to the Marshal Saint Tower. The Marshal Saint Tower is not weak in the Divine Spectre realm. It's ranked below the Divine Spectre Academy and the Great Thunderclap Temple. It's considered the third strongest force in the Divine Spectre realm. If I go, I think the Marshal Saint Tower will give me face, and let your friend go. Then I'll have to trouble you, old man Xiao. Zhuowen said gratefully. Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, Brat, after this matter is settled, quickly go into seclusion. The 9 Underworld Conference is about to begin. You have to add chi points for me. Also, the Void Stone Tablet. I hope you can comprehend the Void law as soon as possible. Zhuowen shrugged and said, Of course. Zhuowen, I'll go with you. Mu Qinxue came to Zhuowen's side and said, Qinxue, you can stay. With old man Xiao here, there won't be any problems. Zhuowen smiled. Hearing this, Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes flashed. In the end, she nodded and said softly, Then be careful on the way. Zhuowen replied and said goodbye to Moyan Wushang, Mo Lingtian, and the others. Then, he followed Xiao Yu out of the inner courtyard. After Zhuowen and Xiao Yu left, the discussions in the 9 Peaks became even more intense. Clearly, the battle just now was unexpected for many people. At the same time, after Zhuowen left, no one in the 9 Peaks noticed that a figure had quietly left the inner courtyard. The Marshal Saint Tower wasn't very far from Jia Shun Institute. Zhuowen and Xiao Yu spent 3 days to arrive at the Marshal Saint Tower. The Marshal Saint Tower's most iconic symbol was the giant tower that stood in the middle of the plains. The tower had 10 floors, and each floor was dozens of feet tall. With the 10 floors added together, the Marshal Saint Tower was hundreds of feet tall. The disciples of the Marshal Saint Tower all lived in the tower. So, this is the Marshal Saint Tower? Zhuowen stood under the giant tower and pondered. He could even see through the windows on the side of the tower that there were people walking around. Clearly, they were the disciples of the Marshal Saint Tower. On the first floor of the Marshal Saint Tower, there was a huge stone arch. There were 2 guards on both sides of the door. Perhaps because they sensed the arrival of Zhuowen and Xiao Yu, the 2 guards were on alert. One of them said coldly, Who are you 2? You shouldn't be from the Marshal Saint Tower, right? I am the Peak Master of Aoyuan Peak of Jia Shun Institute. Xiao Yu, this time, I have something to discuss with the Marshal Saint. Quickly go and inform him. Xiao Yu said indifferently. The Peak Master of Jia Shun Institute. The 2 guards were stunned and looked at each other. Then one of them quickly bowed and said, Please wait for a moment. I will go and inform Senior Brother. Senior Brother? Is the Marshal Saint not here? Xiao Yu frowned. The Marshal Saint is in seclusion. He plans to break through to the Saint realm. Therefore, he can't come out to welcome you. The guard said carefully. Jia Shun Institute had 9 main peaks, and each peak master was a half-step saint. Their strength was not much different from the Marshal Saint Tower's Marshal Saint. Although the Marshal Saint Tower's peak master was called Marshal Saint, his cultivation had not reached the saint realm. He was only a half-step saint. However, the Marshal Saint had comprehended an extremely powerful law. It was the law of martialism. Although he was only a half-step saint, he was a top expert among the half-step saints. If it was a head-on clash, Xiao Yu would not be a match for the Marshal Saint. However, he had Jia Shun Institute behind him. Therefore, the Marshal Saint Tower did not dare to offend the people of Jia Shun Institute, especially people like the peak masters of the 9 peaks. Then go and inform him. Xiao Yu said indifferently. The guard responded and hurriedly entered the tower. Not long after, the guard came out again. At the same time, he brought out an extremely tall man in golden armor. This man had a head of long golden hair like a majestic army. His eyes were suffused with a golden glow, looking sharp and intimidating. So it is the Peak Master of Aoyuan Peak. I have long heard of your name. I am Lung Quan, the Martial Saint Tower's senior disciple. Lung Quan walked slowly in front of Xiaoyu. He had a warm smile on his face and bowed to Xiaoyu. This is... Lung Quan turned to look at Zhuowen and asked with a smile. He is my direct disciple, Zhuowen, Xiaoyu said indifferently. So, it is Junior Zhuowen. Lung Quan nodded. He did not pay much attention to Zhuowen. It was obvious that a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert was not worthy of his attention. He only nodded at him politely. May I know why Peak Master Xiaoyu has come to the Martial Saint Tower? Lung Quan asked with a smile. Senior brother Lung Quan, are you not going to invite us in first? It doesn't seem right to leave us hanging outside. Zhuowen said indifferently. Lung Quan frowned and said with a smile, Junior Zhuowen is right. Come with me. As he spoke, Lung Quan led the way while Zhuowen and Xiaoyu followed him into the pagoda. The interior of the pagoda was very spacious. The disciples inside were all wearing golden armor. In the middle of the first level of the pagoda, there was a statue. The statue depicted a handsome middle-aged man. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars. This is my master. He is also the owner of the Martial Saint Tower. Lung Quan smiled and pointed at the statue. The Martial Saint, Zhuowen stared at the statue with sparkling eyes. He had heard from Xiaoyu that the Martial Saint was a famous genius in the divine Nether Realm. He had comprehended the law of martial and had a strong pursuit of the martial Tao. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Along the way, many disciples greeted Lung Quan respectfully. Zhuowen even saw a hint of fear in the disciples' eyes. It was as if they were afraid of Lung Quan. Lung Quan only nodded in response. The group soon arrived at the depths of the tower. There was a large hall with neatly arranged wooden chairs. Please have a seat, Lung Quan said with a smile. Zhuowen and Xiaoyu naturally did not stand on ceremony and casually sat on the chairs. May I know why the two of you have come to the Martial Saint Tower this time? Lung Quan asked. To ask for a person? Zhuowen replied coldly. Lung Quan narrowed his eyes and said, Who? Lu Hantian. Lung Quan's face stiffened when he heard that. Soon after, he recovered his calm and said, Lu Hantian is a traitor of the Martial Saint Tower. He has already betrayed the Martial Saint Tower and has not been caught yet. Not caught? Are you sure? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Of course I'm sure. I have no reason to lie to you about this. Lung Quan smiled. Zhuowen stood up and said, Then do you dare to let me search the entire Martial Saint Tower? The smile on Lung Quan's face froze and said, Junior brother Zhuowen, do you not believe me? Of course I believe you. However, I just want to confirm it. After all, senior brother Lung Quan can also overlook things sometimes, right? Zhuowen said calmly. Peak leader Xiaoyu, are you here to cause trouble today? I've already said that Lu Hantian is not in the Martial Saint Tower. Lung Quan's face turned completely gloomy. Then I'll search it. Zhuowen completely ignored Lung Quan and walked towards the second floor of the Martial Saint Tower. However, before he could take a few steps, Lung Quan blocked his path. Chapter 1390. The Law of Fire. Zhuowen's face gradually darkened. Lung Quan's attempts to stop him had already made him feel that something was wrong. Combined with what Mu Qinxue had said, he was sure that Lu Hantian was imprisoned in the Martial Saint Tower. Lung Quan, Zhuowen's words are a little harsh. You don't have to take it to heart. He just wants to take a look around the Marshall Saint Tower. I don't think you'll object to that, right? Xiaoyu suddenly came between Zhuowen and Lung Quan and tried to smooth things over. Lung Quan frowned. Since Xiaoyu had spoken so tactfully, it would be suspicious if he still tried to stop him. If you want to go in and take a look, you can. However, there are rules in the Marshall Saint Tower. You can only enter the corresponding level after passing the test of each level. I wonder if Junior Zhuowen can enter the higher levels, Lung Quan said indifferently. Then he stepped aside and no longer obstructed Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked at Xiaoyu in confusion. Obviously, he did not know the so-called rules of the Marshall Saint Tower. Zhuowen, the Marshall Saint Tower follows the principle of survival of the fittest. There are a total of 10 floors in the tower. The higher you go, the more cultivation resources there are, and the higher the requirements are. Normally, every floor corresponds to a minor level of the Emperor Realm. For example, the first level can be entered by a first-level Emperor Realm cultivator. The second level is for a second-level Emperor Realm cultivator, and so on. The 9th level is for a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator, and the 10th level is only for invincible Emperor Realm cultivators and half-saints. Xiaoyu explained in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded in understanding. Then he stared at Lung Quan and asked, "May I know which level is Senior Lung Quan on?" Lung Quan smirked and said proudly, "I'm not talented. I'm on the 10th level." "Haha, looks like you've made a breakthrough. I wonder what kind of law you've comprehended." Xiaoyu's eyes flickered and smiled. Hearing Xiaoyu's praise, Lung Quan's smile grew wider. He said proudly, "I'm not talented. Water law. Not bad. Looks like the martial sage has taken in a good disciple. I'm afraid it won't be long before you become a half-sage," Xiaoyu said with a faint smile. Lung Quan didn't reply. He merely stared at Zhuowen and spoke. "Actually, junior brother Zhuowen isn't bad either. Being able to reach the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor Realm, you aren't weak at all. Although you are still a distance away from being invincible, if you work hard, there's still hope." Lung Quan's words carried a hint of arrogance. Xiaoyu frowned slightly when he heard it, slightly displeased. However, Zhuowen was neither sad nor happy. His eyes were full of calmness as he said indifferently, "Senior brother Lung Quan, have you agreed? Didn't you say that you would let me try? Who knows, I might accidentally enter the 10th floor." Hearing this, Lung Quan's expression turned slightly sluggish. Soon after, he sneered and said, "Junior brother Zhuowen, please follow me. I will tell you the conditions to enter the next level." As he spoke, Lung Quan led the way. Soon, the three of them arrived at the central area. The martial saint's statue was still standing there, and there were many people below. They were all disciples of the Martial Saint Tower. Senior brother Lung Quan, and the two of them naturally attracted the attention of many disciples. They all greeted them respectfully. Lung Quan nodded slightly. He came to the front of the statue and bent down slightly. Soon after, he stretched out his right hand and pressed it against the bottom of the statue. Instantly, the statue came to life, and its huge body began to move. "Junior brother Zhuowen, you only need to defeat this statue, and you will be qualified to enter the 2nd floor. The rules are roughly as follows," Lung Quan said indifferently. "I see. Then I will give it a try." Zhuowen nodded slightly. He took a step forward and condensed celestial energy in his hand, turning it into a milky white color. Then, in an instant, he appeared in front of the statue and struck out with his right hand. The statue was not to be outdone. Its huge palm, which was the size of a cattail leaf fan, fell from the sky and landed on Zhuowen's head. It wanted to completely annihilate him. Break. Zhuowen's right hand clenched into a fist. Celestial energy surged out and blasted on the statue's palm. After a loud explosion, the statue's palm crumbled inch by inch. Then, Zhuowen's body did not change. He took a step to the side and took out the tiger head clear golden spear. With a twist of his palm, the tiger head clear golden spear spun at a high speed like an electric drill and drilled into the statue's body. Zhuowen suddenly flicked the spear. With a loud bang, the statue exploded into countless pieces. It should be fine now, right? Zhuowen withdrew his spear and stood upright, staring at Lung Quan. Lung Quan nodded. He was not surprised. The statue on the first floor was only at the first level Emperor realm. It was normal for Zhuowen to kill it instantly. You can enter the second floor now. Lung Quan pointed to the front. There was a white light pillar at the place where the statue had shattered. Following Lung Quan's instructions, Zhuowen came to the white light pillar and disappeared into it. After the light pillar disappeared, the broken statue wriggled and returned to its original state. Lung Quan took out a jade talisman and disappeared from the first floor with Xiaoyu. Afterwards, Zhuowen went extremely smoothly. He passed through the first 6 levels like a hot knife through butter, all the way until he reached the 7th level. Zhuowen's way of breaking through the floors had attracted the attention of many disciples in the Martial Saint Tower. On the 7th floor, the Martial Saint statue was still there. Zhuowen stood quietly in front of it, while Lung Quan and Xiaoyu watched him silently. The statue on the 7th floor should be able to give Junior Zhuowen an obstacle. However, he can still pass through it. However, I'm not so sure about the 8th and 9th floor. Lung Quan smiled faintly. Xiaoyu shook his head and didn't reply. He had seen Zhuowen's talent and strength with his own eyes. He felt that Zhuowen could enter the 8th and 9th level. As for the 10th level, that would be somewhat difficult. Roar. The Martial Saint statue roared and pounced towards Zhuowen again. Zhuowen stood quietly in the same spot. At the instant the statue arrived before him, Zhuowen moved as well. He flicked his spear and suddenly smashed it in front of the statue. After that, the statue's figure instantly froze before shattering. The statue on the 7th floor was destroyed in an instant by Zhuowen. Lung Quan's mouth stiffened. He did not feel anything when Zhuowen killed the statue on the first 6 floors. However, the statue on the 7th floor was at the 7th level Emperor realm, which was the threshold of the advanced level Emperor realm. Zhuowen was only at the 7th level Emperor realm. However, he managed to kill the statue on the 7th floor in an instant. Zhuowen was not ordinary. Looking at the figure that disappeared in the light pillar, Lung Quan frowned slightly. However, he was not too worried. The statue on the 8th floor was much taller than the previous one. Its aura was also much stronger. It was like a small mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Zhuowen took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. At this moment, the statue on the 8th floor moved. The statue on the 8th floor is at the 8th level Emperor realm. It is not comparable to the statue on the 7th floor. I wonder how Zhuowen will deal with it. Lung Quan squinted his eyes. He knew that Zhuowen was not simple. It was possible for him to pass the 8th floor or even the 9th floor. However, it was impossible for him to pass the 10th floor. Therefore, he was not too worried that Lu Hantian would be found by Zhuowen. 4 kill sword formation. An indifferent voice rang out. Then, 4 formation diagrams flew out. Below the formation diagrams were blood-red swords that were filled with terrifying killing intent. The 4 kill sword formation was an origin formation that Zhuowen had modified from the 4 kill formation diagram. He originally had the ultimate sword formation with him. However, it was not of much help to Zhuowen. Therefore, Zhuowen integrated the ultimate sword formation into the four-kill formation diagram. Thus, it became the four-kill sword formation. Its power was much stronger than before. Once the four-kill sword formation was out, it enveloped the statue. Then, the crowd on the 8th floor was shocked to see that the statue collapsed without making a sound. This is another insta-kill. Lung Quan's face stiffened. He squinted his eyes. Not only him, but the entire 8th floor became quiet. Zhuowen did not care about the crowd. Instead, he took a step forward and entered the light pillar that led to the 9th floor. Soon, he disappeared into the light pillar. In comparison, the 9th floor was much quieter. The number of disciples on the 9th floor was also much lesser. When Zhuowen appeared from the light pillar, the disciples who were cultivating on the 9th floor opened their eyes. They stared at Zhuowen, who had just appeared with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, Zhuowen's face was unfamiliar to them. They had never seen him before. Junior brother, who just advanced to the 8th floor? The disciples looked at each other. Soon after, they were surprised to find that Zhuowen did not sit cross-legged and cultivate like them. Instead, he directly rushed towards the statue at the center. What is he doing? Is he going to enter the 10th floor? Is he kidding? When Zhuowen arrived in front of the statue, many disciples on the 9th floor could not remain calm. They stood up one after another and looked at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more figures appeared. Lung Quan and Xiaoyu had also arrived on the 9th floor. Eldest senior brother is here, too. Lung Quan's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many disciples on the 9th floor. Especially when they saw Lung Quan walking towards Zhuowen, many disciples knew that Zhuowen was related to Lung Quan. Because of this, many disciples began to pay attention to Zhuowen. Maybe Zhuowen can really enter the 10th floor, Xiaoyu said with a laugh. Lung Quan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "It's not that easy to enter the 10th floor. Junior brother Zhuowen has not comprehended the power of law. How can he enter the 10th floor?" Before Lung Quan finished speaking, the temperature on the 9th floor rose sharply. In an instant, it was as if the 9th floor was filled with a sea of fire. In this high temperature, there was a terrifying power of law. The left eye of the young man, who was originally standing in front of the statue, was extremely red. It was as if there was a raging fire burning in it. The raging fire contained a powerful law of fire. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The statue on the 9th floor shattered into pieces under everyone's gazes. The moment the statue shattered, a staircase appeared on the 10th floor. Zhuowen did not stop. He walked up the staircase step by step and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. That's the law? The law of fire? Chapter 1391. Facing Lung, Quan Xiaoyu was also surprised as he stared blankly at the figure disappearing into the pillar of light. Soon, the shock on his face was replaced by ecstasy. As expected, Zhuowen has grasped the power of law. In other words, although his cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Great Emperor realm, he possesses the power of law. His strength is not weaker than an invincible Great Emperor Master, Xiaoyu said with a laugh. Lung Quan's expression was a little ugly. He said, "Peak Master Xiaoyu, let's enter the 10th floor too." Xiaoyu nodded. Soon after, the 2 of them disappeared from the 9th floor. The 10th floor was quite spacious. The surroundings were pitch black, and there were specks of light emitting a white light. In this pitch-black space, there were 5 huge stone palaces. These 5 stone palaces were floating in the air. Moreover, the height of the 5 stone palaces was different. From the bottom to the top, the stone palace at the top was the most majestic. The pressure it emitted was enough to make one's heart tremble. Zhuowen stood below the void. He raised his head and looked at the 5 stone palaces in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly. Xiaohei, can you sense Big Brother Hantian's aura? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. He suspected that Lu Hantian's capture was related to Lung Quan. He's in the first stone palace. If I'm not wrong, that stone palace should belong to Lung Quan, Xiaohei said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly arrived at the first stone palace. However, the stone palace's door was tightly shut. The doors closed. Zhuowen frowned. He snorted coldly and pushed his right hand forward. Surging immortal energy swept out like a swimming dragon. Rumble! The stone door trembled violently, but there was no sign of it breaking. Junior brother Zhuowen, what is the meaning of this? An unfriendly voice sounded. Lung Quan had brought Xiao Yu to the 10th floor. When Lung Quan saw that Zhuowen was actually bombarding the entrance of his house, his gaze became very gloomy. Zhuowen's actions were clearly not placing him in his sights. Zhuowen slowly turned around, looked at Lung Quan behind him, and said indifferently, "Those who come are guests. I think senior brother Lung Quan shouldn't refuse me at the door, right?" Lung Quan's face was gloomy as he coldly said, "Of course." As he spoke, Lung Quan arrived in front of the stone door. Just as he was about to open the stone door, 3 whooshing sounds could be heard. Above the Cold Spring Stone Hall, 3 white-haired old men flew out from the other 3 stone halls. These 3 people were full of vigor and vitality. They had white hair and youthful complexions. The aura they contained was also extremely powerful. They were all half-step saints. However, the 3 of them didn't possess any laws. Clearly, they hadn't comprehended any laws before becoming half-saints. Their auras were much weaker than Xiao Yu's. In terms of strength, the 3 of them were at most on par with Lung Quan. After all, there was a huge gap between those who possessed the power of laws and those who did not. Cold Spring, what's going on? Just now, I seem to have heard someone attacking the stone hall. Who was it? An old man in a black robe first glanced at Lung Quan. Then his sharp gaze landed on Zhuowen and Xiao Yu. There was a trace of hostility in his eyes. However, when the old man's attention landed on Xiao Yu, his face froze. Because the pressure Xiao Yu gave him was like a heavy mountain crushing down, causing his heart to beat faster. This person's cultivation was also a half-step saint. Moreover, he was a half-step saint who had grasped the laws. He was an extremely terrifying existence. These 2 are from the Divine Academy. This is the peak master of the mysterious origin peak, Xiao Yu, and this is the direct disciple of the mysterious origin peak, Zhuowen. Lung Quan introduced indifferently. From the Divine Academy, the 3 old men's gazes narrowed as they looked at Zhuowen and Xiao Yu rather cautiously. In the Divine Spectre realm, the Divine Academy was a benchmark. Everyone was afraid of them. So it's people from the Divine Academy. Nice to meet you. The 3 old men did not dare to be negligent, as they all cupped their hands towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded lightly and smiled at Lung Quan. "Nephew Lung Quan, why don't you invite us in?" Lung Quan smiled faintly. "Of course." As he spoke, Lung Quan opened the door and led the group into the stone hall. During the process of entering, Zhuowen was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Xiaohei even released her divine sense to help Zhuowen scan the stone hall. In the stone hall, a group of 6 people sat on 2 sides, but Zhuowen's brows were slightly furrowed. In this stone hall, he actually did not sense Lu Hantian's aura at all. Even Xiaohei's enormous divine sense could not detect it. What's going on? Could it be that Big Brother Hantian really wasn't brought back to the Martial Saint Tower? Zhuowen's gaze was piercingly cold as he thought to himself. there are 4 other stone halls on the 10th floor. Since he isn't in Lung Quan's stone hall, he might be in one of the other 4. Xiao He said lazily. Hearing that, Zhuowen's eyes erupted with a cold light as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a strange silence. The 3 old men stared at Zhuowen in astonishment, feeling strange about Zhuowen's abnormal behavior. Senior brother Lung Quan, where is big brother Han Tian? If you want any price, I can give it to you as long as you hand over big brother Han Tian. Zhuowen slowly raised his head, his left eye burning with flames as a scorching aura filled the entire hall. With those words, the 3 old men narrowed their eyes as a strange expression appeared on their faces. However, they quickly regained their composure. Xiao Yu glanced at Zhuowen before looking at Lung Quan. Nephew Lung Quan, Zhuowen is right. If your Marshal Saint Tower has really captured that Lu Han Tian, please release him. Our fine theology academy will not take advantage of you. Lung Quan fell silent for a while before suddenly laughing. Marshal Uncle Xiao, you must be joking. Ever since that Lu Han Tian took advantage of the young miss of my Marshal Saint Tower, he fled. I don't even know where he is right now. Took advantage? Big brother Han Tian is not that kind of person. Someone from your Marshal Saint Tower must have framed him, right? Zhuowen slowly stood up as the flames around him burned even more vigorously. The fiery red in his left eye burned even more fiercely as the laws of fire surged out, filling his entire body. Sensing the terrifying laws of fire, the faces of Lung Quan and the 3 old men sank. Junior brother Zhuowen, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to break the rules and fight within the Marshal Saint Tower? Lung Quan coldly shouted. Peak Master Xiao Yu, you better control your disciple. Could it be that your fine theology academy wants to use its power to oppress others? The black-robed old man coldly said. Xiao Yu turned his head and muttered to himself, It's been a long time since I've moved around. Today, I'll accompany Zhuowen to go crazy. It'll be better if you hand over that Lu Han Tian. Otherwise, I really don't know what I'll do. As he spoke, Xiao Yu grinned as a pillar of fire surged out from under his feet, wrapping around his body. The laws of fire that were even more terrifying than Zhuowen's soared into the sky. Too presumptuous. You actually dare to fight in our Marshal Saint Tower's territory. Don't blame me for this. Lung Quan's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that Zhuowen and Xiao Yu would be so crazy as to attack without any warning. Lung Quan, the 3 of us will hold Xiao Yu back. You go and capture Zhuowen. At that time, Xiao Yu won't dare to act rashly. The black-robed old man suddenly said to Lung Quan as he took a step forward and flew towards Xiao Yu. Boom, boom. In an instant, the 3 old men and Xiao Yu clashed. For terrifying attacks surged up like an avalanche. Although the 3 old men of the Marshal Saint Tower were half-step saints, they had not comprehended the laws of Saint Runes. Therefore, their battle strength was much weaker than Xiao Yu's. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage against Xiao Yu. However, they still managed to stop Xiao Yu. Junior brother Zhuowen, I originally didn't want to fight you. However, you've gone too far. So don't blame me. Lung Quan glanced at the battle between Xiao Yu and the 3 old men, then walked towards Zhuowen. Around Lung Quan's body, surges of the power of laws rolled and surged like waves. Boom. Suddenly, Zhuowen realized that under Lung Quan's feet, it was no longer the ground of the stone hall, but a vast ocean. Behind Lung Quan, waves of 10,000 feet tall swept out violently. In an instant, the peaceful stone hall had turned into a raging ocean. The law of water. Surrounded by countless flames, Zhuowen slowly raised his head. his fiery red left eye revealed a trace of demonic brilliance. Lung Quan stood proudly and looked down at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Although Zhuowen also possessed the law of fire, his cultivation was only at the 7th level Emperor realm. Although he could be called an invincible Emperor Lord, he was much weaker than a 9th level Emperor realm invincible Emperor Lord. Of course, if Zhuowen had mastered a powerful law, even if he was at the 7th level Emperor realm, Lung Quan would not dare to underestimate him. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and immediately took out the tiger head clear golden spear. Then the surrounding flames turned into a huge fire dragon. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, it suddenly rushed towards Lung Quan. Lung Quan was not afraid. He stomped his foot, and suddenly huge waves fell from behind him. They were densely packed, like a mountain of waves, rumbling as they sank. Boom! The fire dragon and the huge waves collided, and then there was a strange hissing sound. Between the two, wisps of white mist rose, blocking one's vision. Swoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air, and a figure suddenly emerged from the white mist. Like an arrow, he shot out and instantly appeared in front of Lung Quan. Die! A long spear surrounded by flames shot towards Lung Quan's forehead. Lung Quan snorted and took a few steps back. He clenched his right hand, and the law of water condensed into an icy blue trident. Ding! The trident was in front of him, blocking the attack of the long spear. Then there was a crisp sound of collision. Ding! 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 Both Lung Quan and Zhuowen took a few steps back at the same time. Both of them narrowed their eyes at the same time, realizing that the other party was difficult to deal with. You have some strength, but I won't hold back this time. Don't blame me if I accidentally kill you. Lung Quan's eyes became gloomy. He took a step forward, and the law of water began to condense. A ray of light shot out from his forehead and shot into the law of water. In the end, a huge strange beast that was thousands of feet tall appeared in front of Zhuowen. Chapter 1392. Kuei Ox the Beast was shaped like an ox. It had a gray body and no horns. Its single foot would cause wind and rain wherever it went. Its light was like the sun and moon, and its voice was like thunder. Its name was Kuei, my armor soul, Kuei Ox. Lung Quan said nonchalantly. With that, the Kuei Ox immediately roared. Its huge body summoned the wind and rain as it stepped through the air. Rumble! Terrifying lightning descended from the sky and landed around the Kuei Ox. It was like a god of lightning had descended. It was extremely terrifying. Lung Quan's armor soul, Kuei Ox, combined with his laws of water, was flawless. Its power was multiplied like the might of the heavens. The Kuei Ox landed beside Lung Quan. It lowered its body and let out a respectful roar, as if it was pleading with Lung Quan. Lung Quan mounted the Kuei Ox and looked down at Zhuowen from above. He said nonchalantly, "Junior Zhuowen, you're no match for me. I advise you to give up now, and I can let you leave the Marshal Saint Tower." Zhuowen raised his head slightly and stared at Lung Quan. His lips were filled with mockery as he said, "You have an armor soul. You think I don't?" As he spoke, a clear and melodious dragon roar burst out from Zhuowen's body. Afterwards, a black dragon leapt out from the void behind Zhuowen. Dragon scales that were as black as ink covered its entire body, emitting a white light. Its pair of dark golden dragon eyes were suffused with a frightening brilliance. In particular, the pressure that was emitted from its dragon body was so terrifying that it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A dragon's soul? Lung Quan's face froze. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the colossal black dragon. He could not help but cry out, "Xiao Hei, go!" Zhuowen roared furiously. He leapt into the air and arrived at the black dragon's head. The flames in his left eye burned even brighter. Extremely terrifying laws of fire interwove in his pupil. In an instant, the laws of fire revolved around the black dragon, causing it to turn into a terrifying dragon of flames. Roar! Xiaohei roared at the sky. Its might reached the limit as it was enveloped by the laws of fire. So, what if you have a dragon soul? Your cultivation is weaker than mine. I don't believe that you are my match. Lung Quan regained his composure. With a stomp of his foot, the Kuei cow under his feet was wrapped in monstrous thunderbolts and terrifying tsunamis as it surged through the air. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two beasts collided violently in the sky. Terrifying beastly roars reverberated continuously, piercing through metal and rocks. The two beasts were simply too huge. The shockwaves from their battle were even more terrifying. The entire 10th floor of the Marshall Saint Tower shook violently. The tremors even spread to the lower 9 floors of the Marshall Saint Tower, causing many disciples to feel fear and suspicion. Your disciple actually has a dragon soul? The 3 elders of the Marshall Saint Tower separated from Xiaoyu as soon as they came into contact with each other. Then they stared at the Kuei ox and the sacred Abyss Dragon warily. This was especially true for the Abyss Saint Dragon. Its dragon soul was simply too large, and the aura it emitted made even the 3 half-saints feel insignificant in front of it. The smile on Xiaoyu's face was quite brilliant as he said indifferently, "You talk a lot of nonsense. It would have been better if you had taken out Lu Hantian earlier. Now that things have turned out like this, you are just asking for trouble." Hearing this, the 3 elders fumed. Xiaoyu was simply unreasonable. How dare he put all the blame on them? However, when they recalled Xiaoyu's nickname of Madman Xiao in the inner courtyard, the 3 elders knew that it was useless to say anything more. They could only fight. You underestimate Lung Quan too much. His cultivation is at the 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm. He has comprehended the laws of water and has become an invincible martial emperor. He is much stronger than Zhuowen. When the time comes, Zhuowen will suffer a crushing defeat. The 3 elders snorted coldly and split into 3 different directions, attacking Xiaoyu from both sides. Xiaoyu smiled coldly and said, "Underestimating Lung Quan, it's clearly you guys who have underestimated Zhuowen." As he spoke, flames burst out from Xiaoyu's body, forming a firestorm. He controlled the laws of fire and shuttled through the firestorm like the ruler of fire. It was extremely terrifying. Fight! The moment Xiaohei and the Kuei collided, Zhuowen leaped up, holding the tiger head-clear golden spear and circulating the immortal energy in his body. Billowing milky white, immortal energy spread from the body of the spear to the tip. It was as powerful as a tiger and as imposing as a rainbow. Lung Quan's eyes were dark and cold. He was stern and fearless as he gripped the trident in his hand. Waves of blue water surrounded the trident as Lung Quan shot out like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Tsunamis raged wherever he passed. Boom! Flames and water collided, exploding into a dazzling light. White mist rose and turned into a white dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 of them continued to exchange blows. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the void, like drums and gongs. The ear-piercing voice was like a magical temptation as it spread out in layers. The disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower covered their ears with their hands after hearing the voice, as their hearts were filled with fear. What's going on? What's going on in the Marshall Saint Tower? That was what the disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower were thinking. No, The Marshall Saint Tower is shaking too violently. I have to get out. Get out. Finally, some of the disciples could not stand the aftermath of the battle and left the Marshall Saint Tower. They came to the barren land in front of the Marshall Saint Tower. More and more disciples came out. In the end, even the elite disciples of the 9th level of the Marshall Saint Tower were forced to leave the 9th level of the Marshall Saint Tower. Even the senior brothers of the 9th level have come out. Could it be that something is happening on the 10th level? What's going on there? When the elite disciples of the 9th level came out, the other disciples gathered on the barren land had strange looks on their faces. The Marshall Saint Tower continued to tremble as if it was going to collapse at any moment. Many disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower were shocked to the core. Rumble! A thunderous sound came from the 10th level of the Marshall Saint Tower, attracting the attention of all the disciples on the barren land. Then, the disciples were shocked to see that the walls of the 10th level of the Marshall Saint Tower were starting to crack. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Crack! Finally, after a clear and crisp sound, the wall finally shattered and collapsed. A strange beast that was several thousand feet long flew out from the crack and crashed into the ground. The beast was extremely terrifying. Its body was accompanied by bolts of lightning, as if the god of thunder had descended to the mortal world. That's First Senior Brothers' armored soul Kuei Kao. When the gazes of the disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower landed on the body of the beast, their faces stiffened as they recognized the identity of the beast. The reason why their faces had stiffened was mainly because the Kuei Kao appeared to be in a somewhat miserable state at this moment. It was as if it had been sent flying by someone. Roar! When the Kuei Kao was sent flying, a terrifying flame burst out from the crack of the 10th level. Following closely behind the flames was a terrifyingly huge fire dragon that was over 10,000 feet long. The huge dragon's body was like a dark cloud that covered the sky and the sun. The flames burning on its surface were like sunlight that illuminated the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The fire dragon flew out and instantly hit the Kuei Kao. The two huge beasts fought each other. In the sky, countless flames fell from the sky as the two beasts fought. The power was terrifying, as if the end of the world had arrived. Many of the cultivators on the barren land did not dare to touch the falling flames. Instead, they hid far away. Ah, save me! A wisp of flame fell from the sky and landed right where the three cultivators at the back were. Instantly, a single spark started a prairie fire. The moment the three of them came into contact with the flame, they only had time to scream before they were burned into nothingness. Hiss! Hiss! Run! The flame is formed by the law of fire. It's not something that we can touch. We'll die if we touch it. That scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of the other disciples. After that, all of them ran for their lives, leaving the area where the two huge beasts were fighting. The battle between the two huge beasts was too violent. It was not something that they could withstand. Even the elite disciples of the 9th Heaven Emperor realm had to retreat. What's that fire dragon? Could it be someone's armor soul? Why is it so huge? After running far enough away, the disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower stopped to watch. Some of them even started to have doubts about the huge fire dragon. Whose armor soul was this fire dragon? Boom! Another violent muffled sound rang out as 4 figures shot out from the crack on the 10th floor. The 4 figures flew out as they fought. Terrifying energy was like firecrackers that kept ringing out. Those are the 3 elders. Who's the other one? The 3 elders seem to be working together to deal with that person. Everyone burst into an uproar when they saw the 4 people who had rushed out. The three elders were all at the Ban Sheng level. However, they were unable to gain the upper hand even when they joined forces to deal with one person. It was simply too unbelievable. That person should be a sage-to-be who has mastered the law of fire. I've seen him before. He seems to be one of the peak masters of the Divine Academy. I didn't expect him to come to our Marshall Saint Tower to cause trouble. Suddenly, an indignant voice came from the crowd. Many people were angry as they thought that Xiaoyu was here to cause trouble. Boom. Not long after the crowd finished speaking, another two figures flew out from the crack. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between the two was even more intense. One of them was surrounded by the law of fire, while the other was surrounded by the law of water. The flames and the sea were like two dividing lines that stretched across the void. Every time they clashed, it would create an overbearing white mist. Ding! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then, the two figures that were fighting each other separated upon contact, and both of them retreated a few hundred steps. Roar! The fire dragon shot out and landed in front of Zhuo Wen. It caught Zhuo Wen's flying body and carried it on its body. The Kuei cow was wrapped in endless lightning as it stepped on the air. It raised its head and caught Lung Quan. Senior brother Lung Quan, didn't you say that I'm not your match? Now that we've fought for almost 100 rounds, you don't seem to have taken me down? Zhuowen said sarcastically as he stared at Lung Quan with his spear in his right hand. Chapter 1393. Too merciless. Who's that young man? He's able to fight on par with first senior brother. Isn't that unbelievable? Besides, his aura is only at the 7th layer martial monarch realm, but he has mastered the rules of fire. How talented! In the distance, many disciples of the martial sacred tower were attracted by Zhuowen, who was standing on the fiery dragon. They began to discuss among themselves while guessing his strength. He actually failed to take down Zhuo when in front of so many junior brothers, and he instantly felt that he had lost face. Most importantly, Zhuo Wen's cultivation was 2 levels lower than his. Even if Zhuo Wen also grasped the power of laws, logically speaking, Zhuo Wen should be slightly stronger. Junior brother Zhuo Wen, you forced me to do this. Lung Quan's eyes were extremely cold. After saying this, the trident in his right hand slowly crumbled and turned into the rules of water before vanishing into thin air. Misty rain. Lung Quan reached out his right hand with his palm facing upwards. The surrounding ocean began to boil and surge upward like an upside-down waterfall. It was extremely terrifying. More water surged upward and eventually formed the shape of a bowl. Following this, Lung Quan let out a groan, causing the water bowl to collapse. Drip, drip, drip. Instantly, tiny droplets of water that were as thin as silk dripped down from the sky. The misty water droplets descended and formed a misty mist, giving it an ethereal feel. The water droplets covered a huge area, almost reaching a few hundred jom. Zhuowen was right at the center of the misty rain domain. Such a heavy pressure. Within the misty and misty domain, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He actually felt a heavy pressure acting on his body. The pressure was extremely terrifying. It felt like it was going to crush him completely. His movements slowed down slightly, making it difficult for him to move. That's the Misty Rain domain, first senior brother's ultimate skill. It's a domain constructed with the rules of water. Within the Misty Rain domain, eldest senior brother is the absolute overlord. I'm afraid this person is finished. Looking at the Misty Rain, many disciples of the Martial Saint Tower were shocked. They never thought that Lung Quan would use such a powerful move against Zhuowen. From this, it could be seen how much pressure this Zhuowen gave Lung Quan. Whoosh, whoosh. Numerous sonic booms resounded within the misty rain. Soon after, Zhuowen's pupils shrunk slightly as he discovered that the surrounding thin and long raindrops were like countless hidden weapons that rushed towards the fatal spots on Zhuowen's body. 7 Emotions Precious Seal. Zhuowen did not hesitate to use the 7 Emotions Treasured Seal. With the 3 Great Amplification Treasured Seals, Zhuowen's strength increased by several times. At the same time, a pair of enormous purple lightning wings sprouted from Zhuowen's back. The lightning wings unfurled, and Zhuowen disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Zhuowen appeared again, he was already at the edge of the misty rain domain. However, just as he was about to step out of the domain, an invisible barrier blocked his path, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Zhuowen, it's useless. The misty rain domain is completely sealed. There's no way you can escape. Long Quan, who was at the center of the domain, had a sneer on his face. Behind him, the Kuei cow roared as it charged through the air, with the intention of completely tearing Zhuowen apart. Xiao He, Zhuowen exclaimed. Immediately, Xiao He's massive dragon body leaped up and clashed with Kuei once again. However, this time, the two of them were in the misty rain domain. Here, Kuei's strength was greatly increased, while Xiao He was suppressed. Therefore, in the battle between the two, Xiao He was the one who was suppressed by Kuei. Junior brother Zhuowen, I gave you a chance in the past. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. It's too late to regret it now. Lung Quan sneered, accompanied by the misty rain. His figure flickered like a ghost. So, in a blink of an eye, Lung Quan had teleported in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen suddenly twisted his body as he raised the tiger head-clear gold spear in his hand. However, Lung Quan sneered and vanished in front of him. His spear missed. So, another sonic boom tore through the air. Lung Quan had already appeared behind Zhuowen at the instant he struck out with his spear. With a hideous smile, he slammed his right palm onto Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen seemed to sense it as the purple lightning wings on his back closed. A terrifying purple lightning emanated and blocked Lung Quan's strike. Ding, ding, ding. Under the terrifying palm strike, Zhuowen grunted as he retreated a few steps back. His brows were tightly knitted together. In the misty rain domain, Lung Quan's speed was nearly at the level of teleportation. Even with his lightning wings, his speed was still inferior to the latter. Zhuowen, where are you looking? Your purple lightning wings are not bad. To think that your speed is so fast. It should be more suitable for me. Lung Quan's voice sounded in Zhuowen's ears once again. Following that, Zhuowen realized that on his left, Lung Quan was charging over with a hideous smile. He pushed out his right palm as a terrifying force surged over like a swimming dragon. Void. Zhuowen's eyes turned misty. Following that, a void force surged out from his body. This void force emanated, causing Lung Quan's actions to immediately slow down. 4-kill sword array. Before Lung Quan could even react, he was enveloped by the 4-kill sword array. The corroding forces were like countless blades that squeezed towards Lung Quan in a bid to mince him. Bang, bang, bang. Lung Quan's eyes were cold as the water laws constantly revolved around him to resist the surrounding corroding forces. Following that, he raised his hands as the water laws soared into the sky like a gigantic dragon. Boom! The 4-kill sword array was blasted apart as Lung Quan suddenly emerged. He surveyed his surroundings in a bid to find Zhuowen's figure. Soon, he saw Zhuowen floating in midair on his left. He saw Zhuowen extend his right hand as a seal flashed in his palm. A dragon's roar emanated out. Heavenly Dragon Lock Seal. Clang! Immediately, thick black chains shot out from Zhuowen's right palm. These chains were extremely fast. Before Lung Quan could even react, he was bound by layers of chains. Darn it, what is this? Lung Quan's pupils constricted to the size of needles, as he could not help but roar. The chains were just too tough and terrifying. They bound him tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Die! Zhuowen ignored Lung Quan's roar as he stepped through the void. The tiger-head clear gold spear in his hand emitted a monstrous tiger's roar as it instantly appeared in front of Lung Quan. Following that, his right hand pressed against the end of the spear. So, the tiger-head clear gold spear transformed into a massive tiger as it descended from the sky, heading straight for Lung Quan's vitals. Do you think it's possible to kill me in my Misty Rain domain? Lung Quan's eyes were cold. Immediately, the surrounding Misty Rain churned and gathered in front of him, forming a circular shield. Ding! The tiger-head clear gold spear instantly arrived before emitting a metallic clang. It was unable to advance any further. Humph! Break it! Lung Quan roared as the surrounding Misty Rain forces drilled into his body. It caused Lung Quan's strength to multiply at a discernible rate as he grew stronger. Clang! The heavenly dragon lock seal was shattered by Lung Quan. As for Lung Quan, he stepped through the air and grabbed the trident with his right hand. Like an arrow, he shot it out. Grand Slaughter Dragon Seal. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely calm as a sanguine aura spewed out from his acupuncture points. Immediately, a massive blood-colored dragon appeared above his head. It was the phantom of the Grand Slaughter Sacred Dragon. The phantom of the Grand Slaughter Sacred Dragon lingered above Zhuowen's head for a moment before it drilled into the top of his head. Following that, Zhuowen's body began emitting a blazing blood beam. The surface of Zhuowen's body was covered in traces of blood-red imprints. His limbs, body, and face were all covered in blood-red imprints. Even in his eyes, there was a small blood-red dragon that was rolling about. I wonder what kind of power the Grand Slaughter Dragon Seal and fire I can produce. Zhuowen muttered softly as he took a step into the void. The purple lightning wings on his back blasted out bolts of lightning that surged into the sky. As for Zhuowen, he appeared in front of Lung Quan as though he had teleported. With the Misty Rain domain augmenting me, my strength has increased by several times, or even dozens of times. Yet, you still dare to fight me head-on. You are courting death. Seeing Zhuowen advancing, instead of retreating, Lung Quan laughed out loud. The corners of his mouth were filled with mockery. When he approached Zhuowen, he suddenly punched out, causing countless water vortexes to form in the surrounding space. Courting death? Perhaps. Zhuowen did not say much as he punched out as well. The wind from his fist howled, faintly containing the terrifying roar of a dragon and tiger. There was also the ear-piercing sound of tearing cloth. Boom! The instant the two fists collided in the void, a monstrous dragon roar accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of water spread out in the surrounding space. The thunderous collision grew louder and louder, more and more ear-piercing. It caused many disciples on the desolate grounds to cover their ears as they revealed looks of pain. Too merciless. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, an indifferent voice soared into the clouds, reverberating in the void like a great bell. Immediately, the dragon roar grew louder and louder. Above the void, the phantom of the Taisha sacred dragon appeared once again. It stretched across the void and soared into the sky. Ka-cha! A crisp sound rang out. Immediately after, all the disciples of the Martial Saint Tower were horrified to discover that cracks had appeared in Lung Quan's Misty Rain domain under the bombardment of the Taisha sacred dragon's phantom. Furthermore, the range of the cracks grew larger and larger, eventually enveloping the entire domain. Boom! A dull, thunder-like sound rang out as the domain completely collapsed. The moment the domain shattered, all the disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower on the desolate grounds looked up. Following that, they were shocked to discover that Zhuowen and Lung Quan were still floating in the air, facing each other. Their right fists were tightly pressed together, maintaining their attacking posture. Who won? What happened just now? Many disciples were at a loss. They didn't know what had just happened. Even Xiao Yu and the three elders of the Marshall Saint Tower, who were fighting fiercely, had stopped. They all looked up and stared at the void, where Zhuowen and Lung Quan were. They were also waiting for the outcome of the battle between the two. Uft! A mouthful of blood fell from the sky. The sneer on Lung Quan's face gradually froze, becoming extremely ugly. The blood stain at the corner of his mouth was a ghastly sight. Chapter 1394. Marshall's Sacred Realm, cough, cough, cough. Lung Quan stared at Zhuowen while coughing continuously. Fresh blood was spat out from his mouth as he fell backward. How is this possible? Did I just lose to you? While falling, Lung Quan raised his head and stared at the young man who was staring at him with a cold gaze. His heart was filled with despair. First senior brother lost? On the desolate ground, many disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower were stunned at this moment. Their gazes shifted upwards and landed on the figure that was falling down like a meteor. They were unable to shift their gazes away for a long time. Bang! When Lung Quan's body landed on the ground, the disciples of the Marshall Sacred Tower finally recovered from their shock. The disciples who were initially in disbelief glanced at Lung Quan's body on the ground once again. They finally collected their thoughts and believed that Lung Quan had indeed lost the battle. Meanwhile, as Lung Quan was defeated, the Kuei cow's strength was greatly weakened. Xiao He took advantage of the gap and swung its tail, slamming it heavily onto the ground. Awoo! The Kuei cow uttered a cry before it turned into a black ray and entered Lung Quan's forehead. Shush! Zhuowen suddenly fell like a meteor, smashing into the ground and arriving at the crater where Lung Quan was. At that instant, Lung Quan's condition was not too good. His face was as pale as snow, and there was a shocking trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries from the previous clash. Zhuowen's condition was slightly weak too. His face was slightly pale, but as soon as he struck Lung Quan down, he immediately took out a snow lotus lustrous pill and threw it into his mouth, suppressing the injuries on his body. Inside the deep pit, Lung Quan kept struggling, trying to get up. He glared at Zhuowen. Bang! Zhuowen raised his leg and stomped on Lung Quan's chest before he said in a calm tone, "Where is the Lu Hantian that you've captured?" Lung Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with frustration. Now that Zhuowen was stepping on him, it was simply too humiliating. Furthermore, it was in front of so many disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower. As the first senior brother of the Marshall Sacred Tower, he had completely lost his face today. Whoosh! Zhuowen's actions immediately caused an uproar among the disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower. Their Marshall Saint Tower's strongest disciple, Lung Quan, was now being trampled under someone's foot. Furthermore, this person's cultivation was lower than Lung Quan's. I heard that the two of them were from the Divine Institute. That young man must be a student of the Divine Institute as well. How could he be so strong? Discussions broke out in the surroundings, but no one dared to step forward to help Lung Quan. After all, even Lung Quan was no match for Zhuowen. They would only be courting death if they went up against him. Bastard! Peak Lord Xiaoyu, is your divine college here to cause trouble? Our Marshall Saint Tower may not be as strong as your Divine Institute, but we can't let you bully us like this. The three elders of the Martial Saint Tower were furious. They wanted to pounce forward to stop Zhuowen, but they were stopped by Xiao Yu. I say, you three old fogies shouldn't slander us. Zhuowen and I are not here to cause trouble for the Martial Saint Tower. We're here to ask for someone. Don't you understand? Xiao Yu was helpless as he continued, but you guys don't want to hand it over. What else can I do? I can only use force. Looking at Xiao Yu's actions, the three elders of the Martial Saint Tower were furious. However, there was nothing they could do. They were no match for Xiao Yu. Lung Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he glared at Zhuowen. He wanted to get up, but he was pinned down by Zhuowen's foot. What are you trying to do? Lung Quan roared. Zhuowen waved his right hand and grabbed Lung Quan. He lifted him up and said indifferently, my request is not high. Just tell me where Big Brother Han Tian is. Lung Quan's eyes flickered as he said, I've said it many times. Lu Han Tian is not in the Martial Saint Tower. Even if you kill me, I won't know. Is that so? If that's the case, then you can die. Zhuowen's eyes were still calm, so calm that it was terrifying. After he finished speaking, the long spear in his hand shot towards Lung Quan's forehead like a venomous snake. The tip of the spear emitted a terrifying white light as it tore through the air, producing a strange hissing sound. Seeing the tip of the spear getting closer and closer, Lung Quan's pupils shrank to the size of needles. His body trembled with fear. He never thought that Zhuowen would really kill him. Moreover, he would kill him in the Martial Saint Tower in front of so many junior brothers. I said, don't kill me, when the tip of the spear was only a few millimeters away from Lung Quan's forehead. Lung Quan shouted. In the face of death, Lung Quan finally gave in. He had cultivated to become an invincible martial emperor with great difficulty. He could not die like this. Swoosh! The tip of the spear stopped. A cherry-red wound appeared on Lung Quan's forehead. If the tip of the spear had moved a little further, it would have pierced through Lung Quan's forehead. Feeling the sharpness of the tip of the spear and the faint pain from his forehead, Lung Quan felt his legs go weak despite his strong will. Speak, Zhuowen said indifferently as he looked down at Lung Quan with the spear in his hand. That Lu Han Tian is in. Lung Quan's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying sonic boom exploded in the air. It was like the nine heavens' profound thunder, reverberating in the void. Immediately after, a stalwart figure flew out from the crack in the 10th floor. The figure was tall and had a handsome face. His eyes were as black as ink, and he looked extremely dashing. What caught everyone's attention was the aura emitted from his body. It was as deep as an abyss, extremely terrifying. His long hair danced wildly under the influence of the aura. It's the martial sacred. The martial sacred has come out from seclusion. As soon as the stalwart figure appeared, the disciples of the Martial Sacred Tower cheered. The three elders of the Martial Sacred Tower were overjoyed as they rushed to the Martial Sacred's side. The Martial Sacred scanned his surroundings and saw the depressing scene. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place. What exactly happened? The Martial Saint frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. His gaze naturally landed on Lung Quan, who was being held in Zhuowen's hand as his eyes narrowed into slits. Martial Sacred, this is what happened. The three elders of the Martial Sacred Tower began to explain the sequence of events. Of course, most of them were trying to belittle Xiao Yu and Zhuowen. After hearing the explanation, the Martial Sacred glanced at Xiao Yu and said, Peak Leader Xiao Yu, what is the meaning of this? Are you here to cause trouble at the Martial Sacred Tower? Xiao Yu's eyes glistened as he said, That's not it. We're here to ask for a person from the Martial Sacred Tower. However, your first disciple, Lung Quan, has been evading our request, which is why the situation has come to this. A person? What do you want? The martial sacred said, coldly. Lu Hantian. Zhuowen calmly replied, You're talking about Lu Hantian? The martial sacred's eyes suddenly glistened as his aura turned ferocious. He said in a cold tone, Lu Hantian, such a frivolous person, is indeed in the martial sacred tower. Frivolous person? Senior martial sacred, please don't slander us. I'm well aware of Brother Hantian's character. Besides, what exactly happened? Zhuowen said with a cold gaze. The martial sacred harumphed and said, It seems like you don't know anything. That Lu Hantian did join the martial sacred tower previously, and his talent is not bad. I did have high hopes for him in the past. However, this Lu Hantian has the ambition of a wolf. I don't know where he got the insect corpse pill from, but he used it on my daughter, Ruliu. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. It's the insect corpse pill. Zhuowen's eyes widened as he mumbled to himself. He had heard of the insect corpse pill before. It was said that this pill was made from living insect corpses as the main ingredient, and mixed with other supplementary ingredients. Once the insect corpse pill was consumed, the insect corpses inside the pill would come out and enter the body. Moreover, the insect corpse pill loved the flesh of the human body the most, and it especially loved the brain. Normally, a cultivator who consumed the insect corpse pill would become an idiot or a vegetable within a month. Furthermore, as time passed, the cultivator's body with the insect corpses would slowly be eaten away. In the end, the cultivator's body would turn into an empty shell and become nourishment for the insect corpses. It could be said that the insect corpse pill was an extremely sinister and vicious pill. It was something that would cause people's expressions to change. Do you think that I can spare such a despicable person? Even if it's your divine academy, don't even think about getting that Lu Hantian away today. He will die without a doubt. The martial sacred's voice became somewhat sinister as his veins popped out. Zhuowen frowned as he raised the cold spring and said, Your disciple is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, I think it's better for you to hand over Lu Hantian. The martial sacred's expression turned sluggish as he stared at the cold spring in Zhuowen's hand. He clenched his fists and coldly said to Xiaoyu, Peak Master Xiaoyu, does your divine academy really plan to fall out with the martial sacred tower? Although your divine academy has 3 saints, in the divine spectre realm, saints are not allowed to interfere in the competition between the divine spectre realm's local powers. Even if my divine martial sacred tower is not as strong as your divine academy, we will not easily compromise. Xiaoyu frowned and did not reply. His gaze fell on Zhuowen as if he was asking for Zhuowen's opinion. I don't know if it's appropriate to compromise or not. I only know that if you don't take out Big Brother Hantian, this cold spring will die. As he spoke, Zhuowen held the cold spring in his right hand and the long spear in his left hand. The tip of the spear was pointed at the cold spring's vitals, as if it could pierce through the cold spring at any moment. No, Master, save me. Lung Quan trembled. His face was as white as snow. The fear of death had caused him to speak incoherently. You bastard. The martial sacred was so angry that his entire body was trembling. It was rare for him to hesitate. Lung Quan was the #1 genius of the divine martial sacred tower that he had painstakingly nurtured. Furthermore, he was an invincible emperor lord. He had poured a lot of effort into him. Naturally, he was unwilling to let Lung Quan fall. Hand over Lu Hantian. Chapter 1395. Joining hands, Master. Lung Quan cried out anxiously, especially when he felt the piercing pain between his eyebrows. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. Wait! The martial saint shouted. Immediately, Zhuo Wen's spear, which had continued to penetrate deeper, stopped moving forward. Zhuo raised his head slightly and stared at the martial saint. He said calmly, "If you don't want him to die, then exchange him with Lu Hantian." The martial saint's face turned ugly. He snorted coldly and took out a communication jade talisman. After sending a message, his gaze fell back onto Zhuo. "I've already ordered someone to bring Lu Hantian here. Can you put down your spear now?" Hearing this, Zhuo nodded his head and moved the spear away from Lung Quan's forehead. The latter let out a sigh of relief. "Can you let me go now?" Lung Quan said to Zhuo with a gloomy face. "Shut up if you don't want to die," Zhuo said coldly. Lung Quan's face froze. Although he was furious, he did not dare to refute. After all, his life was in Zhuo's hands. Soon, 3 figures flew out from the 10th floor of the Martial Saint Tower. Among the 3 figures, 2 were wearing golden armor. One was holding a spear, and the other was carrying an axe. They were the 2 disciples of the Martial Saint Tower who had chased Lu Hantian before. Among the 2, there was a man who was staggering. Under the 2's restraint, he looked weak and was covered in injuries. Zhuo Wen's eyes blazed as he looked at the 2 people who were holding him captive. His body trembled. This person who was covered in wounds was none other than Lu Hantian. Martial Saint. The 2 disciples wearing golden armor came before the Martial Saint and bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with doubt. They were curious. Why did the Martial Saint suddenly summon them? The Martial Saint ignored the 2 disciples. He glanced down at Zhuo and said calmly, "I've brought Lu Hantian here. I believe you should let go of Lung Quan now." After hearing the Martial Saint's words, the 2 disciples realized that their senior brother of the Martial Saint Tower, Lung Quan, was being held by an unfamiliar young man like a chick. Senior brother Lung Quan? Who is that young man? Did he defeat senior brother Lung? The 2 disciples exchanged glances with each other. Their hearts were filled with astonishment from the conversation between Zhuo and the Martial Saint. It seemed like this young man was here to find Lu Hantian. Zhuo, the originally weak Lu Hantian, opened his eyes slightly and instantly noticed Zhuo below him. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Is he a friend of Lu Hantian?" The pupils of the 2 disciples shrank, and a strange feeling arose in their hearts. "Big brother Hantian, wait for me. I'll save you in a moment." Zhuo smiled at Lu Hantian, then stared coldly at the Martial Saint and said, "Senior Martial Saint, how about we hand over our hostages at the same time?" The Martial Saint's eyes flickered as he nodded and said, "Sure." Saying this, the 2 of them tacitly pushed out their hostages. Soon, the exchange was completed. After receiving Lu Hantian, Zhuo did not hesitate. He cupped his fists at the Martial Saint and said, "Senior Martial Saint, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." After saying this, Zhuo exchanged glances with Xiao Yu, and a pair of purple lightning wings appeared on his back. With a rumble of thunder, Zhuo Wenhua turned into a purple shadow and disappeared from the spot with Lu Hantian. Xiao Yu followed closely behind. He had caused a ruckus at the Martial Saint Tower. To him, this was not a place to stay for long. Once he received Lu Hantian, he naturally prepared to escape. "He, after causing a ruckus at my Martial Saint Tower, you're actually planning to leave. Don't you think that this is too cheap?" The Martial Saint was not angry. Instead, he laughed. After receiving Lung Quan, he threw out a punch. Instantly, a surge of martial law condensed. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and within the dark clouds, a gigantic fist of several hundred feet shot out. Rumble! The gigantic fist was like a mountain as it smashed down. It landed on top of Zhuowen's head, wanting to completely shatter him. How terrifying! Feeling the gigantic fist smashing down from the sky, Zhuowen's gaze turned extremely serious. "Zhuowen, be careful!" Xiao Yu furiously roared as fire law burst out from his body and revolved around his body. Then he raised his hands and flames turned into a gigantic fire dragon that soared into the sky. Rumble! The fire dragon collided with the fist and a dull explosion resounded. The surrounding space violently shook. Puchi! Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the fire dragon formed by fire law collapsed inch by inch under the fist. Xiao Yu violently retreated, his face as pale as snow. What no one noticed was that when the martial saint launched his attack and Xiao Yu retreated, a ghostly figure rushed out from the grass not far away at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh! The sound of the air being torn apart rang out. Unknowingly, the ghostly figure had appeared behind Xiao Yu. Then, a palm fiercely landed on Xiao Yu's back. Puchi! Xiao Yu was caught off guard. He did not expect that there would be a sneak attack from behind. He spat out another mouthful of blood and fell forward. "Who are you?" Xiao Yu was both shocked and furious. Fire law burst out from his body and revolved around him. He turned around and stared at the figure that had launched a sneak attack. That figure did not say anything and attacked again. A wave of black cold chi rushed out like a python and attacked Xiao Yu with a rumbling sound. Rumble! The power of the laws of fire around Xiao Yu had only been hastily set up, so it collapsed under the attack that was ready to be launched. Xiao Yu was like a kite with a broken string. He flew backward and landed heavily on the ground, stirring up layers of dust. Zhuowen's face changed slightly. Purple lightning wings unfolded, and he instantly flew to the pit where Xiao Yu was and helped him up. "Old man Xiao, are you all right?" Zhuowen asked worriedly. "Cough, cough, cough." "I'm fine." Xiao Yu coughed a few times. Then he raised his head and stared at the figure that had launched a sneak attack. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xian Zhong, I didn't expect it to be you." Not only Zhuowen and Xiao Yu, but the disciples of the Martial Saint Tower and the Martial Saint were also stunned. They did not expect that someone would appear out of nowhere. Xian Zhong, the peak master of Xian Ming Peak of Jiaxin College? The Martial Saint muttered in a low voice. Xian Zhong and Xiao Yu were both peak masters of Jiaxin College. Why would Xian Zhong suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack on Xiao Yu, causing him to be heavily injured? Zhuowen naturally noticed Xian Zhong floating in the air. His gaze was extremely cold. This Xian Zhong was too much. He actually dared to launch a sneak attack on Xiao Yu. "Old man Xiao, take this snow lotus jade pill first." Zhuowen took out a pill from his spiritual ring and handed it to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was startled. Soon after, he nodded his head and received the medicinal pill from Zhuowen. As he placed it in his mouth, a surge of medicinal power spread out and circulated throughout Xiao Yu's body, causing his entire body to feel warm. "Martial Uncle Xian Zhong, what do you mean by this?" Zhuowen said indifferently, "What do I mean? You're a dog who deceives his master and kills his fellow disciples. Today, I'm here to get rid of you for Jiaxin College." Xian Zhong's voice was extremely cold, deceiving his master and killing his fellow disciples. However, Zhuowen laughed and said indifferently, "It's clearly you who is abusing your position to avenge a private grudge for your own selfish reasons. Now you're saying it in such a dignified manner. Don't you find it laughable? Also, you launched a sneak attack on old man Xiao. Isn't that killing your fellow disciples? Do you still have any shame?" Xianzhong narrowed his eyes and replied indifferently, Xiao Yu is a lunatic. I won't kill him. My target is you. If you die, everything will be over. Xianzhong's gaze landed on the martial saint not far away. He smiled and said, Martial Saint, why don't we work together? This guy came to the Martial Saint Tower and even defeated your head disciple, Lung Quan. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Moreover, I know a little about that Lu Hantian's special physique. Even if I don't make a move, you'll make a move to snatch it. Why don't we work together? The martial saint raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xianzhong. He didn't expect Xianzhong to know his secret. Indeed, it was as Xianzhong said. He definitely wouldn't let Zhuowen take away Lu Hantian because Lu Hantian was related to his opportunity to break through. The so-called molestation of the Martial Saint Tower's young miss was just a reason he casually arranged to capture Lu Hantian. Their young miss wasn't poisoned by the insect corpse pill at all. However, he didn't expect that Lu Hantian would slip away halfway. What happened next was that Lu Hantian was brought back to the Martial Saint Tower, and Zhuowen broke into the Martial Saint Tower to save him. No matter what, this Zhuowen is still a disciple of the Divine Academy, right? If I kill him like this, won't the Divine Academy blame me? The Martial Saint narrowed his eyes. He naturally thought about capturing Lu Hantian, but he didn't plan to kill Zhuowen. After all, the latter was a genius of the Divine Academy. If he really killed him, it might alert the Saint Realm experts of the Divine Academy. Don't worry. He's just a personal disciple of the mysterious peak. If you help me kill this kid, the responsibility will be on my head at most. It won't involve you. Xianzhong sneered. The martial saint raised his eyebrows. If Xianzhong was willing to take all the responsibility, he didn't need to worry about anything. After all, Xianzhong was the peak master of the 9th peak in the inner courtyard. If he killed a personal disciple, he would at most be punished. He wouldn't be in danger of dying. If that's the case, we can work together. This kid is indeed a little arrogant. Although he has mastered the law of fire, his actions are extremely arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, it'll be hard to justify. The martial saint's mouth was full of coldness. He took a step forward and landed beside Xianzhong. A terrifying pressure flowed out. Xianzhong, you've gone too far. If you dare to kill Zhuowen, I'll report today's matter to the 3 martial uncles. Xiao Yu's face changed slightly as he shouted angrily. Xianzhong sneered. You can report it however you want. Today, I'll definitely kill Zhuowen. He dared to kill Xianqi even if he doesn't die. He'll die. Brother Martial Saint, do it. Xiao Yu, you can help me stall him. I'll deal with that little bastard Zhuowen. Chapter 1396. The death of cold, Spring the martial saint nodded. The law of martial that he had comprehended was of a higher level than Xiao Yu's law of martial. If they were to fight, he would be completely capable of suppressing Xiao Yu. In addition, because of Xianzhong's sneak attack, Xiao Yu had suffered a serious injury. Even with the effect of the Snow Lotus Jade, lustrous pill, the strength that he could unleash was extremely limited. Whoosh! Xiao Yu roared angrily. The law of fire rushed out from his body like a fire python and circled around his body. At the same time, wisps of void power gushed out from under his feet. Xiao Yu took a step forward and entered the void. In the next instant, he appeared in front of Xianzhong. Xianzhong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "It seems like you have comprehended a lot of things in the empty space stone tablet. You can use the empty space stone tablet, but you can't stop me." Xianzhong sneered. The law of mysterious underworld gushed out. He took a step and passed by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu originally wanted to chase after them, But the martial saint had already arrived. His right hand descended from the sky as martial law surged out, forming a mountain-like giant hand that smashed towards Xiaoyu. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two half-saints caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend, and the sun and moon to dim. Without exception, Xiaoyu was completely suppressed by the martial sage. However, as Xiaoyu controlled a trace of void energy, the martial sage was unable to take him down in a short period of time. Little bastard, you will definitely die today. Xian Zhong was very fast. He landed in front of Zhuowen in an instant. The Xian Ming law turned into countless black tentacles. They swept out and wrapped around Zhuowen from all directions. Heavenly Dragon Locking Seal. Zhuowen's eyes were dark and cold. A monstrous light erupted from the dragon seal on his right hand. Soon after, countless thick chains shot out. At the same time, Zhuowen's left eye shot out a fiery light, bursting forth with a powerful law of fire that adhered to the chains, increasing their power by several times. Boom! Boom! The heavenly dragon lock seal and the mysterious underworld law collided with each other. Continuous explosions rang out. Every time the two collided, the aftershock produced could collapse space. Seeing this, many disciples of the Martial Saint Tower narrowed their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock. You've actually grasped the law of fire. Looks like that old fellow Xiaoyu taught it to you. As long as your cultivation reaches the 9th level of the Emperor realm, you'll probably be able to directly advance to the half-step saint realm. Xian Zhong squinted his eyes, which were filled with intense killing intent. Zhuowen's talent had already made him feel threatened. He had already grasped the Saint Rune Law at the 7th level martial emperor realm. If he continued to cultivate, it was very likely that he would catch up to him. At that time, it would be very difficult for him to kill him. This brat must die. Thinking about this, the killing intent in Xian Zhong exploded like a volcano. Boom! Immediately, the power of the dark underworld laws increased by several times and suppressed the heavenly dragon sealing seal. Zhuowen's expression was slightly ugly. At the same time, he glanced at the extremely weak Lu Hantian behind him and sighed softly. He said in a low voice, "I can only let the Buddhist avatar come here." In a mountain a few thousand miles away from the Martial Saint Tower, a majestic temple stood at the top of the mountain. White mist lingered around the temple, and one could vaguely see the outline of the temple. The area of the temple was very large. In front of the mountain gate, there was a plaque with the words Great Thunderclap Temple written on it. The calligraphy was like dragons and snakes, and the eyebrows were like dancing phoenixes. The identity of the temple was obvious. It was the Great Lane Temple, second only to Excellent Divine College in the Divine Netherworld. In the temple, there was a huge pagoda. At the top of the pagoda, a figure was sitting cross-legged with golden light shining all over his body. There was a halo behind the figure's head, which made him look holy and clean. At a closer look, the figure wasn't old. He was about 23 or 24 years old. At this moment, his eyes were wide open and blazing golden light shone from them. "Buddhawan, what's wrong with you? You look uneasy today. Is there something on your mind?" Not far from the figure, there was a praying mat. An old monk wearing a kasaya was sitting cross-legged on it. His eyes were closed, and he didn't open them. The words just now came from the mouth of this old monk. "Master Xian Xian, I have some matters to take care of. I hope you can send me to the Martial Saint Tower." Buddha said respectfully. The hunchbacked old monk in front of him wasn't simple. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was the only saint in the Great Lane Temple. Master Xian Xian's attainments in space were very deep. Although he didn't fully comprehend the laws of space, it was already very impressive. In the Great Lane Temple, Master Xian Xian was practically a godlike existence. Master Xian Xian slowly put down the prayer beads in his hand and opened his eyes. He looked deeply at Buddha Wen and smiled. Karma is a cycle. Your karma is in the Martial Saint Tower. Go, and remember to come back early. Buddha Wen was stunned. He immediately bowed and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Master." Master Xian Xian nodded. Then he waved his sleeve and a surge of spatial energy gushed out, enveloping Buddha Wen. Soon, Buddha Wen's figure disappeared from the top of the pagoda. Brother Hantian, you should leave this place first. The aftermath of my battle with Xian Zhong might affect you. While resisting Xian Zhong's attack, Zhuowen instructed Lu Hantian behind him. The latter nodded and staggered away from the battle between Xian Zhong and Zhuowen. Right now, he was too weak. If he followed Zhuowen, he would only be a burden to the latter. Break! Xian Zhong shouted coldly. The Xian Ming law became even more violent, and it completely shattered the heavenly dragon lock seal. The power of the Xian Ming law came one after another, and it was like black raindrops that covered Zhuo Wen's entire body. Tai Sha Dragon Seal. Zhuowen didn't panic. He waved his right hand, and countless blood chi spurted out, forming a huge blood dragon above his head. The Tai Sha Saint Dragon's huge dragon body coiled up layer by layer, like a coiling dragon, and surrounded Zhuowen in the middle. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the mysterious underworld law arrived in an instant and blasted on the Tai Sha Saint Dragon's shadow. However, it couldn't break the dragon's huge body. Old bastard Xian Zhong, where are you looking? Xian Zhong frowned slightly and stared at the Tai Sha Saint Dragon's shadow below. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Xian Zhong suddenly turned his head and was stunned to discover that Zhuowen had unknowingly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was covered with blood-red marks that looked like dazzling patterns. It was extremely strange and ferocious. Boom! Zhuowen threw out a punch. The power of the Tai Sha Dragon Seal combined with the Law of Fire made this punch extremely powerful. Xian Zhong was caught off guard. In a hurry, he stretched out his hands to meet Zhuowen's punch. Bang! Then, a white air wave with a radius of dozens of meters spread out in all directions. Xian Zhong groaned and retreated dozens of steps. Zhuowen actually forced a half-saint back. So terrifying? In an instant, the desolate ground became slightly silent. The various combat strengths that Zhuowen had displayed earlier were indeed slightly terrifying and shocking. He had defeated the invincible sovereign Lord Lung Quan, and now Xian Zhong, who had mastered the law of mysterious underworld. Not far away, Lung Quan's face turned ugly. At the same time, a trace of fear rose in his heart. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so terrifying. I'll capture Lu Hantian. Let's see how Zhuowen can still be arrogant. Lung Quan's eyes flickered. In an instant, his attention fell on Lu Hantian, who was not far away from Zhuowen. He stepped into the air and flew towards Lu Hantian. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air immediately attracted Zhuowen's attention. Then he saw Lung Quan rushing towards Lu Hantian. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Lung Quan, how dare you? Having said that, the purple lightning wings on Zhuowen's back spread open. He turned into a lightning shadow and tried to stop Lung Quan. Zhuowen, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Your opponent is me. Xian Zhong sneered and stood in front of Zhuowen. The terrifying law of mysterious underworld was like a wall blocking in front of Zhuowen. At the same time, the law of mysterious underworld gathered on the surface of Xian Zhong's body and became even more violent. In the end, it gathered into a giant bird that covered the sky. The giant bird was formed by the law of mysterious underworld. When it spread its wings, it swept out a gale that contained a terrifying chill. Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared at the giant bird behind Xianzhong. His eyes were solemn. It was probably Xianzhong's armor soul that suppressed the giant bird. It seemed like Xianzhong was serious. "Ha ha, Lu Hantian, you can't escape from my palm." On the other side, Lung Quan laughed and threw a palm strike. Immediately, Lu Hantian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. At the same time, Lung Quan grabbed Lu Hantian's neck with his right hand and looked at Zhuowen provocatively. "Zhuowen, do you really think you're the savior of the world? You don't take my Martial Saint Tower seriously at all. You even want to save Lu Hantian. You're just asking for death," Lung Quan sneered. His voice was filled with mockery. "Let go of him or you'll die a horrible death," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. The smile on Lung Quan's face grew wider. He said, "Are you kidding? If you say I'll die a horrible death, then come and kill me." With that, Lung Quan threw a punch at Lu Hantian's abdomen. The latter's back bent, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Come and kill me." Lung Quan laughed loudly. His face was filled with pride. Obviously, the defeat at the hands of Zhuowen had made him very angry. Now, he was venting his anger on Lu Hantian. Uffed. Suddenly, the smile on Lung Quan's face froze. Then a Buddhist commandment blade swept out from behind him and pierced through his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. This Lung Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the Buddhist commandment blade that pierced through his chest. Then he slowly turned his head. Behind him, a young monk with a halo on the back of his head was staring at him indifferently. Who are you?" Lung Quan's eyes were filled with fear. He had never seen this young monk behind him. Why did this person want to kill him? "The person who will kill you." The Buddhist commandment blade in his hand suddenly swept out. Golden light shone brightly. Immediately, Lung Quan's body was torn into pieces. Blood mist filled the air and exploded. Chapter 1397. Saving a Life Silence. The entire desolate land of the Martial Saint Tower was completely silent. One could even hear a pin drop. Even the Martial Saint and Xiao Yu, who were fighting not far away, stopped fighting and stared blankly at the scene. At this moment, Lung Quan was actually killed by a strange monk. This was truly unbelievable. You dare to kill Lung Quan? I'll kill you." The Martial Saint was silent for a moment. Then he roared toward the sky. His martial laws surged out and condensed into a several thousand feet tall illusory figure of a cultivator behind him. The illusory figure of the cultivator had blurry facial features. It had a muscular body. Every movement of its body contained a terrifying might. It was extremely frightening. Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly. He clenched his teeth and also unleashed his fire laws. They formed a huge fire dragon and surged toward the illusory figure of the cultivator. "Scram!" The Martial Saint shouted coldly. He leapt up and stood on the shoulder of the illusory figure of the cultivator. With a thought, the illusory figure of the cultivator's enormous fist rumbled and smashed into the fire dragon. Rumble! The illusory figure of the cultivator's might was extremely terrifying. With that punch, the fire dragon roared and collapsed inch by inch. Pucci! At the same time, Xiao Yu vomited a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. The Martial Saint did not pay any attention to Xiao Yu. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the Buddhist rune. The illusory figure of the cultivator beneath his feet stepped forward. Every step caused the ground to tremble and rumble. In an instant, he arrived before the Buddhist rune. His right hand pressed down from the sky. It rumbled like a mountain as it smashed toward the Buddhist rune. Amitabha, 10,000 Buddhas greeting. The Buddhist rune stood there quietly with his palms together. His eyes shone with Buddhist light. Instantly, illusory figures of ancient Buddhas appeared behind him. They were so densely packed that one could not see the end of them. Countless illusory figures of ancient Buddhas opened their eyes and shot out Buddhist light. The Buddhist light formed a huge bowl-shaped golden alms bowl. It enveloped the Buddhist rune and Lu Hantian, forming a golden defense. Rumble! The illusory figure of the cultivator's hand fell from the sky and landed on the bowl-shaped golden alms bowl. Then, an ear-piercing explosion sounded like an earthquake. However, the bowl-shaped golden alms bowl was like a solid rock, immovable like a mountain. Instead, it was the right hand of the martial artist's illusory figure that was directly repelled. Amitabha Sutra, your master Xian Xian from the temple? The martial saint was startled as he stared at the young monk with his palms together. The young monk was tall and slender, wearing a white monk robe. He held 2 strings of Buddha beads in his left hand and a Buddhist commandment blade in his right. The Buddha, the martial word translation, as his translation, as translation, as translation, his Buddha translation, translation, his Buddha translation, 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 was his translation, 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 underscore, translation, 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 a. Buddha's strength was much stronger than a monarch of the same level. A 9th layer Buddha was comparable to an invincible monarch lord. Of course, if a Buddha had comprehended the power of law, his strength would be even more terrifying. Evidently, the young monk before him was a Buddha that had comprehended the power of laws. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block the all-out attack of a martial saint. The Buddhist scriptures were formed from the Buddha's eye of the Buddha demon eye. He had a comprehension of the Buddhist Tao that was hard for ordinary people to reach. Furthermore, he was heavily nurtured by Grandmaster Xian Xian. It was not strange for him to reach the 9th layer of Buddha in just a few years. Owen raised his head slightly and opened his golden eyes. He stared at the martial saint and said, "Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-storied pagoda." Martial saint, can you spare these people? The moment he said that, the entire place fell silent. Many disciples of the martial saint tower stared at the young monk in front of them with strange gazes. This monk had just used his Buddhist commandment blade to kill Lung Quan. Moreover, he had taken Lung Quan's yuaning without any shame. Now, he was talking about saving a life. The contrast was too great. There was no doubt that the young monk in front of him was an absolute weirdo. The martial saint's face turned green and purple, and finally it turned red. The Buddhist words had deeply stimulated his soul, causing his killing intent to surge. "Are you mocking me? You killed my personal disciple, and now you want me to save a life? Do you take me for a fool? Even if you are the successor of Master Xian Xian, I will still kill you today." The martial saint's killing intent surged. His entire body merged with the martial artist's silhouette. Immediately, the martial artist's silhouette became more and more solid. Its muscles swelled. It was originally a silhouette, but now it seemed more and more solid. The martial artist's silhouette also became more and more solid. The aura on its surface was also extremely terrifying. It was as powerful and profound as a 10,000-foot tall mountain. "Kill!" The martial saint threw out a punch and heavily smashed onto the surface of the bowl-shaped golden alms bowl. Muffled sounds of impact rang out once again. The bowl-shaped golden alms bowl which was originally as immovable as a mountain, began to tremble under the martial saint's punches. However, it was still barely able to hold on. Not far away, Zhuowen frowned. The martial saint's strength was somewhat out of his expectations. His strength was most likely above Xianzhong's. No wonder, Xiao, you had praised the martial saint's talent. The law of martialism that he had comprehended should not be a simple law of martialism. Zhuowen, where are you looking? Die for me. A cold voice rang out. Then Xianzhong rushed over like a vigorous cheetah. He was as fast as lightning and instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. The giant bird formed by the law of mysterious underworld followed closely behind him. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The power of the void filled the air and attached itself to the purple lightning wings. Instantly, his speed reached the extreme as he escaped into the void. In the next moment, he appeared a few hundred meters away. Sai, I can only use that thing. I have to end this quickly. Zhuowen sighed softly. He raised his hands. Instantly, terrifying ice and fire energies burst out from his body. One was the dark cold poison, and the other was the 9 flames karmic fire. Both of them were heavenly rank energies, and their power was terrifying. Then Zhuowen combined the 2 energies. With crackling sounds, the dark cold poison and the 9 flames karmic fire combined to form a palm-sized palace. On the surface of the palace, 9 colors were constantly changing. Within the 9 colors, there was a strand of black light that flashed repeatedly. What is that? Xianzhong narrowed his eyes and stared at the palace in Zhuowen's right hand. A tinge of fear rose in his heart. In the ice-fire palace, he could feel the aura of the ice and fire dual hall in the inner yard. Ice-fire palace. Zhuowen ignored Xianzhong's question. He clenched his right hand and swung it. Instantly, the ice-fire palace in his palm cut through the void and landed in front of Xianzhong. Xianzhong did not dare to be negligent. He waved his right hand and commanded the giant bird behind him to attack the ice-fire palace. Expand. Zhuowen faintly spat out this word. Then, the ice-fire palace swelled to the extreme. In the end, it swelled from the size of a palm to several thousand feet in size. It seemed to have transformed into a new ice and fire dual extreme hall. In the blink of an eye, the ice-fire palace suppressed the giant bird. The latter did not even have time to react before it was trapped in the palace. What? Shock appeared in Xianzhong's eyes. He hadn't expected such an unforeseen event. He was just about to retreat when Zhuowen's indifferent voice resounded once more. Explode. Rumble. An earth-shaking explosion occurred. Before Xianzhong could leave the ice and fire palace, the latter had already burst apart. Terrifying 9 types of flames rushed out and instantly swallowed Xianzhong's entire body. Ah! Amidst the explosion, a miserable cry resounded across the sky. The owner of the miserable cry was Xianzhong. The explosion lasted for 10 breaths of time before the explosive energy gradually weakened. After the explosive energy faded, an extremely miserable figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The figure was none other than Xianzhong. At that moment, Xianzhong's clothes were tattered and he was bald. His skin was charred black and he looked extremely frightening. Xianzhong roared towards the sky. His roar was filled with rage. He was actually in such a miserable state in the hands of a junior like Zhuowen. It was a humiliation to him. Zhuowen, you little bastard. I will definitely kill you. Then I will pull out your tendons and peel off your bones. I will skin you alive and let you beg me to kill you. Xianzhong was almost crazy. His eyes turned red as he looked around, searching for Zhuowen's figure. Old dog, where are you looking? Your grandfather is above you. A mocking voice sounded. Xianzhong raised his head abruptly. He was stunned when he saw Zhuowen floating in the sky. His right hand was holding a palm-sized ice fire palace. Swoosh! Perhaps because Zhuowen noticed Xianzhong's gaze, the smile on his face grew even wider. With a swing of his right hand, the ice and fire palace flew out of his hand. It instantly turned into a giant palace that was hundreds of feet tall, suppressing Xianzhong inside. Explode! Zhuowen escaped into the void and disappeared from the palace. Then, the ice fire palace in the void exploded again. This time, the explosion was even more terrifying. The explosion spread out and covered an area of a few thousand feet. It almost covered the sky where the Marshall Saint Tower was. It was filled with dazzling light. On the wasteland, many disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower twitched their eyelids. They had to admit that Xianzhong was unlucky to be hit by the same attack twice. Moreover, the might of these two moves was so terrifying that even a semi-sage expert could die. So, it was likely that Xianzhong would be in a precarious situation. At the same time, Zhuowen calmly took out a nascent soul from his spiritual ring. It was the nascent soul of Xianqi that Zhuowen killed in the inner yard. Xianqi was a 9th-level martial emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 9th-level martial emperor. His nascent soul contained an enormous amount of energy. Zhuowen took out the Fushi cauldron without hesitation and stuffed it into the Fushi cauldron. Suddenly, the Fushi cauldron shone brightly. Rumble! A huge hand stretched out from the cauldron. Then, a second huge hand stretched out. 2 mountain-like arms stretched out and reached into the explosion. They grabbed a figure that was in a sorry state. Upon closer inspection, the figure was none other than Xianzhong. At this moment, Xianzhong's aura was extremely weak. After being attacked by the Ice Fire Palace twice, he was exhausted even though he was a half-saint who had mastered the law. Old man Xiao, the inner yard won't blame me for killing this old dog, right? Zhuowen suddenly asked Xiao Yu, who was severely injured not far away. At this moment, Xiao Yu was stunned like a statue. The scene just now was really shocking. Chapter 1398. The martial saint defeated Xiao Yu was not the only one. The disciples of the Martial Saint Tower, and even the Martial Saint who was attacking the Golden Bowl, were stunned. Xianzhong was the peak master of the Xianming Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Jiaxin College. He was a half-saint who had mastered the law of Xianming, yet he had been defeated by a junior. Zhuowen had even declared that he would kill Xianzhong. These words, in the ears of many people, actually sounded so sarcastic and ear-piercing. Zhuowen, I am your martial uncle. If you dare to kill me, you will be disrespecting your master and your ancestors. Xianzhong twisted his body and struggled. However, he could not move at all under the suppression of the 2 giant hands. When he heard Zhuowen declare that he would kill him, he panicked and could not help but scream. You ambushed old man Xiao and teamed up with the martial saint to kill me. Why don't you feel that you are disrespecting your master and your ancestors? Zhuowen sneered and said, Now that you have been defeated by me, don't you find it ridiculous to say such words? Xianzhong was stunned. He quickly turned his head to look at Xiao Yu and said, Junior brother Xiao Yu, are you going to allow your disciple to do as he pleases? I am his martial uncle. It is intolerable for him to kill me. As a senior brother, you ambushed me from behind. As a martial uncle, you teamed up with the martial saint to kill Zhuowen. It is not intolerable for Zhuowen. It is you. Xiao Yu slowly stood up. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? Are you saying Xianzhong's forehead was covered in cold sweat? Xiao Yu's words gave him an ominous feeling. Zhuowen, just do it. I will bear all the responsibility for you, Xiao Yu said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded. He leapt up and landed on the two giant hands. He arrived before Xianzhong at lightning speed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Martial uncle Xianzhong, we have no enmity between us. You are my martial uncle. I should respect you. However, when the Blue Dragon Hall came to ask for me, you helped the tyrant to capture me and even tried to kill me. Actually, it's been a long time. I've already forgotten about it. But you shouldn't have done that. Your disciple, Xian Qi, attacked my friend, and you've been targeting me. Now, you want to kill me because of a grudge. I'm not a saint. I can't let a scourge like you live. With that, Zhuowen swung his right hand. The tiger-head clear golden spear pierced through the void and slashed across Xianzhong's neck. Puchi, a line of blood shot out. Immediately, a head soared into the sky along with the line of blood. It turned into a parabola as it fell from the sky. It rolled a few times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. At that moment, the atmosphere around the Martial Saint Tower became much quieter. Everyone watched the scene quietly, unable to say anything. Xianzhong was a sage-to-be who had grasped the mysterious underworld law. No matter what, he was still a martial sage. Even if his battle prowess was not as great as a martial sage's, the difference was not too great. But now, he was actually killed by a young man of the same generation as them. The impact on them was too great. Whoosh! A shadow shot out from Xianzhong's corpse and fled into the distance. Zhuowen, remember this. I'll definitely report this to Martial Uncle Yanji and the others. I'll say that you betrayed your master and killed your own martial uncle. A vicious voice came from the shadow. However, the speed at which it fled was not slow at all. Instead, it was even faster. Escape? Do you think it's that easy? Heavenly Dragon Lock seal. Lock the heavens and lock the earth. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He flipped his right hand, and the Heavenly Dragon Lock seal shot out. Terrifying black chains extended out like countless black pythons and shot out. The chains were extremely fast. In an instant, they caught up with Xianzhong's nascent soul and bound it layer by layer, preventing it from escaping. Zhuowen retracted his right hand, and the black chains disappeared into Zhuowen's pouch. At the same time, Xianzhong's nascent soul was also in his hand. Xianzhong's face was filled with fear. He struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, how could he break free from Zhuowen's restraint in his nascent soul form? You'd better stay in the spiritual ring first, Zhuowen said indifferently. He then stuffed Xianzhong's nascent soul into the spiritual ring. His gaze then fell on the martial sage, who was still attacking the bowl-shaped golden alms bowl not far away. At that moment, Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. The battle with Xianzhong had consumed a lot of his energy. Therefore, he immediately took out the snow lotus jade pill from the spiritual ring and consumed it. The surging medicinal power spread throughout his body. Zhuowen's injuries were alleviated by the medicinal power. Perhaps because he felt Zhuowen's gaze, the martial sage stopped his actions and stared at Zhuowen with fear. Zhuowen, I won't interfere in your matters. I'll let you leave the martial sage tower. However, you can't interfere in the young monk's matters. How about that? The martial sage spoke. There was a hint of submission in his words. The fact that Zhuowen could kill Xianzhong showed how terrifying the martial sage was. Although the martial sage had comprehended the law of martial and grasped a higher level of power than Xianzhong, he did not dare to say that he could kill Xianzhong. However, Zhuowen had done it. Therefore, the martial sage was extremely fearful. I'm sorry. I'm going to interfere. Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. The purple lightning wings on his back spread out, and he flew towards the martial sage as if he was teleporting. The martial sage's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and a mountain-like giant hand whistled through the air. Wherever it passed, the heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked. Swoosh! Zhuowen entered the void and dodged the martial sage's attack. When he reappeared, he had already landed in the bowl-shaped golden alms bowl. You know each other? Looking at the scene, the martial sage frowned and asked in surprise. Zhuowen and Fo exchanged glances with one another and burst out laughing. They said at the same time, "Not only do we know each other, Zhuowen is Fo and Fo is Zhuowen. They are one." Saying this, Fo took a step forward and emitted a bright glow, which merged with Zhuowen's actual body. At that instant, the two of them had merged into one, a clone. The martial sage's eyes widened as he mumbled to himself. Bang! As soon as Fo merged with Zhuowen's body, a terrifying aura burst into the sky, as if it could shatter the space. Countless disciples of the Martial Saint Tower knelt on the ground with one knee. The moment the aura exploded. The aura was like the might of the heavens, suppressing them so much that they couldn't even stand up. How terrifying! Is this his strongest trump card? This was the thought in every disciple's mind. Their hearts trembled, and their legs trembled. Xiaoyu was also stunned. He opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. Just now, it was already unbelievable that he could kill Xianzhong with the Ice Fire Palace. However, that was not his strongest move. Perhaps Zhuowen now has the qualifications to compete with Yang Yi. In the 9 Underworld Conference 2 years later, he might be able to shine. Xiaoyu's eyes shone with a strange light. Zhuowen was only a 7th-rank martial emperor, but he was already so terrifying. Xiaoyu knew that if Zhuowen was given more time and comprehended the law of the void in the 9 Underworld Conference, Zhuowen might even surpass Yang Yi. The martial sage's face darkened. At this moment, Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. In fact, he was a little shocked. "Martial sage, Long Quan was killed by me. Zhuowen, if you want to take revenge, come at me." Zhuowen walked step by step towards the martial sage. His thunderous voice exploded in the void. His battle intent surged. Fight! Although the martial sage was wary, he was fearless. The law of martial arts circled around the huge martial artist's shadow. He clenched his right hand, and a huge halberd appeared. After fusing with the power of the Buddha scriptures, the shadow of an ancient Buddha that was thousands of feet tall appeared behind Zhuowen. The two collided in the void, and then an extremely terrifying explosion burst out, like countless firecrackers exploding. The illusory figure of the martial artist and the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha, the two giants, intertwined in the void. They fought in close combat, their fists landing on flesh. Every attack was able to leave cracks and cracks in the space above the void. Many people felt their scalps go numb as they watched. Amitba, 10,000 Buddhas greeting sect. Zhuowen shouted. The ancient Buddha shadow appeared in the void. Then it split into many Buddha shadows. It was as if 10,000 Buddhas were worshipping it. Rumble! The 10,000 Buddhas slammed into the martial artist's shadow. The latter's huge body was pushed back. Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. Zhuowen didn't slow down. He used the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal again. The huge Supreme Slaughter Saint Dragon shadow followed, closely behind the 10,000 Buddhas. Its huge dragon body was like a boundless whip. Bang! The martial artist's shadow was pushed back again. Merciless slaughter. The phantom of the divine slaughter dragon roared and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The terrifying power it generated spread out. The warrior's illusory figure was still retreating. Even the face of the martial sage within the warrior's illusory figure became somewhat pale. Ice Fire Palace. Zhuowen stretched out his hands. The dark cold poison and 9 flames karmic fire slowly combined under his will, forming a huge ice fire palace. The ice fire palace pressed down like a mountain. It had an unbearable pressure. Rumble! The martial artist's illusory figure knelt on the ground with one knee. The entire ground shook violently and rumbled. The ice and fire palace crushed the martial artist's illusory figure, causing it to bend over and unable to stand up. Looking at this scene, many people's eyes were numb. In the battle between Zhuowen and the martial sage, it was the martial sage who was suppressed. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of footsteps rang out as Zhuowen descended from the void. The ancient Buddha's shadow quietly floated behind him, its eyes narrowed. Zhuowen walked step by step towards the dim martial artist's shadow. The martial sage, in the middle of the martial artist's shadow, had a ghastly wound at the corner of his mouth. He kept coughing. In the battle just now, he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Martial sage, you brought this upon yourself. Zhuowen came before the martial artist's shadow. After saying this, he pressed down with his right hand. The huge ancient Buddha shadow behind him stretched out a Buddha palm and slammed down on the martial artist's shadow. The martial sage roared. The martial artist's shadow shattered like glass. The martial sage fell to the ground in a sorry state. He struggled, but couldn't get up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 1399. Ice Soul Saint Physique. Zhuowen isn't bad. His cultivation isn't high, but his battle prowess isn't bad. Above the clouds of the martial saint tower, 3 majestic figures floated silently. The 3 of them were white-haired old men in long robes. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize them as the 3 saints of the inner yard, Yanji, Jiangxian, and Wenbai. Senior brother Yanji, the ice and fire palace Zhuowen used just now, is similar to the ice and fire dual polarity palace, and his method seems to be. Jiangxian suddenly looked at Yanji and said hesitantly. Yanji's expression was very calm as he said indifferently, Junior brother Jiang, I know what you want to say. Zhuowen's method of merging ice and fire energy is indeed a characteristic of the ice-fire saint rune. Could it be? Jiangxian's pupils shrank slightly as he exclaimed. After Zhuowen left the ice and fire dual polarity palace, I went inside again. The ice-fire saint rune on the 18th floor no longer exists, Yanji said calmly. In other words, Zhuowen obtained the ice-fire saint rune. Wenbai said with narrowed eyes. Yanji nodded and said, I'm afraid so. Zhuowen used some unknown method to subdue the ice-fire saint rune. It's truly unbelievable. Senior brother, Yanji, what should we do? The ice-fire saint rune is the origin of the ice and fire dual polarity palace. If Zhuowen took it away, the ice and fire dual polarity palace will not be able to fulfill the purpose of the trial in the future, Jiangxian said with some displeasure. It's fine. Yanji waved his hand and continued. This little guy left half of the ice-fire saint rune's origin in the ice and fire dual polarity palace. It's enough to keep the ice and fire dual polarity palace running. Also, don't forget what the progenitor said. The ice-fire saint rune can only be obtained by the fated one. We all tried to subdue the ice-fire saint rune, but none of us succeeded. Unfortunately, Zhuowen succeeded. So the fated one the progenitor spoke of should be Zhuowen. Why should we take back the ice-fire saint rune? Jiangxian and Wenbai exchanged glances, then looked at Yanji and asked, Senior brother, what do you mean? Go back and support Ao Yuan Peak. And I also need to talk to this little guy. Senior brother, Zhuowen also killed Xianzhong. Should we deal with him according to the sex rules? When Bai suddenly asked, Yan Ji smiled faintly and said because Xian Zhong was dissatisfied with the junior, he made a move to kill Zhuowen. This is treason and deserves to be killed. Jiang Xian, and when Bai's hearts trembled, when they heard this, the two of them knew that Yan Ji intended to cover up the matter of Zhuowen killing Xian Zhong. However, the two of them understood, after giving it some thought. Xian Zhong was already dead, but Zhuowen was still alive. Moreover, he was a peerless genius with unlimited potential. It was impossible for them to force away a monster like Zhuowen because of a dead person. On the contrary, they would treat Zhuowen well and let Zhuowen feel a sense of belonging to the Divine Academy. Let's go back first. When Zhuowen returns to the inner courtyard, I will personally talk to him, Yan Ji said faintly. Jiang Xian and Wen Bai nodded. Then, the three of them disappeared into the clouds like smoke. On the wasteland, the martial saint clenched his fists and stared at Zhuowen, who was walking over step by step. His eyes were filled with fear. He was the strongest person in the martial saint tower, the martial saint. At this moment, he had lost to a junior. He could not accept this. Martial saint, you protected your disciple, Lung Quan, and then went back on your words. In the end, you even colluded with Xian Zhong to kill me. Today you have lost. What else do you have to say? Arriving in front of the martial saint, Zhuowen looked down at the man, who was kneeling on one knee on the ground. I have nothing to say. However, isn't it too early for you to kill me? Although I have lost, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. The martial saint suddenly laughed out loud. He punched the ground with his right fist, and the law of martial poured out. Instantly, the ground where Zhuowen and the martial saint were standing cracked. A terrifying pressure surged from below, wanting to strangle Zhuowen to death. You really don't want to give up. Zhuowen shook his head. His right eye suddenly opened and closed. At this moment, his right eye was filled with ice-blue cold air. It surged and contained the powerful law of ice. Ice seal, Zhuowen said softly, and the cracked ground under his feet completely froze. The surging pressure also came to a sudden stop. Law of ice. You actually have a law of martial saint in your body? How is this possible? The martial saint shrieked. His face was filled with disbelief. However, his shriek did not last for long. A spear pierced through the air and instantly arrived. Block! The martial saint furiously roared. He raised his hands, and the law of martial saint turned into a wall, blocking in front of him. Kacha! However, the wall formed by the law of martial saint was like paper. It instantly shattered, and the spear pierced through the martial saint's chest like a hot knife through butter. Puchi! The martial saint spat out a mouthful of blood. His gaze landed on the spear on his body. Only then did he discover that on the surface of the spear, the law of ice and the law of fire were unceasingly interweaving. It is indeed two law of martial saint. No wonder it could easily pierce through the wall formed by my law of martial saint. After saying that, the martial saint knelt on the ground. His eyes gradually closed, and his aura gradually faded away. The law of ice and the law of fire were originally very ordinary law of martial saint. However, when the two laws were combined, their might could completely surpass that of higher-level laws. Zhuowen held the spear with his right hand and suddenly pulled it out. He brought out a strand of blood. Then he extended his right hand into the martial saint's dantian. With a frown, he discovered that the martial saint's nascent soul had been completely destroyed. It seemed that the power of the law of ice and the law of fire was too berserk. It had directly destroyed all of the martial saint's vitality. Even his nascent soul had not survived. Whoosh! Xiaoyu's figure flashed, and arrived beside Zhuowen. He stared at the martial saint weakly on the ground with a complicated gaze. He lightly sighed and said, "I'm afraid that the martial saint tower will truly decline from now on. However, this is their own fault." Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently. After saying that, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Lu Hantian and said, "Big brother Hantian, do you know why the martial saint wanted to capture you?" Zhuowen had heard the conversation between the martial saint and Xian Zhong very clearly. It seemed that Lu Hantian had a special physique that could help the martial saint break through the shackles and become a saint. Lu Hantian revealed a blank expression. He bitterly smiled and said, "Actually, I'm also a little confused. Originally, I planned to wholeheartedly cultivate after joining the Martial Saint Tower. More than 10 days ago, Lung Quan came to find me and brought me to a room. Then, I was mysteriously labeled with the crime of molesting the Martial Saint Tower's young miss. From then on, I was wanted by the Martial Saint Tower. Oh, that's right. After I was captured, I was brought to the Martial Saint's residence. I vaguely heard the Martial Saint mention something about the Sacred Frost physique. However, I don't know what the Sacred Frost physique is." When these words came out, Xiao Yu's pupils shrank. He could not help but say excitedly, "Sacred Frost physique? It seems that your friend is very likely to have the Sacred Frost physique. Otherwise, the Martial Saint would not be so anxious to capture him." After saying that, Xiao Yu arrived in front of Lu Hantian and grabbed Lu Hantian's right hand. However, his brows were slightly furrowed. "Old man Xiao, what's wrong? Is there a problem with Big Brother Hantian?" Zhuowen asked with slight worry. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered and said, "Your friend indeed has the Sacred Frost physique. However, the Frost soul origin in his body has been sealed. I'm afraid it was done by the Martial Saint. Moreover, only a saint can undo the seal. If you want to help your friend undo the seal, you can only ask Martial Uncle Yanji and the others." "Wait, can you tell me in detail what the Sacred Frost physique is?" Lu Hantian suddenly asked. "The so-called Sacred Frost physique is a special physique that has the Frost soul origin in his body. Martial artists with the Sacred Frost physique have great potential. It is much easier for them to break through to the saint realm compared to ordinary martial artists. There are almost no shackles. Moreover, because of the Frost soul origin in his body, he does not need to comprehend the laws. He can naturally control the Frost soul origin when he is at the high-level martial emperor realm." Xiao Yu said seriously, "So I am so awesome. Why didn't I realize it before?" Lu Hantian touched his chin and revealed a narcissistic smile. "I didn't expect Big Brother Hantian to have the Sacred Frost physique. Congratulations. By the way, where are Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and LVE Tao?" Zhuowen cupped his hands. He was happy for Lu Hantian. "The three of them accompanied me for a while before leaving the 9th Netherworld realm. They plan to return to your Black Dragon Empire. The three of them know that they are not talented enough. The Emperor realm is their limit. So, at this point, Lu Hantian sighed softly. His tone was full of sorrow. The path of martial arts has always been like this. If you do not advance, you will fall behind. Moreover, it is very important to have talent and opportunity. If you do not have both, you will be eliminated in the end. Even if you have too many resources, if your talent is not high, you will not be able to raise your cultivation too high no matter how many resources you have. Perhaps the Black Dragon Empire is more suitable for the three of them." Zhuowen sighed softly. For a moment, the two of them fell into silence. "There is nothing to do here. Let's go back to the academy first." Xiao Yu suddenly said to Zhuowen, "Yes, let's go." Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, the three of them left the Martial Saint Tower. "It's over. The Marshall Saint Tower is done for. Big senior brother is dead. Even the Marshall Saint is dead. What should we do? I have heard of Zhuowen. It is said that he is the direct disciple of Ao Yuan Peak. I did not expect his strength to be so terrifying. We must not provoke such a fiend in the future. After the three of them left, many disciples of the Marshall Saint Tower were at a loss of what to do. They were in an uproar and did not know what to do. From today onwards, Zhuowen's name would spread throughout the entire divine netherworld realm. With the death of the Marshall Saint and Lung Quan, the Marshall Saint Tower was destined to decline and even disband. The one who caused all of this was a 7th-level Emperor Realm Youth. This might seem unbelievable to many people, but it had indeed happened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In front of the mountain gate of Jiaxin College, 3 figures came one after another. It was Zhuowen and the other 2 who were returning. Chapter 1400. Talk in detail after returning to the inner court. Zhuowen found that everywhere he went, the gazes of many disciples looking at him became extremely strange. There were even quite a few people who pointed at him and whispered. Seeing the actions of the surrounding disciples, Zhuowen frowned. He was filled with doubts, but he could not say what he was thinking. After arriving at the bottom of the 9 peaks, a beautiful figure quietly stood there, like a snow lotus that stood alone in the world. This beautiful figure slowly turned around, and her beautiful eyes fell onto Zhuowen, revealing a sweet smile. Zhuowen also grinned and quickly walked over, tightly hugging this beautiful figure. After the 2 of them separated, Mu Qinxue bowed to Lu Hantian and said, "Qinxue greets Senior Han Tian. Thank you, Senior Han Tian, for taking care of Zhuowen in the past." Lu Hantian waved his hand and said, "Zhuowen is my brother. In the past, he was weak, so I should take care of him. Now that this brat is much stronger than me, he should take care of me." After saying this, Lu Hantian smiled as he stared at Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue and said, "However, what I want to know more is, when will the 2 of you get married? I'm still waiting for your wedding banquet." When these words came out, Mu Qinxue lowered her head, and her cheeks flushed red. Zhuowen rubbed his nose and revealed an awkward look. "You 2 don't need to waste time. Hurry up and get married. It's best if you give birth to a white and chubby baby. When the time comes, how about you acknowledge me as your godfather?" Lu Hantian said in a carefree manner, Big brother Hantian, let's talk about this in the future." "I will definitely do this." After saying this, Zhuowen's right hand tightly held Mu Qinxue's jade-like hand. His eyes filled with love. Perhaps because she saw the doting look in Zhuowen's eyes, Mu Qinxue's cheeks became even redder. She said in a low voice, "I believe you." However, what Zhuowen did not notice was that the moment Mu Qinxue lowered her head, a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Of course, this trace of emotion only appeared for a moment. "Qinxue, how did you know that I would come back today?" Zhuowen asked in a rather doubtful voice. Mu Qinxue smiled and said, "It was Grand Marshal Uncle Yan Ji who said that you would return today. That's why I waited for you at the bottom of the 9 peaks in advance." "Grand Marshal Uncle Yan Ji?" Zhuowen was startled and asked in surprise. Perhaps Zhuowen doesn't know that Grand Marshal Uncle Yan Ji has already announced the death of Grand Marshal Uncle Xian Zhong to the entire 9 peaks of the inner court. Now, everyone in the inner court knows that Grand Marshal Uncle Xian Zhong has fallen. Mu Qinxue suddenly said in a soft voice. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Since Yan Ji knew that Xian Zhong was dead, he was probably near the Marshall Saint Tower and had seen the scene of his battle with Xian Zhong. Zhuowen frowned. Xian Zhong was one of the 9 peak masters after all. He was an upper echelon of the inner court, and an extremely important figure. He did not know what Yan Ji thought of him killing Xianzhong. Thinking of this, Zhuowen felt slightly uneasy. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's expression, Mu Qinxue said with a faint smile, "Grand Marshal Uncle, Yan Ji has no intention of blaming you. This time, he has already made the matter public and explained everything clearly. It was Xianzhong who launched a sneak attack on you and wanted to kill you first. You killed Grand Marshal Uncle Xianzhong in self-defense. Grand Marshal Uncle, Yan Ji has no intention of blaming you." Zhuo Wen revealed a surprised expression when he heard this. He did not expect that not only would Yan Ji make this matter public, he would even speak in a rare manner of protecting him. At the same time, Zhuowen also recalled the scene of the other disciples pointing at him after he entered the academy. Those disciples were probably pointing at him because Yan Ji had made the matter public. After all, as a member of the younger generation, killing a powerful half-saint like Xianzhong was an extremely shocking matter, coupled with the fact that Xianzhong was Zhuowen's grand martial uncle. Zhuowen naturally became the center of attention. "Zhuowen, grand martial uncle, Yan Ji has instructed me to ask you to find him." Mu Qinxue suddenly said to Zhuowen, "Where is grand martial uncle, Yan Ji?" Zhuowen asked, "In the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall." Mu Qinxue answered. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Yan Ji had chosen the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall as the meeting place. "All right, I will go and meet him." Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, the group walked towards the top of Aoyuan Peak. After arriving at the peak, Zhuowen led Lu Hantian along the chain at the edge of the cliff and flew towards the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall in the middle of the void. At this moment, the door of the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall was open. Zhuowen did not take too long to enter the hall. "Zhuowen, come to the 18th level." A majestic voice exploded beside Zhuo, Wen's ear like thunder the moment he entered the Ice-Fire Dual Extreme Hall. Zhuowen's eyes immediately darkened. He knew that Yan Ji should know that he had already taken the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune from the Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Hall. Zhuowen's first thought was to escape. However, his rationality told him that it was impossible. Yan Ji was the second terrifying expert in the 9 Netherworld realm to become a heavenly saint. In the hands of such an existence, Zhuowen would be dreaming if he wanted to escape. "I can only brace myself and go up." With a soft sigh, the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. Immediately, the surrounding ice and fire energy gathered into an ice and fire dragon. Zhuowen led Lu Hantian onto the ice and fire dragon. The two of them passed through the first 17 levels like a hot knife through butter and entered the 18th level. On the 18th level, Yan Ji sat cross-legged quietly. When Zhuowen and Lu Hantian arrived, he slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "Zhuowen, I have been waiting for you for a few days." Zhuowen scratched his head and pretended to be deaf. "I don't know what senior uncle means." Yan Ji was not angry. He said indifferently, "You don't have to play dumb. The Ice-Fire Sacred Rune should be on you. Don't try to fool me. I have seen your battle in the Martial Saint Tower." Zhuo Wen's eyes revealed a trace of a sharp glint. He was secretly on guard in his heart. He did not expect Yan Ji to be so direct as soon as he came up, causing Zhuo Wen to be rather unaccustomed to it. "Then what does senior uncle mean?" Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Yan Ji smiled. "Actually, it's nothing. Don't worry. I will not take the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune. It is your opportunity and should belong to you." Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion when he heard Yan Ji's words. He did not expect Yan Ji to be so easy to talk to. "You don't have to doubt me. To be able to obtain the Ice-Fire Sacred Rune, you need an opportunity. If the 3 of us could obtain it, we would have taken it long ago. Yen Ji's eyes fell on Lu Hantian as he spoke. He sized him up and suddenly became serious as he stared at the latter. What do you want? I'm not interested in you. Don't stare at me like that. Lu Hantian was a little scared by Yen Ji's stare. He rubbed his arms with his hands, and his hair stood on end as he cursed. Yen Ji did not mind. He laughed and said, "Saint Body of Frost? I didn't notice it before. My eyes are really bad." Yen Ji hooked his right hand as he spoke. A terrifying saint energy surrounded Lu Hantian, causing the Lu Hantian to involuntarily fly towards Yen Ji. "Damn, I'm a normal man. What do you want? Let go of me." "No." Lu Hantian wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. He wanted to get rid of Yen Ji's saint energy, but it was useless. In front of Yen Ji, Lu Hantian was like a newborn baby. No matter how he struggled, he could not get rid of Yen Ji's power. Zhuowen was shocked. Yen Ji's power was too great. Even his legs were trembling on the spot, and he could not move at all. Is this the power of a saint? Isn't it much stronger than a half-saint? Zhuowen's body trembled. He knew very well that with the power that Yen Ji had shown, he could kill him with just a thought. Yen Ji pressed Lu Hantian's shoulder and stared at the latter very carefully. It was as if he was looking at a piece of peerless jade. Lu Hantian trembled. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping in his heart. He was still an old virgin. How could he be defiled by this old man in front of him? He absolutely could not allow it. "Old man, let me tell you, you can only get my body. You can't get my heart. Even if you use force, it's useless. You'd better let me go." Lu Hantian said righteously. Zhuowen, who was standing behind, suddenly held his forehead. He felt that he had lost all his face because of Lu Hantian. Yen Ji did not pay attention to Lu Hantian. He looked at Lu Hantian from head to toe and said indifferently, "It really is the Saint Body of Frost. It's just that the frost origin in your body has been sealed a second time." "Sealed a second time?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said with some surprise. Xiaoyu had said before that the frost origin in Lu Hantian's body had been sealed once by the martial saint. In theory, it should only have been sealed once. Now, Yen Ji said that it had been sealed a second time. It seemed that before becoming a martial saint, Lu Hantian's frost origin had been sealed once. Martial artists with the Saint Body of Frost have very high talent, and their promotion speed is very fast. However, although Lu Hantian's talent is not bad, his promotion speed is not fast. I'm afraid that the frost origin in his body had been sealed a long time ago. In his mind, Xiaohei's voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Who had sealed Lu Hantian's frost origin? "It's the blood demon." Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Lu Hantian's genius name had once shaken the entire Qingxian Empire. Later, because of the blood demon, he had been sealed in the blood demon's inheritance. The frost origin in his body must have been sealed by the blood demon. After all, the blood demon's vision was much sharper than the average person. At that time, if Lu Hantian's frost origin had not been sealed and allowed to cultivate, it would have been disadvantageous to the blood demon. This is a good seedling. Yen Ji's lips curled into a smile. Immediately, a surge of saint energy gushed out from his palm and drilled into Lu Hantian's body. Puchi! Lu Hantian violently spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was faintly pitch black. "You pervert, what did you do to me?" After escaping from Yen Ji's control, Lu Hantian continuously retreated. He looked at Yen Ji with an extremely unhappy gaze. "Take a look. Don't you feel much better? Your affinity with the surrounding Yuan Qi is much higher than before," Yen Ji said lightly. Chapter 14:01. Phoenix Phantom. This, Lu Hantian's eyes narrowed, especially when he felt his meridians clear and comfortable. His meridians were circulating several times, or even dozens of times faster than usual. His lips curled into an overjoyed smile. Little guy, how about becoming my disciple? I'll help you become a saint in a short time. Yan Ji stared at Lu Hantian with shining eyes. Although Lu Hantian had lived for almost 100 years, Yan Ji was a saint. He must have lived for thousands of years. Calling Lu Hantian a little guy was not too much. Lu Hantian was stunned, but Zhuowen was overjoyed. He said to Lu Hantian, "Big brother Hantian, why don't you agree?" Yan Ji was the ruler of the divine specter realm. His cultivation had reached the heavenly saint realm. If Lu Hantian could become his disciple, it would undoubtedly be a blessing. Lu Hantian realized it late, but he also knew that Yan Ji was extraordinary. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple greets master." Yan Ji nodded. Lu Hantian had the ice soul saint physique. He was destined to become a saint. Yan Ji was naturally happy to be able to accept such a genius. I say, "Master, why don't you take Zhuowen in as well? His talent and strength are even stronger than mine. With your guidance, he'll definitely become a saint soon," Lu Hantian said with a grin. Yan Ji was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, "You're different. Zhuowen's talent is indeed very strong, but I can't teach him. I can't even guarantee that he can become a saint." "Why?" Lu Hantian asked with wide eyes. "Because Zhuowen is a dragon soul cultivator, and his dragon soul is an existence like the abyss saint dragon." As he spoke, Yan Ji suddenly looked at Zhuowen and asked, "Zhuowen, was it extremely difficult for you to break through to the Emperor realm?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, "It is indeed quite difficult. Your dragon soul origin is too strong. Breaking through a major realm requires a lot of energy. It's much more difficult for you to break through to the imperial power realm than for ordinary warriors. Then the pilgrimage realm will only be more difficult than the imperial power realm, and much more difficult. Of course, once you break through, your strength will become extremely terrifying. Ordinary profound sages won't be your opponent at all." At this point, Yan Ji quietly stared at Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's talent and strength might be even more terrifying than Lu Hantian's, whether or not he could become a saint was still unknown. After all, becoming a saint was not a child's play. Even those geniuses who had shown great talent in the early stages would pale in comparison to becoming a saint. On top of that, Zhuowen had Xiaohe with him. It would be even more difficult for him to become a martial saint than for ordinary martial artists. This was also the reason why Yan Ji was willing to accept Lu Hantian as his disciple, but not Zhuowen. After all, so what if Zhuowen's talent was strong? If he couldn't become a saint, he wouldn't be of much use. Zhuowen fell silent. Although Yan Ji's words were not pleasant to hear, they were indeed the truth. When he broke through to the imperial power realm, Zhuowen had already guessed that it would be much more difficult for him to break through in the future than for ordinary warriors. Regarding this, he was also mentally prepared. Zhuowen suddenly smiled and said, "Although becoming a saint is much more difficult than becoming an ordinary warrior, there's still a chance, isn't there?" Looking at Zhuowen's tenacious smile, Yan Ji's eyes narrowed, and a trace of emotion appeared in his heart. Lu Hantian smiled flatteringly and said, "Master, even if you don't accept Zhuowen as your disciple, you should at least give him some pointers, right?" Yan Ji smiled and said, "Of course. After all, Zhuowen is also a member of the inner court. Moreover, Zhuowen is also the person in the inner court who has the highest chance of comprehending the law of void. I hope you won't disappoint me. Senior Uncle, Yenji, don't worry. I will definitely do my best in this matter, Zhuowen said respectfully. It's good that you have this intention. Remember, you will always be a member of the excellent Divine College. Our college is willing to shelter you from the wind and rain, but at the same time, we hope that you can contribute to the college, Yen Ji said with a smile. Of course. Zhuowen bowed, and his heart trembled slightly. He knew that Yen Ji was probably talking about the holy ice fire symbol on him. After all, Yen Ji did not take back the holy ice fire symbol on him. Clearly, he was planning to do him a huge favor. If he could reach the peak of the martial way in the future, he could take care of the excellent Divine College. Of course, even if Yen Ji did not say so, Zhuowen would have done so. After all, the holy ice fire symbol belonged to the inner court. He was not a selfish person and naturally knew how to be grateful. Also, I have already completely resolved the matter of Xianzhong for you. You don't have to worry at all, Yanji continued. Zhuowen nodded. Mu Qinxue had already told him about Xianzhong's matter. Although he had killed Xianzhong, Yen Ji did not have the slightest intention of blaming him. The 9 Netherworld Conference is about to begin. Zhuowen, go back and properly comprehend the laws of void. If you can completely comprehend the laws of void before the 9 Netherworld Conference, your strength will rise to a whole new level, Yen Ji said with a smile. Disciple understands, Zhuowen said. And let's go out. I need to properly train Han Tian before the 9 Underworld Conference. This kid must at least grasp the Ice Soul Law. As he spoke, Yen Ji lifted Lu Hantian with one hand, and like a great rock spreading its wings, he instantly disappeared from the ice and fire dual polarity palace. Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he muttered, This time, Big Brother Hantian's fortune is coming. I wonder how strong he will be when we meet again in the 9 Underworld Conference. I'm really looking forward to it. As he spoke, Zhuowen disappeared from the ice and fire dual polarity palace. After walking out of the ice and fire dual polarity palace, Zhuowen immediately saw a slender and elegant figure standing at the entrance of the palace. Qinxue, Zhuowen softly called out. That beautiful figure slowly turned around and gave a sweet smile to Zhuowen. Moreover, her smile was extremely bright. Without knowing why, when Zhuowen saw the bright smile on Mu Qinshue's face, he frowned, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He kept feeling that there was sadness behind Mu Qinshue's smile. Mu Qinxue was like the wind, and she threw herself into Zhuowen's embrace. The two of them did not speak as they quietly stood at the entrance of the palace. Zhuowen's heart trembled. He discovered that the current Mu Qinshuo was actually trembling. Qinshuo, what's wrong? Zhuowen asked in astonishment. I'm cold. Hold me tight. Will you hold me tight forever? Mu Qinshuo said softly. Zhuowen's arms tightly hugged her, and he said in a gentle voice, Don't worry, I will hold you tight forever. Mu Qinshuo gently nodded. She rested her head in Zhuowen's embrace, as if she was quietly listening to the latter's breathing. How good would it be if we continued like this forever? How good would it be if we continued like this forever? Mu Qinshuo softly muttered. Yes, we will be together forever, forever, Zhuowen said with a smile. After a long while, the two of them separated. Mu Qinshuo pulled Zhuowen's arm and said, Will you accompany me tonight? Zhuowen was stunned. Then he nodded and said, All right, I'll accompany you. As night fell, it was like a black dragon pressing down, covering the sky and the sun. The stars in the sky were sparse. Sky Capital Peak, floating snow pavilion. The dim light continued to flicker. In the pavilion, two figures were quietly hugging. Mu Qinshuo leaned on Zhuowen and said in a gentle voice, Zhuowen, I want to hear a story. Tell me the story of Wu Sangui and Chun Yuan Yuan. All right. Zhuowen tightly hugged Mu Chinxue and slowly said, Shanghai passes Commander Wu Sangui. Because Chun Yuan Yuan was taken away by Lu Zongmin, he flew into a rage and refused to surrender to Li Zicheng, leading the Qing army into the pass. Zhuowen quietly spoke, and Mu Chinxue quietly listened. Under the flickering light, the two figures were faintly discernible. When Zhuowen's voice fell, Mu Chinxue suddenly stuck to Zhuowen's body. Then, her cherry-red lips pressed against Zhuowen's lips. Zhuowen's movements stiffened. He did not expect Mu Chinxue to be so proactive today. However, he did not reject her. His hands wrapped around her waist that was as soft as a water snake, and he passionately responded to the latter. Under the dim light, a charming atmosphere spread out. Under the illumination of the light, the two figures continuously intertwined, blending together like water and milk. What Zhuowen did not know was that under the light in the pavilion, there was a faint wisp of purple gas spreading. A delicate fragrance spread out, with an intoxicating smell. In the early morning, in the floating snow pavilion, a beautiful figure slowly stood up. Under the dim light of the morning, her jade-white back was exceptionally dazzling, like the highest grade of mutton-fat jade. Mu Chinxue stretched out her jade-like hand, and a scarlet satin robe flew out from her spiritual ring and draped over her body. Then she came to the dressing table and quietly tidied herself up. Her fine hair was coiled up, and light makeup was always appropriate. After doing all this, Mu Chinxue came to the bed in the middle. She gently squatted down and stared at the youth who was sleeping soundly before her. She stared straight at him, as if she wanted to deeply imprint his face in her mind. Zhuowen, I love you. I've always loved you. Mu Chinxue revealed a sad smile. She bent down and lightly kissed Zhuowen's face like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After doing all this, Mu Chinxue's eyes revealed traces of coldness. Then she walked out of the floating snow pavilion. At this moment, the atmosphere in the sky capital peak was extremely solemn. Old Man Tiandu, Yang Yi, Jianmu, and even the other 8 peak masters had all come. Not only that, even the 3 saints of the inner court, Yan Ji and the other 2, had all gathered in the sky capital peak, as if they were welcoming an important guest. Chinxue, what about Zhuowen? Xiao Yu suddenly came before Mu Chinxue, his eyes filled with a complicated expression. Mu Chinxue softly sighed and said, You also know the rules of the Burning Heaven sect. The saintess can only stay in the inner court for 5 years. Now that the 5 years are up, she must return to the southern wilderness. Xiao Yu still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by a terrifying rumbling sound. In the distant horizon, a boundless sea of fire spread over. If one looked carefully, one would see an enormous flaming bird shuttling through the sea of fire, stepping on the sea of fire. Even if it was extremely far away, the heat wave that rushed over made many inner court disciples feel hot all over. The phoenix silhouette of the Burning Heaven sect. It looks like the Burning Heaven sect has sent an extraordinary person this time. Yan Ji's eyes narrowed, and his voice was filled with solemnity. The phoenix silhouette could only be grasped by the upper echelons of the Burning Heaven sect. Chapter 14:02. Smoke like fire squeak. The sharp screeching sound pierced through metal and cracked rocks as it shot straight into the clouds. It shook the eardrums of many inner academy disciples to the point that their eardrums hurt, while their eyes revealed a shocked expression. The phoenix shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the huge shadow that was originally in the sky had already arrived above Capital Sky Peak. Then, the disciples of the inner court saw over a dozen figures standing quietly on the phoenix's back. The one leading them was an old man in a fiery red robe. Blazing flames burned in the old man's eyes, and terrifying laws of fire intertwined around his body. It was worth noting that the laws of fire on the old man's body were much stronger than Xiao Yu's. If the two of them were to fight, Xiao Yu would not be able to withstand a single blow from the old man. Yan Ji's gaze fell on the old man, and he frowned slightly. He could not help but say, "Elder Raiwa, I didn't expect Zhou Tianzong to send you to welcome junior nephew Qin Shui." Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Ji. His expression became serious as he frowned. "Yan Ji, I didn't expect you to break through before me. The Eastern Lands has finally produced a second heavenly saint powerhouse. I was just lucky. I've only just entered the Sky Saint realm," Yan Ji said with a faint smile. Perhaps because he discovered that Yan Ji was a heavenly saint, Elder Raiwa's expression became much more serious. A heavenly saint was much stronger than a profound saint. Elder Raiwa waved his hand and said, "Brother Yan is too humble. In the entire heavenly armor continent, other than the Central Lands, there are billions of beings in the other 4 plates. But the number of heavenly saints that can be born can be counted on one hand. Brother Yen, since you're able to become a heavenly saint, even if it's just the Sky Saint realm, you're already standing at the peak of the Eastern Lands. At the very least, I have to look up to Raiwa." Elder Raiwa said politely, "Brother Raiwa, you're too polite. You've already reached the fragmentary saint realm of the 5 profound saints, and are only a step away from becoming a heavenly saint. I'm afraid that you'll be able to break through to the heavenly saint realm in the future," Yan Ji said with a smile. Raiwa shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother Yen, you're worrying too much. I've already lived for thousands of years, and I've been stuck in the fragmentary saint realm for nearly 1,000 years. My chances of breaking through." Yan Ji did not answer. He knew that martial artists who could cultivate to the pilgrimage realm were all prodigies blessed by the heavens. However, the pilgrimage realm was as deep as the ocean. Even if it was just a minor realm in the pilgrimage realm, the difficulty of advancing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yan Ji had stayed in the profound sage realm for 1,000 years before he managed to break through and become a heavenly sage by chance. One had to know that the lifespan of a saint was extremely long, at least hundreds of thousands of years. To be able to become a saint within 1,000 years was already considered a genius, and to be able to become a saint within 100 years was already considered a monster. Of course, monstrous geniuses were rare. At least in a place like the Eastern Lands, such a monstrous genius had never appeared before. Beside Elder Raiwa, a young man in red clothes with a flame pattern on his forehead stepped out and landed on Sky Capital Peak. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Mu Chinshua step by step. "He is." Yan Ji's eyes fell on the young man and asked curiously, "Haha, he's the holy son of my Burning Heaven sect, Yan Ruhua. He came with me, this time to welcome Saintess Mu Chinshua back to the sect," Elder Raiwa said with a smile. "Holy son." Yan Ji narrowed his eyes. Yan Ruhua's aura was very powerful and terrifying. He was probably comparable to Qing Longzi of the Blue Dragon Hall. He even faintly felt that Yan Ruhua was hiding his true strength. "Qin Shui, how have you been in the Eastern Land for the past 5 years? I heard that you found someone you like here." Yan Ruhua came in front of Mu Chinshue and asked with a smile. Mu Chinshue frowned and said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with you. Who did you hear it from?" Yan Ruhua smiled evilly and said, "Elder Chiu. Who else could it be?" Mu Chinshue's pupils shrank and her face changed. "Elder Chiu, what did you do to him?" Mu Chinshue knew Elder Chiu's character very well. He was absolutely loyal to her and would never tell Yan Ruhua about this. Combined with Yan Ruhua's usual style, She was afraid that the latter had used some kind of torture to force Elder Chiu. What else can I do? I just looked at the old man's memories. Oh, I heard that the person you like is called Zhuowen, right? I heard that he also came to Jia Shen Academy. Where is he? Let me take a look. Yen Ruhua said without any care. Mu Qinshue's face turned dark. Yen Ruhua's words were very calm, but she knew that with the latter's methods, Yen Ruhua must have searched Elder Chiu's soul. The side effect of searching his soul was very large. If she wasn't careful, Elder Chiu might— Oh, that's right. Elder Chiu has gone crazy. When I searched his soul, I wasn't paying attention and destroyed his sea of consciousness. Yen Ruhua suddenly said with a teasing smile. Bastard! Mu Qinshue's body trembled. She gave a delicate roar, and flames burst out from her body. Her jade-like hand reached out and attacked Yen Ruhua. Yen Ruhua's smile became even wider. Her right hand reached out and grabbed Mu Qinshue's right hand. She said with a smile, Qinshue, why are you so angry? You're just a useless servant. You bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes were filled with mist. Elder Chiu had followed her for a long time and had a very good relationship with her. Ever since she joined the Fine Theology Institute, Elder Chiu had been reporting to the burning heaven sect. She never thought that Yen Ruhua would search his soul and destroy his sea of consciousness, turning him into an idiot. Mu Qinshu was very clear that with Yen Ruhua's cultivation, there shouldn't be any mistakes in searching his soul. However, Elder Chiu's sea of consciousness had been destroyed. It was obvious that Yen Ruhua had done it deliberately. Boom! A sonic boom suddenly came from behind Yen Ruhua. A terrifying temperature rose, causing Yen Ruhua to frown. Her empty left hand suddenly smashed behind her. Boom! An ear-piercing explosion resounded. The two powers of law collided and swept up a violent hurricane. Yen Ruhua was as still as a mountain, but the figure behind her groaned and retreated several steps. What is the meaning of this? Sneak attacking me. Yen Ruhua tilted her head and stared at Xiaoyu behind her. Her voice was cold. Xiaoyu's face was a little ugly. Yen Ruhua was actually this strong, forcing him back in a single move. This made him both shocked and angry. Chen Shui is still a disciple of our institute. Aren't you a little too arrogant to act so recklessly in our Fine Theology Institute? Xiaoyu took a deep breath and coldly said, Ha! Ha! You're saying that I'm acting recklessly? Chun Shui is our burning heaven sect saintess. She only came to your institute to train. You really think that she's a disciple of your institute? What a joke. Yen Ruhua sneered. Ruhua, let Chen Shui go. Elder Raiwa finally opened her mouth and calmly said. Yen Ruhua's face froze. She nodded and released Mu Qinshui, saying, Qinshui, your cultivation progress is very slow. You're only in the 9th layer of the Emperor realm, and you haven't comprehended the power of law. Fine Theology Institute isn't that great. Returning to the Burning Heaven sect is a wise choice. I don't need you to care about my matters. Mu Qinshui coldly glanced at Yen Ruhua, then walked over to Old Man Tiandu, Yang Yi Jianmu, and Feng Yanlan. Master, Senior Brother Yang Yi, Senior Brother Jianmu, and Senior Sister Feng, Yanlan, thank you for taking care of me these past few years. Chun Shui will be leaving today. After saying this, Mu Qinshui bowed, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Junior Sister Chen Shui, be careful. You can always contact me when you return to the Burning Heaven sect. Feng Nianlan stepped forward and held Mu Qinshui's hands as she said this. Old Man Tiandu softly sighed. Chen Shui, Master is not talented and can't teach you too much. I hope that after you return to the Burning Heaven sect, you can rise step by step. Master, there's no need to belittle yourself. The days in Sky Capital Peak are very free and very happy. I like it very much. Mu Chinshue said, with a smile. Yang Yi leaned against the stone pillar and looked at Mu Chinshue. His eyes sparkled, and he rarely said, Junior Sister Chinshue, take care. Jian Mu, on the other hand, was like a sharp sword as he stood where he was. Ruthlessness lingered in his eyes as he quietly stared at Mu Chinshue without saying a word. Goodbye. Mu Chinshue revealed a sweet smile. Her eyes looked through the void and fell onto the floating snow pavilion. Inside, there were the people she cared about, the people she loved. Goodbye, Mu Chinshue softly muttered as she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. With a kick of her jade-like feet, she leapt onto the back of the phoenix silhouette. Young Miss Chinshue, the sect master has been waiting for you in the sect for a long time. Now that you can return to the sect, I'm afraid the sect master will be very happy. Elder Raiwa said to Mu Chinshue with a smile. Mu Chinshue expressionlessly nodded, not saying a word. Yen Ruhua also jumped up and landed on the Phoenix Phantom, not far away from Mu Chinshue. Brother Yen, if we have the chance to meet again in the future, let's drink and chat. Elder Raiwa cupped his hands towards Yenji and said with a smile, Brother Raiwa is too courteous. If possible, we will drink to our heart's content. Yenji said with a laugh, Let's go. Elder Raiwa cupped his hands and gave a sharp cry. The Phoenix Phantom under his feet released a sea of flames as it flew into the sky. Watching the Phoenix Phantom gradually disappear into the distance, Xiao Yu's eyes darkened. He said to Yenji, Martial Uncle, Yenji, what should we do when Zhuowen realizes what happened? Yenji was stunned. Soon after, he said with a soft sigh, That's why that girl Chinshue hid it from that brat Zhuowen and left by herself. Otherwise, with that brat Zhuowen's personality, who knows what he would do? That would be truly troublesome. Rumble! Just as Yenji's voice fell, a shocking explosion rang out. Capital Sky Peak's floating snow pavilion actually collapsed, and a figure suddenly flew out. Chinshue! A distant and mournful voice rang out from within the floating snow pavilion. Soon after, a pair of 10-foot large purple lightning wings appeared on the figure's back. It turned into lightning and chased after the Phoenix Phantom in the distance. Just now, if it was not for Xiao He and Cheng Huang, Zhuowen might still be in a deep sleep. After waking up, the first thing Zhuowen did was to check the lights in the room. He discovered that there was actually a sleeping incense inside, and it was an extremely powerful sleeping incense. At the same time, he also discovered that Mu Chinshue was not in the room. Combined with Mu Chinshue's strange actions from before, he knew that Mu Chinshue was definitely hiding something from him. Chapter 14:03. By how this was especially the case when he saw Mu Chinshue ride the enormous Phoenix Phantasm and disappear into the horizon. Zhuowen's eyes almost cracked as he immediately chased after her. Zhuowen, you won't be able to catch up. Yenji frowned slightly. He pressed down with his right hand, and a terrifying saint energy crushed down on Zhuowen's body. Get lost! Zhuowen's eyes were scarlet red. He slashed with his right hand, and the space split open as he escaped into the void, just in time to dodge Yenji's attack. When he reappeared, he was already several hundred meters away. This little guy has actually grasped the void power to such an extent. Yenji frowned slightly as he watched Zhuowen disappear several hundred meters away, as if he had teleported. Surprise was revealed in his eyes. Martial Uncle, Yenji, quickly chased after Zhuowen. We can't let him do anything foolish. Xiaoyu said to Yenji, Yes, Xiaoyu, follow me and chase after him. Let's try to intercept that little guy Zhuowen. Given the character of those people from the Burning Heaven sect, I'm afraid that they won't let Zhuowen off so easily. Yanji nodded. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them escaped into the void at the same time and chased after Zhuowen. After all, the two of them had studied the Void Stone Tablet before and had a unique understanding of the Void power. The many people in the inner academy revealed complicated expressions in their eyes when they saw this scene. Many disciples from the inner academy knew about the matter between Mu Qinxue and Zhuowen. Now, that Mu Qinxue was about to be taken away by the Burning Heaven sect, it was excusable for Zhuowen to go crazy. When did Zhuowen, this brat, become so proficient in void energy? Yan Ji and Xiaoyu, who were chasing behind, used the void power repeatedly, but discovered that they were unable to close the distance between them and Zhuowen. Instead, they were getting further and further away. Zhuowen unfurled his purple lightning wings. Combined with the void power, his speed was as fast as lightning. Wherever he passed, the air was torn apart and space collapsed. Qinxue! Zhuowen roared towards the sky. His roar pierced through gold and cracked stone as he rushed into the clouds, surging and surging. There were more than a dozen figures standing on top of the huge phoenix shadow. Elder Raiwa was sitting cross-legged at the head, while Mu Qinxue and Yan Ruhua were standing on either side of Elder Raiwa. Behind the three of them, there were about 10 youths standing in 2 rows. These youths were looking at Yan Ruhua with reverence. Obviously, they were also disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. Zhuowen's voice was transmitted over, causing the gazes of many people in the phoenix illusory figure to harden. Mu Qinxue's delicate body trembled as a trace of emotion surfaced on her calm and pretty face. Yan Ruhua glanced indifferently at Mu Qinxue, then turned her head to look behind her. She said indifferently, "Is that Zhuowen? Someone you like?" Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes narrowed as she coldly said, "I don't know this person. He should be one of my pursuers in the academy. Let's speed up and throw him off." So he's one of your pursuers. Does that mean that if I kill this guy, you won't have any objections? Yan Ruhua said with a cold smile. Mu Qinxue's face slightly changed as she said, "Yan Ruhua, you dare?" I'm just saying. Why are you in such a hurry? He's just someone you don't know, so it's fine if you kill him. Don't tell me you still miss him? Yan Ruhua's lips curled up as she laughed. He's a disciple of the Divine Academy. Since you've killed the innocent, the Divine Academy won't let you off. Mu Qinxue coldly said, "Of course I know that. I was just joking. I just wanted to play with this guy. Elder Raiwa wouldn't mind slowing down, right?" Yan Ruhua said with a smile. Elder Raiwa still squinted his eyes as he nodded and said, "Don't go overboard." After saying that, Elder Raiwa clapped his right hand, and the phoenix shadow under his feet stopped. Yan Ruhua's face stiffened as she said solemnly, "Elder, don't worry. I won't do anything rash." After saying that, Yan Ruhua pointed at an extremely sturdy man behind her and said, "By how, you're the strongest in this group. Go and test that guy behind you." The man called By How slowly stood up and nodded at Yan Ruhua. His face was expressionless as he pushed off with both of his legs. His huge body was like a small mountain as he leaped into the air. Soon after, he descended and headed straight for Zhuowen. By How was the strongest in this group of disciples. His cultivation had reached the invincible emperor realm, and he had comprehended the law of gold. His body was covered in gold and was as tough as iron. It was extremely terrifying. Elder Raiwa, this has nothing to do with him. Why did you listen to Yan Ruhua and stop? Mu Qinxue's face changed slightly as she shouted. Elder Raiwa shook his head and said with a sigh, Miss Chen Shui, you're the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and you're destined to marry the young palace master of the Snow Palace. Ru Hua has already told me about you. Is that guy behind you called Zhuowen? Mu Qinxue bit her lower lip and said coldly, Yes, are you satisfied now? You can leave now. That brat is indeed Zhuowen. However, Qinxue, your taste is really bad. Zhuowen is only at the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. How could he be worthy of your liking? I think you must have been deceived by him. Yen Ruhua's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as she said in a strange tone. Shut up, Mu Qinxue coldly shouted. Then she said to Elder Raiwa in a serious tone, Can we leave now? This matter has nothing to do with Zhuowen. I don't want him to be involved. Yen Ruhua was stunned, and his eyes turned gloomy. Mu Qinxue had insulted him because of Zhuowen, so naturally he was angry. Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Miss Qinxue, let me see the chastity mark on your right arm. When these words came out, Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she coldly said, What are you looking at that for? Although you're an elder of the sect, you don't have the qualifications to tell me what to do. Elder Raiwa said with a faint smile, Although I don't have the qualifications, the sect master does. He sent me here this time. Ever since Ruhua searched Elder Chio's soul, the matter of you and Zhuowen has spread throughout the Burning Heaven sect. Otherwise, why do you think we would send so many people to invite you back to the sect? Apart from asking you to return, it is actually also related to that Zhuowen. If you are able to prove that there is nothing going on between you and Zhuowen, I will immediately not pursue the matter with him. Mu Qinxue slowly stepped back. Her eyebrows slightly knit as she coldly said, Are you doubting me? I don't dare. Elder Raiwa shook his head and said, This old man just wants to confirm it. After saying this, Elder Raiwa stretched out his withered right hand. A terrifying saint energy spread out and surrounded Mu Qinxue, making it hard for her to move. Elder Raiwa, what do you mean by this? Let me go, Mu Qinxue said in a panic. Elder Raiwa ignored Mu Qinxue's protest. With a swipe of his right hand, Mu Qinxue's forearm cuff was shattered. The red that should have been there had already disappeared. The chastity sand is gone. Yen Ruhua's pupils shrank. Her gaze was extremely gloomy. Elder Raiwa clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked as a surge of killing intent burst out from his body. He first glanced at Mu Qinxue, then his gaze fell on Zhuowen. It seems that something has happened between the two of you. This boy deserves to die, Elder Raiwa said with a ferocious expression. You can't kill him. Mu Qinxue's expression changed drastically. She stood in front of Elder Raiwa and said, Humph, a mere 7th level great emperor. I don't need to do anything. Bai Hao can deal with this boy. You stay here and wait for the sect leader to deal with you after we bring you back to the Burning Heaven sect, Elder Raiwa said indifferently. As for Mu Qinxue, she was imprisoned in place by Elder Raiwa's power. She couldn't move at all. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Bai Hao's huge body suddenly landed on top of Zhuo when looking down at him from above. Get lost! Zhuowen roared angrily and punched out, directly attacking Bai Hao. Bai Hao grinned. He had comprehended the law of gold, and his physical body was unparalleled. Wasn't this guy courting death by throwing a punch at him? At the thought of this, Bai Hao also threw a punch. The law of gold condensed on the surface of his fist. The fist wind whistled like the roar of a dragon and tiger. Boom! There was an explosion. Zhuowen suddenly retreated dozens of steps. Bai Hao's body only swayed a little. He was as still as a mountain as he stood firmly on the spot. Your strength is not bad. It's quite rare for a 7th-level Great Emperor to have such strength. However, you're going to die in my hands today. Bai Hao grinned. He took a step forward in the air, and a golden light shone brightly. He shot towards Zhuo Wen like a cannonball. He's just a 7th-level Great Emperor. He won't be able to last one round against senior brother Bai Hao. I'm afraid he'll be killed soon. I'm afraid he won't even need one round. Senior brother Bai Hao will be able to kill him in one move. The other disciples of the Burning Heaven sect on the Phoenix Phantom were chatting and laughing. They looked at Zhuo and Bai Hao indifferently. In their opinion, Zhuo was just a clown. Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. Zhuo didn't hesitate to use the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal. His whole body was covered with blood-red marks. It looked extremely strange. At that moment, Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He naturally saw Mu Qin Shui, who was imprisoned by Elder Ling Hua on the Phoenix's silhouette, and the killing intent in his heart rose to its peak. A mere 7th-level Great Emperor dares to show off in front of me? You're overestimating yourself. Bai Hao laughed. He didn't care about Zhuo at all. His right hand suddenly descended from the sky. The gold elemental law condensed, causing his body to flicker with golden light. Overestimating myself. Zhuo murmured. He threw out a punch. Flames burned in his left eye. The fire elemental law rushed out and attached itself to his fist. Rumble! The two fists collided. The smile on Bai Hao's face froze. He exclaimed, "Fire elemental law? You've also mastered the power of law?" "Merciless killing," Zhuo Wen said softly. And then the huge shadow of the Taisha divine dragon appeared in the void behind him. It roared, and Zhuo Wen's power rose to the extreme. With the addition of the Supreme Slaughter Dragon Seal and the Fire Elemental Law, Zhuo Wen's strength had soared to an extremely terrifying level. "Puchi!" Bai Hao screamed miserably. His right fist was dislocated by Zhuo Wen's punch. Chapter 14:04. Instant kill. Die. Zhuo Wen didn't give Bai Hao any chance to catch his breath. He took a step forward and punched out. Every punch contained the power of the Law of Fire and the Tai Chi Dragon Seal. "Bastard, stop!" Yen Ruhua narrowed his eyes, emitting a deep chill. The other 9 members of the Phoenix Shadow all stood up, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Be annihilated. Bai Hao was beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. Zhuo didn't care about Yen Ruhua's words at all. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched Bai Hao's chest. The Law of Fire instantly erupted and enveloped Bai Hao. At the same time, the Tai Chi Dragon Shadow floating behind Zhuo swooped down and swallowed Bai Hao. Then a terrifying explosion rang out. A tragic cry rang out from the explosion. When the explosion gradually dissipated, Bai Hao's figure had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Bai Hao, the invincible emperor, lord of the Burning Heaven sect, had died in front of their eyes just like that. "You're courting death." Yen Ruhua's eyes were gloomy. He was so angry that his body trembled. He said to Elder Raiwa, "Elder, let me kill this boy." Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and nodded, "Kill him." He killed a member of the Burning Heaven sect and took Miss Chun Shui's virginity. This boy must not be allowed to live in this world. Ha, that's exactly what I wanted. He's able to kill an invincible Emperor Lord at the 7th layer Emperor realm. His strength isn't bad, but I'd like to test his strength. Yen Ruhua grinned. Flames erupted from his body, and the Law of Fire lingered around him. The temperature of the surrounding air rose to the extreme, producing strange hissing sounds. Boy, this Yen Ruhua isn't simple. His strength is unfathomable. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Unfathomable. Judging from Yen Ruhua's aura, he should be a half-step sage. Moreover, he is only a half-step sage who has grasped the law of fire. How can he be so unfathomable? Zhuowen asked in astonishment. That's because this guy doesn't control just one type of law. Aside from the law of fire, I can sense another type of law on him, Xiao He said cautiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He never imagined that the holy son of the Burning Heaven sect, Yen Ruhua, would have grasped more than one type of law. He was absolutely a genius. Whoosh whoosh. Yen Ji and Xiao Yu also arrived, attracting the attention of Raiwa and Yen Ruhua. Elder Raiwa, Zhuowen is a personal disciple of my Acer God Institute's mysterious origin peak. I hope you can be magnanimous. Yen Ji cupped his hands and smiled. Raiwa, however, shook his head and said, if it was before, I would naturally not make things difficult for him with just a word from Brother Yen. However, I can't do that now. Yen Ji's eyes narrowed as he said, Brother Raiwa, what do you mean? This kid just killed Bai Hao of my Burning Heaven sect and did something intolerable. If I don't kill him, the heavens will not tolerate my Burning Heaven sect. Raiwa said indifferently. Can't you make an exception? Yen Ji said in a low voice. Make an exception? How laughable. How can I make an exception? This kid will die today, even if he doesn't. Elder Raiwa sneered, then glanced at Yen Ji and said, Brother Yen, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. The Burning Heaven sect isn't an organization that Acer God Institute can afford to offend. Are you threatening me? Yen Ji frowned slightly. Elder Linghua smiled and said, You can understand it this way. Our southern barbarians are stronger than your eastern barbarians, and the Burning Sky sect has 2 heavenly saint powerhouses, and the number of saints they have is several times that of your divine academy. I'm not boasting, but I want to wake Brother Yen up. Is it worth it to go against the Burning Heaven sect for a junior who is yet to become a saint? As soon as these words came out, Yen Ji frowned, revealing a trace of hesitation. Elder Raiwa's words weren't without reason. In a sense, the Burning Heaven sect was even stronger than the Blue Dragon Hall. This was because the Burning Heaven sect had 2 heavenly saints and more profound sages than the Blue Dragon Hall. This was a force that was even more terrifying than the Blue Dragon Hall. Acer God Institute didn't need to fear the Blue Dragon Hall, but the Burning Heaven sect really needed to be carefully considered. Martial Uncle Yen Ji Zhuowen is a member of our institute. We can't just ignore him, Xiao Yu quickly said. Yen Ji took a deep breath and said, Zhuowen is a disciple of my institute after all. You killed my disciple in my divine specter realm. You really don't put me in your eyes. Elder Raiwa slightly frowned and coldly said, Then I'll take a step back. I can choose not to deal with this boy, but you can't interfere with Yen Ruhua and the others of the same generation. Whether they live or die is up to the heavens. Otherwise, this old man might go back and report everything that happened here to the sect master. Yen Ji looked at Zhuowen, who wasn't far away, and said with a sigh, Zhuowen, I can only fight for you this much. The rest is up to you. Martial Uncle, you don't have to blame yourself. Zhuowen will never forget what you've done for me. Zhuowen nodded, then looked at Yen Ruhua and coldly said, I heard that you're the holy son of the Burning Heaven sect. Fight with me. If I lose, you can take my life. If you lose, you have to let Qin Shui go. Yen Ruhua grinned and said, You're just an ant. You actually have the face to talk about conditions with me. Today, whether you win or lose, you'll die. After saying that, Yen Ruhua gave a look to the other 9 people. The 9 of them rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen from 9 directions. They exploded with terrifying energy. Among the 9 people, 3 of them were invincible emperor lords who had grasped the laws. The rest were all Ninth Heaven Emperor realm experts. This was an extremely powerful force. It was more than enough to take down a Seventh Heaven Emperor realm expert. Despicable. Xiao Yu's eyes turned cold. The law of fire lingered around him as he flew out towards Zhuowen. He wanted to help Zhuowen. Old man, I see that you're also grasping the law of fire. I've also grasped the law of fire. Why don't we play? Yen Ruhua took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yu's path. His face was full of ridicule. Get lost! Xiao Yu roared and threw out a punch. Flames surged into the sky and turned into countless fire pythons. They rushed towards Yen Ruhua and enveloped him. Yen Ruhua curled his lips and clenched his right hand. The law of fire in his right hand turned into a flaming bow. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right hand. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon, and a flaming arrow appeared in the flaming bow. Then, Yen Ruhua released 2 fingers on his right hand. Boom! The sound of the bowstring was like lightning. The flaming arrow pierced through the void with a thunderous sound. It instantly shot through one of the fire pythons and turned it into ashes. Boom! 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 Yen Ruhua shot out arrow after arrow. His right hand pulled the bowstring as fast as lightning. Every arrow accurately shot through the fire pythons. In less than 5 breaths, the fire pythons formed by Xiao Yu's law of fire were all destroyed by Yen Ruhua's arrows. Boom! Yen Ruhua pulled the bowstring again and shot out another arrow. This arrow was extremely fast and landed in front of Xiao Yu in an instant. Puff! Xiao Yu's pupils shrank, and he dodged to the side. However, the arrow was too fast, and it still pierced through his collarbone, causing blood to spurt out. Old man, don't come any closer. Otherwise, the arrow won't have pierced through your collarbone, but your heart, Yen Ruhua said indifferently. Xiao Yu was astonished. With Yen Ruhua's personality, he wouldn't leave anyone alive. If it weren't for the presence of a heavenly saint like Yen Ji, he would have killed Xiao Yu with an arrow. Xiao Yu's eyes were spitting fire. Just as he was about to rush forward again, he was stopped by Yen Ji. Xiao Yu, you're no match for Yen Ruhua. Don't provoke that guy anymore, Yen Ji said solemnly. But Zhuowen, Xiao Yu said unwillingly. Yen Ji said with bright eyes, have you forgotten what happened in the Martial Saint Tower? This guy is not as simple as he looks. He killed Xianzhong and the Martial Saint. Do you think he'll be killed so easily? Xiao Yu was stunned. He recalled what happened in the Martial Saint Tower and gradually calmed down. Although he was Zhuowen's master, to be honest, Zhuowen's strength had already surpassed his. Although he did not want to admit it, it was a fact. I hope nothing happens to him, Xiao Yu muttered in a low voice with some worry. Zhuowen, Mu Chen Shui, who had been confined to her spot by Elder Ling Hua, had a misty look in her beautiful eyes as she stared intently at the surrounded figure. Chen Shui, don't worry. I'll bring you away from here very soon. Surrounded, Zhuowen raised his head slightly and looked at Mu Chen Shui on the phoenix's figure. His lips curled into a smile. You want to bring Miss Chen Shui away? You're dreaming. I think you should leave your life behind first. Surrounded by 9 people, a square-faced young man sneered. He was surrounded by the law of earth. He was one of the 3 invincible imperial lords. The other 2 invincible imperial lords had grasped the law of wood and the law of water, respectively. They were the most common of the 5 elemental laws. Let's attack together and kill him, shouted the square-faced youth, who had grasped the laws of earth. Immediately, the 9 of them spread out in 9 different directions around Zhuo, attacking Zhuowen from both sides. All of you die. Retracting his gaze, Zhuowen was filled with killing intent. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and took out the Fushi cauldron. Then he flicked his finger and took out a nascent soul from his spirit ring. Zhuowen, let me go now, or I'll teach you a lesson. This nascent soul was Lung Quan. At this moment, Lung Quan was wailing like a ghost and cursing viciously at Zhuowen. Zhuowen ignored Lung Quan's curses. He grabbed the nascent soul and stuffed it into the Fushi cauldron. Then 2 gigantic arms reached out from the Fushi cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 people were caught off guard and were instantly struck by the 2 giant hands. 6 of them were instantly annihilated. These 6 were the burning sky sect's disciples who had yet to master the power of law and were at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. What is this? The remaining 3 revealed terrified expressions. The 3 of them had indeed blocked the attack just now. However, they did not feel good about it. Die! Zhuowen's eyes were still cold. He flicked his finger again and took out Xianzhong's nascent soul. This was the only nascent soul he had left, and he threw it into the Fushi cauldron. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1405. The law of smoke and fire the head was huge, and its facial features were blurry. Only the upper half of its body was covered in black armor. It looked mighty and domineering. A wild and terrifying aura spread out and shook the heavens and the earth. What's that? The square-faced young man, and the other 2 were terrified. The aura of the figure that suddenly appeared from the Fushi cauldron made even them tremble. The 3 of you, run. Yen Ruhua, who was originally unconcerned, was shocked and shouted at the square-faced young man, and the other 2, run. The square-faced young man and the other 2 were startled. They took a step forward and hurriedly ran away from the figure. Do you think you can escape? Zhuowen sneered. He pressed his right hand down, and the huge figure slapped down with both hands at an extremely fast speed. No, block it for us. The Fushi real body was too fast. In an instant, the hands were in front of the square-faced young man, and the other 2. The whistling sound of the wind was constantly heard. The power of the laws of earth, wood, and water surged out from the 3 of them, forming a protective shield of 3 different colors in an attempt to block Fushi's hands. Rumble! A pair of gigantic hands slammed down on the protective barrier, causing it to tremble. Cracks began to appear on its surface. Stop, or you'll die a horrible death. Yen Ruhua shouted angrily as he stepped out into the void. At the same time, he held the bow in his left hand and pulled it into the shape of a full moon with his right hand. With a bang, countless flaming arrows shot out like a rain of fire towards the Fushi real body. Zhuowen stepped forward and blocked in front of the Fushi real body. The dragon seal in his right hand burst out with a terrifying light. Heavenlock dragon seal. Countless pitch-black chains surged out and transformed into a gigantic black dragon, blocking Zhuowen's path. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows rained down from the sky and blasted the black dragon. The black dragon kept retreating and roaring. Taishang dragon seal. Zhuowen roared angrily, and the shadow of the divine slaughter dragon appeared in the void. When the black-locked dragon was shot to pieces by the rain of arrows, the shadow of the divine slaughter dragon stood in front of Zhuowen, completely blocking the rain of arrows. Yen Ruhua's expression froze, and she shouted coldly, "Zhuowen, you have to think carefully. They are all disciples of the Burning Heaven sect. Do you know the consequences of killing them?" Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Yen Ruhua and sneered, "Idiot, I've already killed many people from the Burning Heaven sect. And you're telling me this now. Since I've already killed them, what's the difference between killing a few more or a few less?" As he spoke, the Fushi true body's hands suddenly smashed down, and the protective barrier formed by the three of them collapsed completely. No, the square-faced young man and the other two screamed. Their eyes were filled with despair. Fushi's hands were too powerful. They couldn't resist at all. Puchi, as the giant hand fell, the three of them exploded into a mist of blood before they could even make a sound. Even their nascent souls were crushed into dust by the powerful force. Yen Ruhua, who was rushing over, suddenly froze. His eyes were extremely gloomy. All the disciples he had brought this time had been killed by Zhuo Wen. Yen Ruhua's heart was burning with rage. Ruhua, don't hold back. Kill him. On the Phoenix Phantom, Elder Raiwa's eyes were full of killing intent as she said to Yen Ruhua, if it weren't for Yen Ji, perhaps Elder Raiwa would have done it herself. Zhuowen, there's no one in this world who can save you now. Yen Ruhua roared. His whole body was like fire. He clenched his hands, and the law of fire in his palms turned into two flaming sabers. Slash! Above Zhuowen, Yen Ruhua's hands danced. Flames erupted from the two sabers, bursting out into a terrifying line of fire and slashing down. Why should I, Zhuowen, be afraid? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand, and the tiger head clear golden spear appeared in his palm. His left eye turned fiery red, and the law of fire surged out. He then wiped the surface of the spear with his right hand, and the law of fire surged and turned into a flaming spear. Swoosh! The flaming spear was like a venomous snake. It flicked upwards and accurately blocked the two sabers. Rumble! Instantly, waves of fire spread out in all directions like the waves of a vast ocean. The fire waves covered a large area and stretched for thousands of miles. Yen Ji and Elder Ling, who raised their own shields and completely blocked the incoming waves of fire. You should be proud of yourself for having such combat strength in the 7th level Emperor realm. However, your time to be proud will soon be ended by me. I will send you to hell. Yen Ruhua's lips curled into a cold smile. He changed the direction of his saber, and the flames on his saber turned into ropes that wrapped around Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly and raised his right hand in an attempt to separate the flames. Everyone says that I have mastered the law of fire. However, they are all wrong. I have not only mastered the law of fire. In fact, I have also mastered the law of fire that is derived from the law of fire. This is a talent that belongs to me. Yen Ruhua suddenly muttered to himself, this law of fire, I have named it the law of smoke and fire. Smoke is like fire and fire can explode. Like fireworks, the exploding flames are the most beautiful. Rumble! As soon as Yen Ruhua finished speaking, Zhuowen realized that the flames that he had blocked suddenly expanded rapidly. Then, like fireworks, they exploded into terrifying flames. Rumble! Moreover, these explosions were not short-lived, but continuous and unending. In the space where Zhuowen was, countless flames erupted, forming dazzling fireworks. The law of smoke and fire that is derived from the law of fire? Your burning heaven sex, Yen Ruhua, is really a peerless genius. He can actually comprehend such an extraordinary law from the law of fire. Not far away, Yen Ji's gaze turned serious. Even he was a little shocked by the uniqueness of Yen Ruhua's law of smoke and fire. Hee, it's not that easy to be the holy son of the burning heaven sect. Since Yen Ruhua can become the holy son, it has already proven his talent and strength. Of course, that Zhuowen is also doomed. Yen Ruhua, who has 2 laws, already has the strength to kill a half-step saint, not to mention that Zhuowen, who is only a 7th-layer Emperor realm expert. Elder Raiwa raised his chin high and glanced at the battlefield that was constantly bursting with fireworks. The corners of his mouth were full of complacency. Yen Ji and Xiao Yu both frowned. Although they were extremely worried, they didn't believe that Zhuowen would die so easily. What a beautiful firework! Zhuowen, you should be able to rest in peace now that you've died under such firework. Yen Ruhua's eyes were blurred as he looked down at the void below. The corners of his mouth were full of smiles. Die in peace. You are not qualified to let me die in peace. An indifferent voice resounded from within the smoke and fire. The smile on Yen Ruhua's face suddenly froze. His gaze shifted downwards and landed on the source of the voice. Amidst the smoke and fire, a figure slowly walked out. This figure was slender and had a handsome face. The strange thing was that his right eye was icy blue and filled with cold energy. It actually contained the law of ice. His left eye was fiery red and burning hot. It contained the law of fire. The two laws gushed out from his eyes and circled around him, outlining the illusory image of a palace that was just big enough to accommodate one person. The defensive power of the illusory image of the palace was amazing. The fireworks that exploded in the surroundings couldn't corrode Zhuowen at all when they touched the surface of the palace. The law of ice and the law of fire. You have mastered two laws. Yen Ruhua's pupils shrank into needles as he muttered in disbelief. Even Elder Raiwa's face froze. He frowned slightly and stared at Zhuowen. What? You, a self-proclaimed genius, are you very surprised to see that I have mastered two types of laws? Zhuowen raised his head and stared at Yen Ruhua provocatively. Then he stomped his right foot on the ground. Suddenly, the pitch-black dark cold poison and the nine-colored nine flames karmic fire swept out from his body. He had already infused the law of ice and the law of fire into these two heaven-level ice and fire energies. Their power was much stronger than usual. Yen Ruhua frowned slightly, but he didn't care much about the two energies that swept over. He swung the flaming long saber in his hands, and flames spewed out. Under his control, the flames all turned into fireworks and exploded. The law of smoke and fire had an extremely powerful explosive power. When the fireworks left his hands, they formed an explosive saber shadow that crossed the void and slashed at the ice and fire energies. I wonder how powerful the ice and fire palace will be after infusing the law of ice and fire into it. Zhuowen licked his lips and put his hands together. Immediately, the ice and fire energies in the air blended together like water and milk, forming a huge palace the size of a mountain. Clang! The huge saber shadow formed by the law of smoke and fire struck the surface of the palace, creating countless sparks. However, the palace was not damaged at all. This scene stunned Yen Ruhua. Then he saw the huge ice and fire palace fall vertically and envelop Yen Ruhua. Yen Ruhua didn't even have time to react before he was suppressed by the ice and fire palace. Bastard! Break it! An angry roar came from within the ice and fire palace, followed by ear-piercing collisions. Obviously, Yen Ruhua was constantly bombarding the palace. However, the ice and fire palace was extremely tough. Although Yen Ruhua was strong, he was trapped in the palace and could do nothing. After all, the ice and fire palace was a combination of the heaven-level ice and fire energy. Coupled with the law of ice and fire, its power was many times stronger than usual. It was more than enough to trap an ordinary half-saint. Even for a half-saint like Yen Ruhua, although it couldn't completely trap him, it could still trap him for a while. Break it! Yen Ruhua roared to the sky, and a terrifying aura flowed out of the ice and fire palace. Then, a hole appeared in the front of the ice and fire palace. Yen Ruhua's figure stepped out of the hole. His eyes were full of killing intent as he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Interesting. You have mastered the law of two elements, and you can combine them to form the shape of a palace. However, this can't trap me at all. You're dead for sure." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he said, "Idiot, the best part is yet to come." Chapter 1406. Someone from the Blue Dragon Hall arrived. Boom. The energy produced by the explosion of the Ice Fire Palace was extremely terrifying. It formed a mushroom cloud in the sky, and the surrounding space within a few hundred miles collapsed and turned into spatial cracks. Ruhua! Elder Raiwa's eyes narrowed. Saint power surrounded his body as he took a step forward, intending to rush towards the center of the explosion. Whoosh! However, a stalwart figure appeared in front of Elder Linghua and blocked his path. "Elder Raiwa, as seniors, it's better for us not to interfere in the matters of the younger generation," Yen Ji said nonchalantly. "Not interfere? Yen Ji, I actually don't want to be enemies with Jiashan Academy, but I'm a little disappointed that you're protecting a traitor." Elder Raiwa's eyes were filled with rage, and his voice was extremely cold. This caused Yen Ji to frown. He faintly felt that something was wrong with Elder Raiwa. "You forced me to do this." Elder Linghua's gaze turned extremely calm, after which the void behind him exploded and thousands of thunderbolts surged out. Within those thunderbolts, there was an extremely frightening law of thunder. Law of lightning? Sapphire Shore? Yen Ji's eyes narrowed, and he could not help but exclaim. His expression was extremely ugly. "Ha ha! Yen Ji, you didn't expect us to meet again, did you? Ha! You destroyed my law avatar last time. Today, I'll repay you properly." A voice that sounded like a great bell came from the countless bolts of thunder in the sky. A majestic figure walked out from the sea of thunder. Wherever he went, countless bolts of thunder would bow down to him and respect him. This person was the hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Sapphire Shore. Behind Sapphire Shore, there were two figures. These two figures were middle-aged men in long green robes. The auras of these two men were extremely vast, and their bodies were filled with terrifying saint power. Needless to say, both of them were saints. "Oh no, Zhuowen, let's go." Yen Ji's expression changed drastically. He took a step in the air and arrived beside Zhuowen. He grabbed with his right hand and brought Zhuowen away from this place. "Yen Ji, you won't be able to bring that little bastard Zhuowen away today. He will definitely die today." The corners of Sapphire Shore's mouth curled into a smile. Countless thunderbolts gathered in the void and enveloped the area within 1,000 miles, turning it into a lightning cage. Light. Yen Ji's eyes turned dark as his body emitted a brilliant glow. A giant sun rose into the sky and slammed into the edge of the lightning prison. Rumble. Earth-shaking tremors resounded. The boundless light of the sun and the lightning interweaved together like the might of the heavens, exploding into dazzling fireworks in the sky. After which, Yen Ji took a few steps back. His expression was extremely ugly. The lightning prison before him was extremely tough. It was likely that Sapphire Shore had been planning this for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to set up such a powerful lightning prison in such a short time. Looking at the vast thunderbolts in the sky, Zhuowen's heart trembled. His entire body was trembling. It was too terrifying. The law of lightning, released by Sapphire Shore, was too terrifying. His law of lightning was much stronger than that of an invincible emperor lord and a half-saint. Facing Sapphire Shore's law of lightning, Zhuowen felt like an ant facing an unreachable mountain. Swoosh! Elder Raiwa instantly flew to the explosion site of the Ice Fire Palace. He waved his right hand, and the terrifying explosion energy was immediately wiped away. Then an extremely miserable figure appeared. Bastard! Bastard! I will definitely kill you. Yen Ruhua's face was as pale as snow. The law of smoke and fire surrounded his body. He had relied on the law of smoke and fire to resist the corrosion of the Ice Fire Palace's explosion. If Elder Raiwa hadn't wiped away the explosion energy in time, Yen Ruhua would have been in grave danger. Elder Raiwa, where is that little bastard? You must kill him. Yen Ruhua naturally noticed Elder Raiwa and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Don't worry, this kid will definitely die. The people of the Blue Dragon Hall are here. Today, Zhuowen will die even if he doesn't. Elder Raiwa's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhuowen had killed many of his Burning Heaven sect members, and even destroyed Mu Qinshue's innocence. He wouldn't tolerate such an existence. Hearing this, Yen Ruhua also noticed the huge lightning cage that had formed in the distant sky. It's even better that the Blue Dragon Hall is here. I've heard that Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka. We don't need to take action. The Blue Dragon Hall will take action. I was too careless. I didn't expect Zhuowen to be so strong. Yen Ruhua's eyes flickered as he sighed. When the Burning Heaven sect came to the Divine Spectre realm, the Blue Dragon Hall had found them and wanted to cooperate to deal with the Divine Academy and Zhuowen. However, the Burning Heaven sect had their own dignity. They naturally wouldn't cooperate with the Blue Dragon Hall to deal with a mere junior. As for the Divine Academy, they wouldn't go against them. The Divine Academy's influence wasn't small, and the Burning Heaven sect had no enmity with them. Elder Raiwa naturally wouldn't be used by Sapphire Shore. The series of events that had just happened made Elder Raiwa furious. In the end, he summoned Sapphire Shore and the others. Elder Raiwa, I hope that we can cooperate happily. If we can kill that little bastard Zhuowen, the Blue Dragon Hall will definitely reward us greatly. Of course, if we can kill Yen Ji, Sapphire Shore led the 4 people behind him and landed in front of Elder Raiwa. And Yen Ruhua, his smile was like a spring breeze. Elder Raiwa sneered and said, Yen Ji is a heavenly saint. Even if we work together, we won't be able to kill him. At most, we can defeat him. Killing Zhuowen is more likely. Ha ha, I was just joking. Our main target this time is that Zhuowen. If he doesn't die, we won't be at ease. Sapphire Shore said with a faint smile. In the lightning prison, Yen Ji's face was extremely ugly. He said to Zhuowen with some anger, Zhuowen, you're too impulsive. Nothing will happen to Qin Shui if she's brought back to the Burning Heaven sect. Why did you chase after her? Now it's good. You've been schemed against by that old fox, Sapphire Shore. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm. He said indifferently, humans aren't plants. How can we be emotionless? If Marshal Granduncle finds it troublesome, you don't have to care about me. No one can take Qin Shui away from me. Looking at the stubborn youth in front of them, Yen Ji and Xiao Yu both had complicated gazes. There was no doubt that today's situation was a hopeless situation. Sapphire Shore had brought 2 saints, adding Elder Raiwa. There were 4 saints this time, and now they only had 1 saint, Yen Ji. It could be said that the disparity was extremely great. Let's delay it for a while. Jiang Xian and Wen Bai are coming, Yen Ji said with a sigh. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He cupped his hands sincerely to Yen Ji and said, Many thanks, Marshal Granduncle, Yen Ji. Although Yen Ji was complaining, he did not leave Zhuowen alone. This made Zhuowen feel a trace of warmth in his heart. Fine, fine, fine. You're an inner courtyard disciple after all. Moreover, you have the Ice Flame Saint rune on you. Adding on your relationship with Han Tian, I have no choice but to save you, Yen Ji said somewhat helplessly. Outside the lightning prison, Sapphire Shore's gaze pierced through the lightning and landed on Zhuowen. He said, I'll keep Yenji busy. I'll leave that little bastard Juoan to Elder Raiwa. Elder Linghua nodded and said, "Thank you, Temple Master Qing, for your generosity. Let's do it. Otherwise, the situation might change if we delay." As Sapphire Shore spoke, he dove into the lightning prison and shot towards Yenji. Yenji, the battle last time was not satisfying enough. Let's do it again. Sapphire Shore laughed heartily. His domineering voice resounded throughout the lightning prison. "Sapphire Shore, you despicable and shameless bastard." Yenji's expression was ugly. 3 blazing suns surged out of his body once again. Together with the previous blazing sun, they formed 4 blazing suns. "Lightning prison, break!" A thunderous voice resounded. The 4 blazing suns rose to the highest point and erupted with a dazzling radiance. Then the surrounding lightning prison began to tremble violently. The 4 blazing suns became more and more terrifying. In the end, the lightning prison suddenly collapsed. Whoosh! The moment the lightning prison was broken, Sapphire Shore had already arrived above Yenji. With a squeeze of his right hand, lightning condensed and turned into a several hundred-meter tall lightning mountain that came crashing down. Light! Yenji was not afraid. He raised his hands and threw out the 4 blazing suns, one by one. The 4 blazing suns connected and collided with the lightning mountain. Rumble! Instantly, the entire sky was enveloped by light and lightning. It was as if at this moment, the only thing left in the world was the collision of these 2 energies. Whoosh! Elder Raiwa took a step forward and arrived in front of Juoan in an instant. He looked down at Juoan as if he was looking at an ant. "You're called Juoan, right? I won't kill you today, but I'll leave your nascent soul behind and bring it back to the burning heaven sect. I'll make you beg for death. Miss Chen Shui is the saintess of my burning heaven sect. Who do you think you are to be worthy of her? You even took her virginity. I won't kill you, but I'll make you beg for death." After Elder Raiwa finished speaking, the law of fire around his body erupted. A sea of fire filled the sky, covering the entire horizon. Although Elder Raiwa also grasped the law of fire, he was a peak, profound sage powerhouse. The law of fire he displayed was much stronger than Xiao Yu's. In front of Elder Raiwa, Xiao Yu might not even be able to withstand a single move. Elder Raiwa formed a seal with his hands. The law of fire around his body condensed into a giant tower, which suddenly pressed down on Juoan. Juoan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The pressure that Elder Raiwa gave him was too great. The pressure unique to sages made it difficult for Juoan to move. Ice and Fire Palace. Juoan gritted his teeth. The law of ice and the law of fire burst out from his eyes. The 2 laws combined with the dark cold poison and the 9 flames karmic fire to form the Ice and Fire Palace. The Ice and Fire Palace, which was several hundred meters tall, appeared behind Juoan. The energy of ice and fire gushed out, outlining countless flowers of ice and fire. Rumble!